Okay, day 3, everybody. Nice to see you here. We have a wonderful, fun-filled agenda for you today. I love seeing people first thing in the morning. Good morning, nice to see you. Good morning. Oh, great. We got some great energy here today. Day 3 is always exciting because there's such a lower amount of attendees. Everyone's gone out, made their networking, and then they don't show up. We even had a couple people pull out of the first session, but it's going to be great because that means everyone that's in this room is going to get personal attention. We're going to get you involved, and this is the fun stuff, so we can hear you, we can talk to you, and we can get your opinions. So again, my name is Rachel Muehleman. You can find me on LinkedIn if you type MEU, like me and you. We're supposed to be together. So make sure you reach out and touch me online. Now, I'm not the only one here. There's a whole bunch of other people here just waiting to connect with you. I like to say, once you're my LinkedIn friend, you'll be my friend forever. Because really, I will see all your posting, I will see all your updates, and I will know how you're impacting the world every single day of your career and your life, as long as you post. Speaking about posting, we got a hashtag that I want to make sure you don't forget to use. It's hashtag CXO 2.0. Conf, really exciting, CONF, just the first part of conference, so it's just that conf word, no spaces, no dots, no nothing, but use it anytime you post any pictures you take at this fantastic event. It's 3 days at the CXO conference, and over the past few days, we've tackled game-changing strategies, we've sparked new ideas, but today, we're not slowing down, because leadership evolves to emotional intelligence, which is incredible to be around all these professionals that are aware of emotional intelligence. And today's session promises to leave you even more inspired than you've been day 1 and day 2. As we embark on the last day, I encourage everyone, please broadcast your insights, light up the social media feeds with your stories, and don't forget that hashtag, as I mentioned. We're going to transform ideas. We're going to spark new sessions of conversation that we didn't tap into day 1 and day 2. When it comes to leadership, there's a lot of different areas that we can really focus on. And we hope that we bring them all to you during this 3-day event. There's no doubt I want to leave you with bated breath, waiting for more, because these conversations continue, and they continue in Las Vegas when CXO does it again. And now we're going to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the kingdom, so they can do it and impact networking and communities in that city as well. Lots of opportunities for you to get involved, lots of opportunities for your business to be seen, for you to be heard, for you to get on this stage, and you to be recognized, which is one of my favorite parts of the day. Now, we have a couple recognition sessions today, and that's going to come first thing in the morning before we break for lunch. I also want to just give a huge thanks to our sponsors. We have our silver sponsor, and Summer Coaching, and our bronze sponsor with Fatima Ibra. She put her first name, last name, put it together, made a company with Fatima Ibra, and then Avella Global, All Your BI, and Theo Sim Core. We couldn't be here without you, and we thank you for helping us make a great, great event. Now let's gear up for the first part of the day. Are you ready? Great. I may get into the audience with the microphone because I want to hear your thoughts about this. This is a topic that's at the heart of every thriving organization, and it's about unlocking potential. We tapped into it lately yesterday. We just started that conversation. How do you make the most of your people? Well, here's the question for today's fireside chat. Are your people contributing to their fullest? That's the question. Are they sitting there on social media distracted and bored? Because you know there's those people inside the organization, right? Well, it's about assessing their senior contributions for a fulfilling workplace so they can be engaged and see exactly their potential at the work environment. And if you as a leader are able to evoke that. So allow me to introduce our 2 fireside chat discussion professionals who are coming up to take the stage. Please put your hands together to welcome Marianne Valente, the owner of Mymar SA, excuse me. There she is. And Mohan Raj, the center head, Wholesome Global Hub Business Services. Enjoy. Take it away. Okay.
Morning. I hope this is not a sign that you are all disappointed. No? Okay. Wonderful. So, I'm Marian. I am happy to be with here, with Moam. We have been supposed to be six. This morning, the last person abandoned. So we are two. And our idea actually was to do a peer group together with you, but we understand that there is the setup. We cannot join you. We would have loved to join you at the table and have just a chat together. So, yeah, we keep the regie up. And just 2 words to my background. I'm from Switzerland. I have been doing many jobs, from the secretary, cleaning woman, bartender, what else? Model. And at the end, I thought I had to do something serious, and I studied law. But my real passion was always human behavior. Why do we behave in a certain way and cannot easily change it? So that was my mission, and since 14 years now, I live this mission. With Mymar, we developed a personality test, and we will know more about this. And I'm looking forward to have you active participation. We try to involve you to hear your opinion to this very important topic. How can you involve people at the working place?
Thank you, Marianne. My name is Mohan Raj. I'm from India. I work for a company by the name Wholesome. Wholesome is, let's say, one of the market leaders in building material manufacturing. Although it started with cement, now we are into products, solutions, and a number of different products across the globe. Wholesome as an organization is, let's say, 100 years old, and we are close to 30 billion Swiss francs. It's a public company registered in Zurich. I'm based out of India. I primarily lead the Global Capability Center, or what is known as Business Service Center. It's a team of about 500 people, a lovely team based out of Mumbai, India. We work with 26 different countries, starting from New Zealand, Australia, Philippines, and goes up to the United Kingdom. And let's say it also covers 20-odd countries within the Europe. Happy to be here, as Anime rightly mentioned. It was supposed to be a panel discussion, but we are now down to 2, so it's going to be more of a chat, and would appreciate if you guys really kind of participate and make it, let's say, more interactive. Yeah.
Okay. Would anybody like to share personal experience, a personal experience?
I'm walking around with the mic.
Working place, not fulfilling. Please.
You got a story? Yeah. Not fulfilling or not effective? Fulfilling.
So I took an opportunity as the head of people and culture, and within 2 weeks, I'm a lady of faith. Within 2 weeks, I felt the energies. It was not good. However, I persevered, I pushed through, but it was a constant battle. It was a constant battle. Even one day on a weekend, I went in and I touched every threshold and I prayed over every cubicle because it was that intense. At the end of the day, I bowed out because it's very important to me, the association and the organization that I work for, that it's not a one-way, that it's reciprocated, that I am giving, I am receiving, and it's positive and healthy. I do believe there are many reasons people get cancer. I believe mental health is very important. So that was one example of where I had to make a change.
Thank you for sharing.
Fantastic. I would catch up with giving and receiving. So this could be the key, giving and receiving. And why do you think this doesn't work often in the working place?
Selfish? I think sometimes people are selfish. I was sharing with Opie and his wife. I was speaking to a gentleman last night at the end of the day, and, you know, just asking him to reframe. You know, everybody has different passions, different needs. Mine is more about the human need as an HR professional. And so he was more of a revenue person, and just saying, hey, I completely get the data, because I shared with Paul, data is great, we need data. It's not as high energy as, you know, cross-culture teams or negotiating, and I could still receive and find what I could and keep moving forward. But I find sometimes people are so focused on the numbers, they're so focused on meeting their objectives that they miss the trees in the forest, and they're so focused on them and their needs that they're not able to focus on the whole team.
I think there's no harm in focusing on self, right? I mean, self-development is definitely an important thing. But I think it's also about, let's say, looking at people around you, right? I mean, one is, let's say, to understand who you are, where you come from, and how do you really kind of, let's say, work with the team and work for the, let's say, bigger cause, which I think is a very important thing. If people look at, let's say, understanding both sides of the coin, and if they're able to balance, I think they make a great team member, and let's say it will definitely kind of make the organization a lot more brighter. That's my view.
Other opinions?
Come in. Get you first over here. Thank you so much for sharing. Are you really? Okay. Okay.
He's a gentleman.
I was going in a row, you know.
In my previous life, where we worked in one of the corporations in Hawaii, and that corporation is locally owned, and it has been established for more than 40 years. And when 9/11 hit, our owners, he contributed his own pocket money and then established a store that is putting all the necessities like pamper, rice, and all that in that store. For those of the team members who get cut on their hours, they could use those hours to come and exchange for food in that store. And that store has been open for more than a year. And believe it or not, that company has been established for 40 years, and we do have a team member that worked there from day one of the company. The owners, every day, every morning, he would walk around the property, pick up the rubbish on the floor by himself, and recognize each of the team members by their name, regardless if you are the housekeeper or the managers or the directors. So I think that is where it has to come from the senior that has to distribute that kind of feeling for your team members to know that he is there with you, for you. Yeah.
That's a great testimony.
Amazing.
Thank you for the applause. Yeah, for this example. And I think this has to do with respect also, and to know that every part, every job, every function in a company is important. You cannot do without. I mean, as I said, I have been a cleaning woman when I was in England to learn English, And I saw, wow, how important this is, that we have cleaning personnel, and so on. So this is a key, according to to understand we need everybody, we need every function, but it's not a question of better or worse, or higher or lower value, no. It's a question that it doesn't function if we are not a team and we do not respect and value each member of the team, which means each member of the company.
I love that. Okay, gentleman over here. What would you like to say?
So, good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Ferguson. I did all that yesterday, so I'll be asking questions later. About 6 years ago, I'd spent maybe a whole year putting a deal together with a big industrial conglomerate based in Mumbai, in India. We won the deal, and the project was started down in a big steel plant in the south of India, and it turned out that all this hard work that I'd done with the headquarters and with the plant operations management and finance and everybody else, it turned out that people down at the plant were contributing their fullest, but unfortunately their fullest contribution was every waking moment trying to kill the project, because they were worried that as soon as this system went live, they would all lose their job. So really, nobody was contributing their fullest to the job or the project or anything else. They were just looking to kill the project. Our project manager, he was a lovely guy. He understood the technology inside out, but he couldn't spell people. He couldn't spell emotional intelligence, and unfortunately, he was trying to ram the project into the business. Business didn't want it. So I had to get on a plane from Mumbai down to Bangalore, get in a taxi for 5 hours across country down to the plant, and spent a lot of time with the individuals on the project, just like you said, to try and meet the people. Forget the technology, forget the project. Let's just make friends. Let's go and have a cup of tea. You guys like a cigarette, so let's go and talk while you're having a cigarette. Let's talk. Tell me about your family, tell me about your kids, your work, how is it going, all that stuff. Build some relationship. And when you have a relationship, then you can start to help people understand what's the purpose of the project, and what does it do for the business, and what does it do for you as an individual. And if you get it right for the individuals, they will then start to work together to make the project work. And that took about 3 weeks to do that with all the different stakeholders in the plant. And eventually they started to come round, and we had a successful project in the end. There's much more to the story, but I'll send you all to sleep if I carry on. So that's my story.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you for that, Mark. I think with that note, I would like to kind of share my experience, right? I mean, as I mentioned, I work with a team of about 500 people based out of India. And one of the key learnings over the years of my experience is, let's say, people are the key, right? I mean, if you are able to connect, if you are able to, let's say, understand them, get their buy-in, I think you become a true leader and the mission is accomplished. That's basically what I've been doing over the, let's say, last 10 years, a little over a decade, being in leadership position. And it definitely delivers results, right? I mean, I've been, let's say, the head of the center in Mumbai now for close to 3 years, and I have 10 people reporting to me directly. And every time, let's say, people work with India, they talk about attrition, right? I mean, people turnover. That's always been a challenge. And the industry that I come from, Global Capability Center, has a 20% attrition year on year, which is the industry standard in India. And I have had 0 attrition in the leadership team for the last 3 years. So that's basically was possible because of the connect and let's say that you're able to give out the message that, let's say, we care for you and we are here for you. And that's something that I wanted to kind of share.
Wonderful examples. Why is it so difficult? I mean, the title of this whole year is Change the Game. Why is it so difficult to change the game in corporations? You said it before. There are numbers. They're just looking for numbers. But we need to make numbers. We need to make money as a company, as a corporation. So this is a constant dilemma. Success in the sense of material success and people success, team success, encouraging, empowering people. So why is it so difficult? Because the senior managers in general are the ones who represent the numbers. They make the career because they fulfill the expectations of the shareholders to make profit. So how do we start with this? My opinion is we have to start as an employee to tell what we want and need to be to feel fulfilled. And we have to start to challenge the managers and not just keep quiet. And then, okay, if I say my opinion, probably they will fire me. And then we'll never change the game. So it has to be, everybody has to be responsible to contribute that the game is changing. But we consider and recognize that every function is needed. We need the figure guys, the number guys, we need them. But stop them if they don't respect the others.
Rachel, there's a question there.
Coming along. Can't wait to hear. What about your personal journey?
Yeah. Very good morning to all. I am Avdut from Mumbai, India. So very interesting to listen to the thoughts which you all presented. So, my personal experience, which I would like to share, is, when we talk about, as you rightly said, at the top we always look about numbers, because that is what we normally know organizations for delivering and growth and all those percentages, right? But somewhere to the core, we forget that it is the people which are working are most important. Now, by this, I do not mean only the top. Each and every person working in the company is, how do you make them feel that they are part of it or they are really respected? Now, many times we put such, teamwork and all those jargons, but then it boils down to whether your organization culture really means what you have taken, all those values, what we have defined. And that makes the difference. So I have been fortunate to be a part of an organization which I co-founded, and we had 50,000 employees. Now you can imagine how difficult it is when it is, and there, as you rightly said, manpower is your basic raw material. So especially if you are in a service industry, so manpower is your main core raw material, right? So we believed in respecting each and every person, as you rightly said, giving them the freedom to voice out what they feel. And we set certain basic principles in the conference room and in meetings, that everyone is given an opportunity to voice out his own suggestion, whatever small it can be. Nobody should be stopped. And yes, lastly, I don't feel we are ever possible to take contribution to the fullest out of anyone. That's something which is impossible. To what best we can get is the only important thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing, let's say, your experience. Yeah.
I'd like to shout out Hilton Worldwide. I worked for them indirectly through a hospitality management company. And what I loved about Hilton as an HR professional, they're very deliberate on their mission. They're deliberate on their vision. Not only do they have a vision and a mission, but each hotel, whether it's a Hilton or an Embassy or a Homewood or a Hilton Garden Inn or a Conrad, there's so many different personalities to each particular brand. They empowered human resources to make sure that we selected. It starts in the recruiting process. Are we bringing on people who are high achievers, who are hungry, who want to learn and grow, who have the temperament of teamwork, right? And then I was just blown away at Hilton, who would pay a housekeeper her salary to go back to the Dominican Republic as we pioneered the global soap project. So we all just stayed in hotels, and as you can see in my hotel, as many hotels, I am not staying in this particular hotel, but I believe that the standard has changed from having so many bars of soap to having the shower gel, so that we're conserving on the product of soap. And so they take even the facial soaps, bars that aren't used, and they keep them even after the guest checks out, and they collect the soap. They sterilize the soap, they remold the soap, and send it to different areas that need soap, for example, the Dominican Republic. And that one particular housekeeper, they paid her to go on a sabbatical to her country that lacked in resources. So when an organization is more than just the bottom line, and they have a purpose driven to the global cause, you can bet your bottom dollar the retention is amazing. That lady probably will work for Hilton forever. Here I am, I'm not staying at the conference, I'm staying at a Hilton property because I have the family and friends discount for a lifetime because of the over 10 years that I've put in there. So I think when it comes to people contributing to their fullest and senior leadership contributing to the full workplace, it really takes a high value, intelligent, empathetic person who's able to look at all stakeholders, able to look at it all, the numbers, the people, the culture, the environment. Is it psychologically safe? You know, there's so many things that we should look at. I'm just wanted to shout out Hilton Worldwide.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. We have 10 minutes left. Let's talk about, yes, I'll come back to you. Let's talk about how can we concretely change the game? Where do we have to start? Ideas?
Okay. First of all, before getting back to that question, I want to share an experience that we do have C-level team member before, and he's head of the marketing. He's a very, very people person. He took every single chance that he has, taking his team out, drinking, having party and all that. However, he did not deliver the sales. So for me, as a leader, yes, you have to be a very people person, but you also have to strike where you stand in terms of business, and not to carry over on the people side, because there's a very, very thin boundary between too personal and forget about who are you in the business world. So that is what I want to carry out. And for your questions, I think that also what I mentioned before, that we do, as a leader, we do have to know where we stand in terms of business and where we stand in terms of a bridge between the company and our people. That is where we could pull out what we would need from our team member to fulfill it.
Concrete measures, concrete interventions. Any idea?
Morning. So, Obi Abuchi, I run Core Leaders International. In terms of concrete measures, one of the things that comes to mind is asking ourselves the question, what's our paradigm about how we view the game? And what I mean is, we talk about numbers, and sometimes people say, oh yeah, we shouldn't focus on numbers. But we know numbers are important, absolutely. If we don't deliver our numbers, then we can't pay our people. So let's not pretend the numbers aren't important. I think what we're talking about is, how do we go about achieving those numbers? And do we burn people out in the process, or do we look after them? And I think that we change the game by changing what game we're playing. I see leaders play two different games. They're in two different camps. One is the ego game, which is where it's about me. So the people around, they serve me. I'm at the top here. I deal with the investors. I deal with shareholders because I'm the big dog. And then there are leaders who play the service game, who say, I'm here to enable my people. I'm here to serve the community. I'm here to serve our customers. I'm here to serve the world. The ego game is driven by fear. The service game is driven by purpose. I think when we start playing the service game as leaders, then we will develop more of the potential of our people. It will be a more fulfilling workplace. People will get behind the purpose, the drive, the vision, like you shared, Mohan. So I think that's part of what we need to do, switch the game that we are playing from the ego game to the service game.
Absolutely.
Thank you for
Well said.
that. We got another comment.
Thank you. Paul William Baird, Senior with Baird Enterprises. I was just going to piggyback on what he just shared. In the servant leadership, it requires the leader to listen. I remember I came onto a job in education. I was the dean of business. I got to the campus, took a walk through the labs, and saw all the computer labs were outdated or broken. The governor had put a spending freeze for all public institutions. I went into my chancellor's office on the first day on that campus and said we had to cancel all the computer classes. And she said, what? I said, yes, we had to cancel all the computer classes because we're going to be faced with lawsuits. For what? Because we will not fulfill on the contract that the student has to have computer skills that they can use in the workforce, because you can't teach computing in lectures. And she said, well, why didn't anybody tell me? Well, they said you wouldn't listen because the governor had a spending freeze. She said, somebody should have told me because I have a slush fund for emergencies. Get me requisitions today. Our division was the only one that had new computers going on 3 campuses doing a spending freeze, and that faculty will walk through doors. The other divisions, it created chaos because the other division faculty were asking their leader, why didn't you do that for us? And they're coming to me to ask me to do that for them. My point is that when you hear what's missing or see what's missing, be bold, take action that let them know that you care about them and how they're represented with the people they serve.
Yeah, great. You remind me when they asked Nelson Mandela, what is a good leader? And he said, a good leader speaks last. And this is exactly the point. You said it, that there's the me person, but what my experience is with teamwork, with leaders doing my job as a business and mental coach, is that the people who talk always, they think they know what is best for everybody. And they're genuinely convinced that they know. They genuinely, no really, this for me was just, what? He really believes, she really believes to know what is good for you, what is good for you, and so on. So this is, I think, concrete measure I ask. One of the measures is, don't talk. You have to force the team leader to zip the lip. Listen to the others. Let's talk the others. And the only way is zip the lip. Okay? So this is going to, but you have to You have to speak up as a team member, that let me talk now. And this takes courage. Do we learn this at home?
No.
How many learned at home to speak up?
No. Oh, it depends
Okay?
on your
so
home.
It starts in our private life, in our personal life. And then the corporations are just the result, the mirror of what in general, people have the courage or not to speak up. Okay, thank you. I'm so happy you gave an important contribution. Thank you for it. Please.
Yep. Thank you for being wonderful audience and for participating really well. Thank you guys. Yeah.
Wonderful. Give him a round of applause. Fantastic. Way to start day 3, Fireside Chat. Thank you so much, Marianne and Mohan. It's really great to have you up here. You've been so agile. We're going to get a picture before you leave. Make sure we got proof it happened. You were here. Amazing to have you. And I want to jump on this conversation because I think communication is a big part of it. We've heard of speak up, listen, but if people can't communicate or ask the right questions, how are we going to know? So can we take time to have a discussion, ask questions, have a professional help organize those questions, have time set aside to understand the answers by each participant in the organization? It's a baby steps, but we can get there. Thank you, thank you. Oh, a lot to talk about to change the game. Each one of us has responsibility in our own organization to really make those baby steps and see a difference. So if there's something that we're talking about on stage today, please jump into the conversation online. Use the hashtag CXO 2.0. We want to hear your thoughts. Give me a suggestion about how you're doing it in your organization, because your insight and your expertise plays a huge role in the global evolution of information and how people, dynamics, organizations, and leaders are able to make those changes from within. So we're going to shift a little bit. Who likes money? Who likes health? Which one's more important? Oh, you got to pick one. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? Our next conversation keynote, I'm going to invite our silver sponsor to the stage. She's going to really take you on a journey about advancing your wealth with the secret science of health and how they could work together in a beautiful way. So she brings a fresh perspective on how well-being isn't just personal, it's critical, and it's a component of your professional success. So this session is your guide to achieving your balance and thriving in every aspect of your life, because wouldn't you agree, this is a golden nugget. If you could be healthy and you could be wealthy and you can dance through life with a smile on your face, what an amazing life we have. So put your hands together. Please welcome to stage Ann Summer, PA, CEO of Ann Summer Coaching. She's going to uncover this powerful connection. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Everyone meet Ann. She's been in that great table right outside the front door. You got a chance to meet everybody, right?
I think so, yes. All right, there's so many people here. How about the people in the back come to the front? I'm going to break some of the rules today. Is that okay? Who's up for breaking some rules? I'm Ann Summer. I want to ask you guys a question. Who here wants to wake up in the morning, jump out of bed, have endless energy, have no pain, know there's money in the bank, and know that you can live fearless and happy? Somebody say raise their hand. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you. Is it okay with you if I tell you a little bit about myself? Is that all right? Say that's okay, Ann. All right, thank you. Thank you. My name is Ann Summer. I'm a physician assistant. I've been practicing and studying medicine for 26 years. I'm going to break some more rules. And what happened with me is a story of how I really figured out how to live fearless, how to live bulletproof. Who here feels like they're living fearless or bulletproof? Nice. Thank you. You don't get to live fearless or bulletproof unless you have your own story. Every single person here has a story, right? You've gone through something that got you here. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story. But first, if you could wake up tomorrow and money was no object, what would you do for your job? Woo! Anybody else want to share? We're breaking rules today. Who else would be doing what they're doing right now? Excellent. Excellent. So we have about a 50-50. Well, so you're living your dream. Living your dream. I was living my dream. I was meant to be a medical provider. I was meant to be a physician assistant. I thought about going to medical school, and I even said to my dad, do you think I could go to medical school? And he said, you can do anything you want. What you need to know about my dad is he looked like Clint Eastwood, and he was a farmer. So he was like a yes or no guy. And I know if I needed a yes or no answer, I could go to my dad. But there was some drive in me that I thought, I'm not meant to go to medical school. I'm meant to go to PA school. Anybody here ever have that kind of feeling where your gut told you what to do? Yeah. Anybody here ever not listen to your gut? Yeah, those were lessons, right? Right? That's the lesson of life. What is that? That's intuition. It's your gut-brain axis. Why is it so strong? Is it nature or is it nurture? What? It's both. I would agree. I think we're born with our brain and gut axis, right? We have a vagus nerve. It talks to each other. We've proven it. But you can ignore it. Ooh, God, those lessons hurt, don't they? Oh, I think we have 3 voices. Who thinks we have 3 voices that give us messages? Where do they come from? Tell me where they come from. Intuition. What? Brain. Oh, you guys are good. Universe? Yes, yes, okay. Thank you for participating and breaking rules with me, because it's so much more fun, isn't it? Yeah, they're called boundaries and non-negotiables. So I think we have a brain, we have a shoulder, we have a gut voice. Now the brain we need, right? Because we learn from the university. Somebody said university, somebody said nature, nurture. Well, we have to understand that there's good and there's bad, and there's pros and there's cons, and there's negotiations, right? Good, bad. Now, we're taught how to use the brain voice, and we're taught how to ignore the shoulder, or the creeper, I call it. Who here has ever been in a situation and you got that feeling? Ugh. You know what I'm talking about, right? Anybody not know what I'm talking about? That's nature. That's what I call kind fear, good fear. Because when that happens, what do? And when you didn't run, what happened? Ouch. God, that lesson hurts, right? Now, it's an alert. It's an innate, built in your system alert. That's not nurture. That's like nature. Now, however you want to see that and define that, I can define that as the law of the universe, the law of nature, whatever it is. But it's there. Everyone has it. Because nobody raised their hand when I said, who doesn't know what I'm talking about, right? It's ingrained. But it's a hard lesson because when we ignore it, we learn a painful lesson. Have you ever ignored it after the first time you ignored it? No. Why? It hurt. You learned a lesson. So this is creeper. Now, that one you ignore once, maybe twice. Third time, we always say third time is a charm or you're out. The gut, what's the gut? The gut is that feeling, right? Who here has ever made a decision and you got that feeling, you're like, I know I should do that, but then this takes over because we're trained to deal with this voice. Don't listen to your gut. Who's heard that? Yeah. Why is that? Yeah, I think so. Yes. Everyone's. Repeat it. God is related to health, right? God is related to health, and we're going to get into that because we're talking about the gut and the wealth and the health, right? So when you get that feeling and you know you should make a decision to follow it, but we're trained by society. Society says, don't do that. You're not good enough to do that decision. Mom and dad said, get a job. Your partner probably says, we need the money. You can't leave that job. The benefits are way too good. I really have a desire to do this, but I've worked so hard to be on this path. I can't leave this path. And your gut's like, but I need you to go this way. But we're driven. And what happens when we make our decision with our head and override our gut? What happens when we try to stay on this path? Gets hard. Challenges. Suffer. Why? You're not following your intuition, your natural born, follow me, follow the gut. How many times have you ever said to yourself, I knew that would happen? Or you're like, oh, God, I'm glad nobody saw that because next time I'm going to listen to my gut. Those are lessons. We're so used to overriding them with our brain, right? So that's your gut. Why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because if you can't get these three voices down, you're never going to figure out how to trust yourself. If you can't figure out how to trust yourself, you're never going to figure out how to trust somebody else. If you don't know how to trust somebody else because you don't know how to trust yourself, because you don't listen to the voices, it's hard to live fearless and bulletproof. So when we're talking about advancing your wealth with your health, I'm going to spin it a little different for you. I have been practicing medicine and operating for 26 years. I can go into the operating room and within the first incision, I can tell you who has good cellular, healthy, what we call protoplasm, and who doesn't. Why is that important? It's important because I know how difficult this operation is going to be. Do I need to be really gentle with these tissues, or are they going to tolerate the instrumentation we have? Are they going to tolerate where we need to go? How much bleeding are we going to have? All of this stuff. Why is that important? What is the health of that individual? And what part of wealth does it come to? There is a missing link of interchangeable connection of wealth and health. All right? I became a scrub, you guys. I was living in my scrubs. People would send me texts like, hey, Ann, how you doing? Can you come join us? No. I would send them I'm good. I was working in my scrubs. I'd put on a clean pair. I'd go home in my scrubs. I'd see my kids, my family, my friends in my scrubs. I would sleep in my scrubs because I would work 10-hour days, pull call 24 hours, probably 2 days a week, and work weekends, which meant Monday, Friday, all the way through the weekend to next Friday. I just became a struggling scrub. What happens when there isn't a balance of work and life? Yeah. Well, one, you live in scrubs. I probably went through 5 pair a day. And then when I would go to bed, because I was on call, I'd get up in the middle of the night, go operate, put on a clean pair, come home, go back to bed, and get up and work. This is not a healthy way. I didn't realize that hard work wasn't attracted to wealth. Money wasn't attracted to hard work, and I was working so hard for my wealth, I was sacrificing my health. Who here has ever felt that way? It's called burnout. Let me tell you about burnout. Let's get rid of the scrub. I'm going to make this a short story, but you know where I was. Everything was out of balance. Life was out of balance, work was out of balance, my health was out of balance. I was making good money. That was great, but I was working so much I couldn't even enjoy it. So, I go in early one day. Who here has ever gone and worked early before the workday started? I know, everybody should raise their hand. Those are my overachievers. I'm so proud of you. Right? Isn't that it? Because we're like, yes, that's how we're driven. Like, get in there and figure that out. I'm going to go in early. So I march in, I'm like, I'm going to figure this out. I have a pile of patient labs, pile of patient phone calls, red Post-it notes, and call this, call that, call that. I don't have a medical assistant anymore because it got cut. I'm the medical assistant. They got a new electronic medical record. I don't know how to get in this part of it where all the labs are. Oh, and by the way, they decided that me as the provider should put in all of the lab orders, all of the x-ray orders, and the follow-up appointments. Okay. So I go in. And I pass this pile, this pile, this pile. Get to the computer, and I was like, I don't know how to get in there. 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 And it was like I turned to stone. Liquid from my face. I was like, I don't know how to get in there. It broke. My brain broke. It literally broke. And I called the one person that was like, hey, Dr. Tom, I broke. And he goes, we broke you 6 months ago. We need to get you out of here because I can't lose you. But I knew we broke you 6 months ago, so let's get you out. So I took 4 weeks off. By week 3, somebody says to me, Ann, I think you got your smile back. Guess what I said? Who can guess what I said? I didn't know I lost it. Anybody ever feel that numb to their life? You didn't even know you lost your smile? The day I was scared for myself was the day I was racing somebody. Because you all are just as competitive as I am. And if you were given a bouncy house with an adult to take a race, you would do it. We're running through the bouncy house. And just so I could win, I went like I dived. And my buddy went feet first. I was like, I got this. And I had scratches on my elbows. And I laid on the ground laughing. And I thought, oh my gosh, I have a scratch. God, that feels so good to feel again. And I did this. Oh my gosh. This is bad. Has anybody ever felt that broken or numb? Good. That's good. So, I'm supposed to go back to work. My dad goes on hospice. I say, I'm not going back to work. My dad passes away in 3 weeks. It was such a blessing. I was there with him the whole time. Excuse me. We have his funeral. I take the 12 weeks off. I'm supposed to go back to work the day. Now, okay, great. Fall right back into my habit. Who here has ever broke a habit, changed their direction, said, I got fit. I stopped smoking. I stopped drinking. And then you kind of relax. And you just kind of go right back into your old habit. One more drink, 2 more cigarettes, 3 more cookies. Well, this morning, this morning, I'm dressed. I'm not wearing scrubs because I've been out for 12 weeks. And I'm like, my skin kind of itches, but if I scratch it, it hurts. My brain is spinning, but it's not really making any words. My gut's telling me something, but I can't really figure out what's happening. And I do better, I clear my head when I move my body. So in my clothes, I got on my bike in the morning because it was a beautiful summer day. And I'm pedaling. I feel the crisp air. I feel my head clear. And I'm thinking this. I don't want to go back. Why do I have to go back? Do I have to go back? Why do I have to go back? I don't want to go back. Why would I go back? I don't want to go back. Why do I have to go back? What am I going back to? Because here is the reality. If I go back, I go backwards. And I'm pinned up against the wall that I just escaped. Anybody ever felt that way? In anything, in a relationship, in a family, in whatever it is, right? In our own head. The problem is we all have an enemy in our brain, in our thoughts. And that enemy is also called fear. And I love to tell my clients and you what fear really stands for. It's spelled F-E-A-R, future, experiences, appearing real. That's all fear is. Future, experiences, appearing real. That's all your negative words are. They're lies. That's what I do right now. So when I was on my bike and I'm like, I don't want to go back, I don't want to go back, then something happened. I saw a flash of light. My eyes went blue and red and yellow. My body stopped moving. And all of a sudden, the light got brighter. And all of a sudden, in that moment, it was like I was hit by lightning. And I heard and saw one word, decide. You decide. Decide. It was like I was hit with lightning. And it was like, decide. You get to decide. Nobody's coming to save you, Anne. Nobody's coming to save you. But you get to make the decision. You can either go back or you can decide. But whatever the decision is, it's yours. All of a sudden, I'm biking, and I'm like flying down the sidewalk, right? Wind's in my hair. And now I'm clear. And I have one more clear, precise thought. I'm not going back. I don't want to go back. I don't have to go back. I'm not going back. I go home and I call HR and I said, I'm not going back. She said, okay, yeah, that's what we got to do. Called my manager and I said, here's the thing. You have presented me with an opportunity that isn't going to happen. I gave you everything. But my morals and ethics and values don't align with your company anymore, so I am resigning. She had some words. And that was the last time I walked not in that building. And that was the day I started to develop self-evolution solution. It's my methodology. I figured out how to erase everybody's inner critic. If you want to do the practice, I'll give it to you guys today. Because I can erase all of those negative words. I can show you who you really, really are without any question. And it's not me saying, like, I think you should be this person. Or you saying to me, like, I really would like to be like this person. It is me, like, dissecting it within 2 hours using human behavior, medicine, intuition, and my own experience. And my clients have skyrocketed. Within 6 to 8 weeks, I can work them through whatever it is. We deal with the trauma and the drama of the past, and I say it's like an accordion. We close it up. We don't live there anymore. We healed that. We deal with the blame and the shame. We deal with the communication or whatever needs to be dealt with. And they are launching, just like I did. Who here feels like that's what they're doing right now with their life today? Yes. Who here would love to wake up and have that feeling tomorrow? Yes. And it's okay. Every answer is okay. Every answer is okay. So in the past year, I left medicine June officially of 2023. I wrote a book with Jack Canfield. Anybody know who Jack Canfield is? Yeah, one of the biggest motivational speakers out there. It's a bestseller. Lisa Nichols, who's also a motivational speaker. Our girl Lisa. I was on her show. She called me a diamond of deliciousness. I know, I was like, I think that's great. She's like, you got a message, you need to share it. Been on the women's influence of who's who. And I'm not telling this to impress you. I'm telling this to impress upon you of where I was and where I am now and how did I get there. And it's so possible. How many people have ever heard, stop looking for the grass? Grass isn't greener. I knew I should have left that job long before I did. And every time I would start to listen to my gut, I would retract back. And I was really looking for somebody to give me the permission. I would talk to my friends in the hospital, talk to my family. I wanted somebody to just be like, do it. Yeah, do it, Ann. You're good. You got this. But nobody gave me permission. Why? It's not their decision. It's not their decision. Your gut is there to lead you. So if there's something you're being pulled to, I just want you to ask yourself one question. Which direction is it? Let's say, for example, a lot of people want to do a different career. And I say this, take a toe and put it on the block that direction, but keep going this way. You got to learn how to trust yourself. And then you're going to see it was really easy. Then you put your foot down. Then you put your other foot. But we're still going this direction because we worked really hard. We're going to go this direction. We're not going to listen to our gut. Oh my gosh, it's so easy. And pretty soon, your whole paradigm is going to go this direction. And life gets so easy. It's called a quantum leap. I can tell you the physics. I can tell you all of it. Now, let's talk a little bit about health. How does this come into health? It comes into health because there is something in our environment, in our diet, in our stress, that our systems are off. You come into me, you have a complaint, I give you a prescription, and I send you away, and I say, come back. But now that I've been out and dealing with my own health and really looking at things, I'm like, you know what? Things aren't working. There's something that's stopping our system from working because over 50% of the world's population is obese. What does society tell us about obesity? Lose weight. What did they develop? A shot called GLP-1, Ozempic, those type of things. They didn't have any long-term studies in 2022 when they developed them, but they do now. We have 2 years of long-term. What's happening? The problem with the shots is that we're not dosing them properly. We're just giving them to people. We're only saying if you have medullary thyroid cancer or something called endocrine system issue, don't take it. No, that's not right. If you have pancreatitis, you shouldn't be taking it. If you have muscle wasting disease, you shouldn't be taking it. So we're, again, coming in, giving a prescription. So people are losing muscle mass. Once you lose muscle mass, you don't get it back. There are new products that are coming out on the market, but they're not through pharmacies, that you're not losing muscle mass. There isn't a cancer risk. So the goal is, I can help you if you need to with mindset, but what if, and the what if is yes, you be tested for food sensitivities. So instead of just doing a diet where you get rid of carbohydrates or keto, somebody could tell you, like myself or somebody else that does this kind of practice, what not to eat. How much easier would that be? I signed up for that. When that happens, when I give you foods and you keep eating them and they're punching the inside of your gut, what's happening? The cells are getting injured. And when cells get injured, what happens? They don't work properly. They don't absorb the nutrients. What do you get? A nutrient deficiency. When you get a nutrient deficiency, what happens? You don't make hormones. What's a hormone? It's an enzyme. It is everything that makes your body work. So once you do a proper detox, once you go through your body and you detox your brain and your muscles and your body and your gut, you get a supercell. Because all your bodies regenerate. Your body's always regenerating. Yeah, every day. You turn it over. And so if you can make a supercell and rebuild your system in 3 to 6 months, now you got longevity, you got vitality, you got energy. That is worth the wealth of your health. And that's the missing link, my friends. I'm out of time. You guys have been such a blessing. Thank you so much. My name is Ann Summer. If you have any questions, I can take them outside. Please stop by my booth. I would love to meet every single one of you that I haven't met yet. I don't know if we have time for questions, probably
I'm going
not.
to give you one.
Okay.
I have a feeling there's somebody in the audience that would like to share. Give her a round of applause to start. Ann Summers, our bronze sponsor. Love the story. Love the personal journey you were on. And thank you for sharing.
I used to work for an oncology practice, and I had to leave because I find that our sick care model is not good. Why is it when it comes to medical schools, PA schools, we're so focused on big pharma and not nutrition and healing the body? I grew up, I talked about yesterday with my mom, and people would come to our house because she would heal through the book Back to Eden. So whether it was herbs or food or fruit, but that's not our American model. Why is that?
It's not that medical school or PA school or NP school is being trained with an insurance theme. We learn medicine, we learn the body, we learn how things work and how they don't work. We learn how to fix them, we learn how to take care of you, and then we go into practice. And we're there to take care of you, but we have people running a business that don't understand the business, in my opinion. You have people in our C-suite running a business to make money or to make a profit, but they've never put my shoes on. They ask my opinion, they don't listen. So medicine isn't run even by hospitals or providers or all the staff that make a hospital run. It's run by insurance companies and it's run by pharmacies, and they make the rules of what we can and can't do, and you guys deal with it every day, because if you need something and it doesn't get approved, who has to call their insurance company? You guys.
Thank you so much, Ann. Awesome. I'm going to invite you to have a one-to-one with her outside. Her desk is right, or I say desk, but it's a table, branding, right outside. And she's here to meet every one of you, so I encourage you to do so. It's great to have you up on stage, having you here.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, everybody. You've been great.
Great. There's no doubt the challenge of the commercials, right? Money, money, money. Which one do you follow? Which one do you follow? That's why I asked. What's more important? Personally, I say health, but a lot of people say wealth, and they're losing their health because of it. So this was great insight. And as I mentioned, the people in this room, you guys are elevated. You are conscious. You are doing the right things for your life, for your careers, for your businesses, and you are headed the right direction because you are here listening to other experts sharing. They are telling their stories. They're trying to give you inspiration, and I know they're doing it. Are you feeling inspired? Absolutely. I love that you're back today, and so I thank you so much for being here with us on day 3 at CXO 2.0. Streaming live on YouTube. I encourage you, today's the last day, to share the link. Let people see you live. We have a great session coming next. We're shifting again. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to leadership. And we're going into another fireside conversation. This one goes straight to the core of every business culture. It's about fixing the ABCs of corporate culture. And it's about identifying what's broken. We briefly touched on how do you maximize the employees of your organization. How do you trump between the leaders who may not see or care about the people in the organization? How do you get them to be the most effective to the bottom line? How do you rebuild trust when it's broken? And building a working environment where people and ideas thrive. We don't just get it handed on a plate. We have to create. So this discussion will offer a lot of practical solutions that will transform culture into your organization's greatest assets. And as we lean into this session, let's think about how culture shapes everything, from innovation to employee engagement. So I ask you to please put your hands together for our 2 experts coming on stage. Mrs. Carla Bellini, the certified chartered accountant at Studio Piani. Chiaro, she's going to correct me, Trabotoni. Thank you very much. And Shaila Krishnamurthy, come on up, life and leadership coach of Women Empowerment Enabler. Thank you, ladies, for joining us. Come on over. We got 2 beautiful seats for you. Will be a great fireside, another one that keeps this great intimate group engaged. They'd love to participate. They're doing a great job so far.
Oh, thank you. As you gave us a very interesting and challenging topic, so we started to talk about it from the first day, and we are going on in talking about it. So it's a very long fireside chat for us.
Fantastic.
And we
and
hope
a very
the same for
interesting
you.
one.
Yes.
For us and for you as well.
Right, but then you got the customer-centric approach, so everyone's going to be very interested to what you got.
Thank you, and we hope the same really for you. So I loved, as usually, the words with which you start, and I like this idea to create when something seems to be broken. This is a really wide topic. Culture cannot be summarized in a few words. Really, we started to think about it and to think what is more important behind the information, behind the data. Culture is, for us, something related to values. And the values we identified, we are very happy to be here to share them with you and to try to summarize from our very different perspectives, because our background in terms of professional experience is really seems far, but we found really commonalities in the values we follow. And we are trying to grasp with you the super topics. So the first question we started with by talking with each other was about the pillars, the values for you, Shaila, if you like to share with us, because it's an interesting point to start for me as well.
Thank you, Carla. A very good morning to one and all. We have a very interesting topic today, right? Fixing the ABCs of corporate culture. Yeah. I think as soon as we heard this topic, me and Carla, we started talking from day one, and it's just going nonstop. We have so many thoughts, so many ideas to share with you all, and of course, discuss with each other. So, I have tasted both the worlds, corporate and entrepreneurship. So sometimes bitter, sometimes sweet. So whenever we talk about culture, right, culture starts at home, isn't it? And we bring about this culture and our values to the corporate world. So when we talk about ABCs of corporate culture, I think the very first step is to identify the ABCs, right? What are these ABCs? And maybe we have D, E, F till Z. You never know. Right? So, okay, let's at least start with the basics. So when we talk about the A of corporate culture, it's the attitude. Do you all agree? Yeah? So there was a study at the Harvard University that showed that, so 85% of the time, whenever a person gets a job or gets promoted, right, it's because of his or her attitude. And only 15% of the times, it's because of the knowledge or the intelligence that he or she has, right, with respect to some specific facts and figures. Isn't it? So I think having this right attitude is the key.
Yes, and this attitude, I think that we have to do our best, as we talked about it also in the past 2 days, how attitude is linked to the F of failure. Absolutely. Because attitude requires a good attitude for failures. We many times in different topics we talked about the value of failure to learn, the value of failure to build, the value of failure to create something new, which maybe was not so far from the failure, from the wrong letter we decided for our strategy, but it's necessary. So attitude and failure are very, very linked together.
Yep, they go hand in hand, right?
Yes.
So you fail, you learn, and then you improvise. Yeah, that's the key. Okay, so coming to the B. Yes.
The B, and no, for the failure, I was thinking about how it is difficult. I'm sure that you noted the same in your organizations, how it is difficult to accept the failures coming from the people we care. Sometimes we are more worried about the negative impacts that a failure can have for the people we care than for ourselves. This is something that in an organization can, also in families can be. We noted the same with how many times for our sons we don't accept their failures. So when we care about people, we must understand that if we care, we are worried about the failure of the people we love, of the people we need. So don't depend on the success of the people you care.
Right.
That's the
it
same
goes
for
hand
us.
in hand, absolutely. And like I said, culture starts at home, right? And then it passes on to the corporate world, isn't it? Or the entrepreneurial world we are in, right? So that's very true, Carla. So yes, moving on to the B of corporate culture, B is the behavior, right? That's so important. Whenever we are in a corporate world, how do we behave? How do we present ourselves, right? Now, if you've ever wondered, there are a few organizations and people who are always successful. How do they do that? Any idea? How are they successful? Right? Sorry? Yes, they're collaborative, they're disciplined, right? And one of the most important things that they do is they invest in themselves, right? And once they do that, right, their behavioral pattern, their mindset, their thought process, everything transforms.
Yes,
Yeah?
we have really to think about these insights that Shaila is giving us. Because if you think about it, we spend a lot of efforts in teaching information, and then we build teams more depending on the attitude, on the behavior of people, or their approach to the work, than for the information they have. If they have the right behavior, we think that then they will learn. They will learn what is missing in their background.
Absolutely. Just to give you a very quick example, I'll not take much time. When I was with a telecom company in Germany, I had two of my colleagues, let's call them A and B, person A and person B, okay? So person A, he had one of the best attitudes and one of the best behaviors, but technically he was not so very sound. He was okay, he was doing fine, right? And person B, technically, he was like amazing all over the place, right? But he had a very bad attitude, very bad behavior. So who do you think has excelled in life?
Yes, but there is a bias for organizations in this, because we tend to give more prize. We first ask people to be prepared in terms of information, of technical background, and then we choose the pick, the best in terms of behavior. Then we should think, starting from the educational side. I also work for a university. I love teaching, and we should spend efforts in making people grow up their behavior, their attitude to the work, because it's frustrating for people with a huge technical background to be put aside, not to be chosen. This is something that can give a wrong attitude to the team, because it seems from the bottom that the organization doesn't care about what they learned. This is horrible if you think about it.
I think, it kind of goes both ways, right,
Yes.
Carla? So I think finding a balance between the two is really important.
Yes.
Right?
And try to help technical, skilled people
To get better at behavior.
To get better. Not
And
they
the other way
are
around.
not wrong, because it's a false message. It can be a false message. Do you think this? I'm sure that you noted this in your teams. If you think about situations with people may be upset because they haven't been chosen or haven't lived the growth they were expecting depending on their technical backgrounds.
Yeah, but I think as humans, what happens is the focus will be more on how that individual is, right? Yeah? And then, of course, comes the capabilities and talent and all that. Yeah? So, but it's like,
Yes.
I have a question.
Individuals in the C-suites are planning how they're going to maybe take lunch early or trying to wipe back their tears. At what cost do we recognize someone's behavior is toxic? From birth to 7 years old, that person's formative years, that should be fixed. It's not for me as an HR professional to fix the behavior of a 50-year-old. That
Yes.
person has to take ownership on their own. They're getting paid a salary. They're getting amazing total rewards and benefits. They have to look themselves in the mirror at, this is not my company. I have to be able to be respectful from 9 to 5. I think there's so much we can coach. There's so much we can establish objectives and goals for the year. But at the end of the day, you have to take ownership on your own what you're bringing to the organizations. There's a limit between personal growth, what you want to do as a professional. You want to get a certification, you want to get PMP, we can help with those things. But in terms of the soft skills, interpersonal skills, that should be done by high school. I mean, we can always help and work in therapy, but at some point we have to recognize when it's bringing down the entire team and we need to make a change.
Right.
Thank you. I love your question. I love what you noted, because it shows us that sometimes we clearly see the issue, and it's so difficult also as professional, also as coach, if you work in this role, to point out what you can see is wrong. But if I take a step back, I have to think that all human beings cannot be gifted in everything. So if there is a strong issue in people working in an organization, so I think that they have values, they have technical abilities, that they have something to give. which is important, which is valuable, we should think about the gift, which is totally inconsistent with the approach, the positive approach we think that they need. And in talking to these people, in my opinion, we should start from the higher gift they have, which prevents them to be positive in the opposite value. If I love doing sports, maybe I read less. If I read a lot and I love reading, maybe I do less sport. If I listen to an advice, a suggestion about what I'm not good at, I tend to feel judged, and this is not the good starting point.
So I think as leaders, that's where...
I see in your eyes that you that you felt this.
No, it's very
So
thought-provoking,
it's the
isn't
same
it?
for us. We have to love our gifts. Maybe they are not consistent with any gift in the world. That's okay.
Some personality disorders.
Yes.
So
Some
I think
things
as
are-
leaders, thank you for that comment. As leaders, I think the very first thing that we all need to consider is to be a coach, right? That's how you can facilitate your employees to come up with such kind of individuality, right? So whenever I talk to my clients, the very first question I ask them is, who are you as an individual? And then comes, what are you good at? What do you do? Right? So that is the very first question we all need to ask
Yes.
ourselves and have an answer to it, whenever that comes. Right? So,
Thank you. There is another question, I think.
I'm an executive coach myself, so I'm totally with you, but when you look at research on how organizations are running, so for instance, tribal leadership is one of my favorite books on this. 75% of the companies they researched have a me, not you culture. So it's super competitive. And then those people end up in leadership. And they now get told, you need to be a coach. You need to create a we culture. But how did they get to that position? By learning it's me, not you.
Yes.
So now, and I work with leaders who don't want to be coaches because they have, it's either you or me at the top, but not both. And that's a real challenge. Gary Hamel wrote a book called Humanocracy, and he talks about most organizations in the world are less human than the humans working in them. So
Yes.
how do we get beyond that?
But it's arriving a worker which is difficult to integrate in the team, which is digitalization. So this should also suggest us that it's not the perfect worker, the winner one. So if we killed humanity towards digitalization, this could be a nightmare for any businesses. So the perfect worker may be something coming from a computer, which is him and not us. That's okay. And I also, this is competition is in the market. It's not just within the organization. So I totally agree with you. Competition is, we live, it's our sea. We all swim in this sea of competition. So if you we follow this approach, competition could be considered something killing values. But competition is everywhere and is also in sports. But this doesn't prevent teams to grow up. So the right attitude, the eye of the tiger is not negative. The underestimation of the follower, me. Yes, and my follower learns more than me because he's learning what is not working. And maybe he is eating my competitive advantage while I'm saying me. So competition is part of the game, is the sea of the game.
I think as you rightly mentioned, having this humanistic approach is the key, right, in the new age digitalized world. So, how do we bring about it? That's where we will, come to the C of corporate culture, that's core values. right? And whenever we talk about core values, I think the very first thing, again, it starts at home, right? What values do you have as a person? And what values do the organizations have, right, as part of their culture? And then how do you align your values, right, your core values, to the organizational values? I think this alignment is the key, right? And I think this happens at all hierarchical levels, isn't it?
Yes.
Right, Carla? And
Yes.
then how do you think they're going to sustain that?
Yes, and the thoughts you were suggesting make me also think about not just for failure, but the F is a key letter here, because we also need flexibility.
Absolutely.
We also
Yeah.
need to avoid fear. Fear is the enemy. If there is fear, if we are concerned about the consequences, we don't try. We don't build the team. If we are afraid that someone else in the team can make us become transparent, can make our abilities to disappear in the organization, we would never work in team with others, because of the fear to be overcome, and it would become the first engine of our activity. Fear is dramatic, kills everything. So also leaders using fear to require consequences of the actions of the workforce may arrive to some result, but the long-term result is far from fear. Really.
Right, right. But sometimes, pseudo-fear is pretty much good, right? That puts in a lot of pressure on people to perform better, right? And I think most of the leaders, of course, all the leaders present here, we all go through that, isn't it? So yes, that's one of the factors that we need to consider. And continuing with the ABCs, I think there are a lot of other factors that we need to look at, like being dynamic, being empathetic, being flexible, like you mentioned, right? Yeah, but all of these, values, these values will come only when you have a humanistic approach towards whatever you're doing, be it in the corporate, be it, in the entrepreneurial world, right? But how do we continue with this humanistic approach is a big question, right? Everything is digitalized right now. I think from day one, we've been hearing one word, which is like, super famous here. What is that? AI.
Yes.
Isn't it? So we are all talking about it, but we wouldn't want to depend on it, right? So digitalization, AI, all of these things, it should be only to simplify the way we work, right? And not take over humans, isn't it? So keeping this humanistic approach is the key.
Yes.
Right? So whenever we talk about culture, corporate culture, how do we bring about, this approach?
Humanistic, in a wide sense. If we spend time, but really spend time, attention, and effort in knowing ourselves, we build also the best way for us to learn and to be confident about our values, because fear comes from uncertainty. We are not self-confident because we are afraid that we are not enough. Maybe. We cannot be enough in everything which is required by this competitive world we live. That's okay. We are weak. We may not be able to do something. We may not be able to take the place we deserve in terms of competitive positioning in the market. Maybe we deserve something more, but we miss something which is the key to arrive to that place we deserve. So if we learn and we spend really time to know ourselves, we can well understand what we miss and we can improve. So be patient, first of all, with yourself. It's a suggestion. To become older makes us to become
wiser.
Yes, this is a good thing
Right.
for the time we spend in this world.
Yeah.
So really, if we love ourselves, we can also become more confident about our values and our ability to improve.
Right. Taking one day at a time. Yes. Right? Yeah, like I think Dale Carnegie says, every day is a new day for a wise man, isn't it? Or a woman.
Yes. In
Yeah,
tennis, we say one ball at the time.
Right.
1 point at the time.
Right,
You don't
right.
build the game if you want to win the match.
Right.
You
right.
have to play each ball, each
Yeah.
point is the
Yeah.
right one. You can lose many of them.
Yeah, and I think as women leaders, right? Sorry, I'm a women empowerment enabler, so I end up talking about women.
Yes.
So as women leaders, we always bring in a very, a feministic approach, right? Within the organization culture that we are talking about. Why? Because we play different roles in life: mother, daughter, right? Spouse, whatever, right? And then we have these inherent power skills within us. And we bring those power skills to the, corporate world as well, right? So I think many women leaders, I think even men should encourage women leaders to be a part of this whole circle where, together we can bring about a better culture within the organization. Yeah, what do you think, Carla?
Yeah, I do agree. And I do agree that both sides, both genders give values and the interaction can give new results to the world. So this is something we have to have the curiosity also and the openness to make happen.
Absolutely. Okay, we have another 1 minute left. I think we will just quickly summarize as to what we spoke, and then we will leave it to the audience. So I think, yeah, it is a lot to do with the ABCs of corporate culture, but end of the day, how we are as humans, how we bring about ourselves, our individuality to wherever we are, right? Whatever we do, whichever part of the world, that matters the most, right? And when we focus on our individuality, we will be able to bring about our core values to the corporate world as well. And as leaders, we can also, lead and show the path to the other employees working with us.
Oh, yes. I would be brief. I love this conversation we had. I have a wish for you. Love yourself, because it's the first stage. To put your mask on when there is a disaster is the same we have in world competition. And build your eye of the tiger in your right way, which belongs just to you. It's yours. It mustn't be aggressive. It's not that. It's to be committed to what you would like at best to do for your life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Carla, Shaila, thank you so much for your insight. Oh, questions already. Yes.
Good morning, ladies. My name's Peju Abuchi of Core Leaders International. Really enjoyed that conversation. Liked the point about culture starting at home. Usually starts at the kitchen table.
Right.
I wanted to just add another C, courage. Because we spoke a lot about people who have fear.
Right.
And people who have certain characteristics and personalities that don't quite work well in certain workplaces. And I think sometimes they don't have the awareness. So where culture begins at home, and all homes are different.
Right.
So some people just don't have the awareness that they rob people off the wrong way, or they come across a certain way, they're quite toxic. And I think it takes courage to raise the awareness of those kind of people. When have you both displayed courage in situations that have helped people to be a better version of themselves?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you. Any other questions?
Did you need them to answer it? It's for you, ladies.
Sorry?
I think we all have a daily disclosures in different aspects. I think that self-confidence you mentioned, and it's the second or third time today I heard the word toxic. So business culture has first maybe to fight against what we understand as human beings is toxic. And we feel something about it. Let's this ring bell. If it is, we are hiding something of ourselves, we are not deploying the power of the organization. Toxic things kill these possibilities to blossom. So I think that it's a daily improvement. So thanks for the question. I really don't know a time.
Yeah, let me just quickly comment, give my 2 cents there. So I think whenever we talk about courage, right, we tend to think a lot as human beings, end of the day, right? How do I bring about myself? How do I bring about my courage and all that? But what happens is, like, depending on our way of how we are brought up at home, right, we end up having these unconscious biases, right? That's why it's called unconscious biases, because we're not aware of it sometimes, yeah? And that's where this individuality comes into picture, right? And sometimes that individuality can be good or bad, yeah? And again, that's where the leaders within the organization or whoever is responsible for it need to be in that position to recognize what is that unconscious bias this person is having, which is enabling him or her to behave in a certain way, right? And we work together as a team, like I think one of our gentlemen here who mentioned, right? So it's me before you, right? That's true. But as leaders, you need to work with your team. Otherwise, you're not a leader, end of the day, right?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
You made me think about one thing that I suggest also to note in yourselves. And is about any time you feel that something can be toxic. And you find a way not to feel the difficulties of the moment, but to find the way to move the relationship with the situation in maybe also a smiley way, with some lighter approach. Not all toxic things require a very big effort in terms of counter-aggressivity. Sometimes you feel a very bad situation and you take the inconsistency and you put it in a way that can make all the people think that it's nothing. These are small cases, but are the real game changer in organizations. Because if you can avoid them, they become something which is going to make all the situation disappointing and difficult for everyone. And you, the first, as earlier you detect it, and as earlier you answer to the situation in a light way, that's all. Yeah. And you must be very self-confident and very brave to do it. This is, I think, a real example of courage.
Absolutely. And just to add my experience to answer your question, since the time I started working, I've been the only woman in, I have worked in the telecom industry as well. I've been the only woman in the boardroom or in the meeting room or in the technical domain, all of that. And it's sometimes it's not easy, right? In a room full of men sitting and trying to talk and discuss a lot of topics. But one thing I realized was, no matter what, you got to speak. Your voice shakes, speak. You're trembling, speak, right? That's how you need to kind of, put out your voice. But I think the more you do that, the more courageous you will get. But we need to really sometimes force ourselves to go ahead and do it no matter what. Thank you.
It is. Thank you, thank you. We're going to get a picture now. There's so many things I've spoken about. I'm sure you're sitting here all thinking about interesting things. I was thinking about this idea of toxic. When things die, is it dead? Because the whole mushroom world lives and is vibrant based on something dying. There's a whole nother sub-level of, life that comes alive, which is a very interesting idea. The world's a crazy place. We're very complex. You need the fear so you could overcome the fear so you could grow, right? So you need that pain so you could evolve. The fear is not connected to your higher self. It's not part of the ultimate game for where you're destined to be, what you're destined to do. So the connection of all of this, it's fascinating to discuss, put on the table, and see the insight that each one of you brings to the table. And I applaud you for participating to such a dynamic conversation. Thank you, ladies. It was really great. Great to have you up here. Fantastic. Well, our next is a panel discussion, a dynamic discussion. And I'm getting updates while I stand here. So we're moving, and I'm going to be the change you need to see, which is we're now. And this is about bringing together leaders who have faced disruption hands-on. And they've really emerged stronger. As I mentioned, fear is just one part of it. It's overcoming that fear. That's where the growth happens. Challenges are meant to happen. And those challenges, how do you empower yourself? Because it's your own responsibility. No one else is going to empower you to deal with it. But how does it affect you? Positively. I guarantee every single one of us in the room, if you think back upon a time that was extremely challenging in your life, you're going to think about how you grew the most, how it affected you as you are today in this room. And the reality is you wouldn't be here in the room if you didn't go through that challenge. So, as we wait for the chairs, I'll talk about my own personal challenge. I grew up in a divorced family in the middle of New York City, and it wasn't the best family situation. So I thought I could get away, and I did. As soon as I could, I got away. I went 18 years old. I flew on the other side of the country, 6 hours away to get away from my dysfunction. Said, get me out of here. As a child, you're in the middle of a world, you don't know what else is out there. But I said, I got to get anywhere but here. So fast forward, I got to the west coast of California, lived there for 12 years, and every time I go home for the holidays like everybody else, and I get home, and next thing I go, oh my God, it's just as bad as when I left. I got to get out of here again. Fast forward, I now live on the other side of the world. I live in Dubai, and I've been here for 16 years. And I feel like I'm impacting the planet. I hope I am touching each one of your lives in the last 3 days of this event. I am extremely, extremely authentic in the way I encourage people to connect by our relationships in a human connection environment. It's something that I'm passionate about, and it was because I didn't have that as a child, that my journey has taken me to the other side of the planet to sit and stand in a room with you today and encourage and be the catalyst so everyone in here can connect more. So that's my personal journey a little bit, but we're going to keep on hearing more personal journeys because this room is authentic and everyone's sharing so beautifully. Let's get into the navigation, the change, a blueprint for business resilience, and really talk about some of these changes that happen in the business environment. I'd like you to put your hands together for our panelists. Elvin Joseph, Executive Director of Internationalism and Partnerships at the University of Strathclyde. Raghava Krishna Avari, the Managing Partner at Brain Enterprises. Jean Baptiste Quisne, the CEO of Trends Group. And Jasdeep Singh Chandiok, the Head Fit Out and Construction Infia LLC. Please welcome them to the stage for our next panel. Thank you for being here. If you like anything you hear up here, please do take a picture. Today's the last day to jump online, use our hashtag, and really connect with anyone that you haven't had the chance of connecting with yet. We have so many fantastic experts from around the world, and take it away.
Hi, good morning, everyone. What a lovely audience out here. So thanks for having us all here on behalf of the panel. We're waiting for just one more member to join in, and we'll just start with introductions while we have Raghav joining in. So my name is Jasdeep Singh, and I head a company called Infia in Dubai. We are into fit-outs and constructions. So this company is itself an example of business resilience, how we came up from an exhibition stand exhibitor. So we used to do events and exhibition originally. And then, as all of us know, COVID came in 2019, and that was when all the events all over Dubai was cancelled. So either we ended up in lawsuits with various companies, we ended up having our payments stuck in with clients who didn't have the budgets anymore. We had clients who owed us money and their business shut down. So we had a chance either to shut down the operations or to come up and resist this period of COVID. So what we did is, from an events and exhibition company, we moved on to a new segment, which is fit out and construction. And we said, okay, it requires the same skill set. We have carpenters, we have the same laborers, we have the project managers, which requires, in doing something temporary, rather we'll do something more permanent in nature. So we moved on from events and exhibitions to a fit-out and construction company called Infia now. And today we have clients such as hotels in Jumeirah Group. We have been working in Al-Qasr and Mina Al Salam hotels doing luxury boutiques there. Apart from that, we have worked with famous groups like MR. We are doing something for them on Creek Harbor now. We are working with other big companies like Aleph Group in Sharjah. We're doing a project in Abu Dhabi as well with Tornado. So we resisted the change and the challenges brought to us during the COVID period. And today we stand as a company which does at least 20 million business in a year.
Amazing. And I know a lot of these people are not from Dubai, but Emaar is the Burj Khalifa, some of the biggest developer in town. That's a huge client to have. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's the star client on our portfolio.
You know it. Awesome. Well, we got the fourth person that's coming up. I want to invite him up. Ragava is here, and you guys can take the conversation forward. Thank you for that introduction. I know you guys are still moving along.
Well, we'll go with John next.
Hello, so I'm Jean-Baptiste Canet. I know this name is really complicated to pronounce in English, so let's say John. I'm an entrepreneur since I'm 15. I had my first business at 15. I was a geek. I did a website about sport in France, which was one of the best websites about sport. We were 20 people working for it. I sold this website 6 years after. Then I did another company during my studies about party and concert. I was organizing the best concert in Normandy, it's in the north of France. I was named the best entrepreneur of my age. Then I continue and I learn my mistake in other companies, in creative companies in advertising, in France, big ones. Then I opened my own creative company, which was a dream of a life. I was young at this time, but it was a real dream, and I always knew that I wanted to open this company. So we began with my associates with 5 people around the table, smaller than this one, in a small room. And now we have a company in France with 30 people, in Dubai that we opened this year with 8 people, and in Tokyo with 5 people, and we are building right now a new company in Tokyo. We're working with mass market brands, most of the most important mass market brands in the world: Puma, Uniqlo, Hinge, which is a dating app, which is not in Dubai, but very famous in Europe and in the US. Suntory, Danone, Evian, and a lot of big brands. And we'll talk about resilience because, of course, when you do a business like that, we start with nothing. We start with just one domain name, trends.paris, I think. and it was 15 euros. And now we are making more of 6 million euros this year, and it will be more thanks to Dubai, with this new company in Dubai this year also. And yeah, we'll talk about resilience because I forgot the COVID, but of course it was a very, very hard time, and about the change in a company when we start from nothing and we grow. We have to change every time, and we change our model in Dubai also. So we have a lot to say.
All right, then. Thank you so much for that. I think what we'll also do while we are doing our introductions is we'll talk about what we think is business resilience, and towards the end of this, let's keep a lot of time and open it up for a discussion, because I saw a lot of activity in the last fireside chat. I think it became quite interactive, so we'll keep it that way even in our session too, if that's okay with all of you, right? All right. Over.
Hi, my name is Elvin Joseph. I'm based out of Bahrain. So I work for the University of Strathclyde. So my career started with oil and gas, transitioned to education. I've been in the space for the last 16, 17 years. It's always exciting because University of Strathclyde is the largest technological university in the UK, and we are based out of Glasgow City. And in the Glasgow City, we are part of the GCID, which is the Glasgow City Innovation District, where we have the Technology Innovation Center, which houses around 1,400 different companies. So starting from Rolls-Royce to GSK to you name, some of the leading technological companies in the world are housed within our campus facility. So we work with different organizations globally. I look after our centers in Dubai, Bahrain, Oman, and now recently in Riyadh. So we are globally placed in terms of our outreach, in terms of engagement with industries. It's always exciting because we are constantly talking to different industry partners, and the range of conversations are so different, starting from how to improve the efficiency of your airplane engines to how to have an impact to medical devices, to a whole range of stuff. So because business resilience involves having to go through constant change, and we spoke about culture earlier today, and culture is strategy for breakfast, according to Peter Drucker. And so this is something that we have to constantly evolve. So I'm excited to be a part of this discussion.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And for those of you who are interested in knowing who I am, because I did come a little late, sorry about that. But here I am. I am Raghav. I am from Hyderabad in India. So I come from the southern part where coffee is a staple part of your diet, right? So, so having said that, while my interests are in becoming a barista myself at a certain point of time in my life, I'm currently working in an organization that has caused a bit of disruption in the world. I think that's why they chose me to be part of a topic on resilience. Having said that, worked for about 30 years. I was told that it's better I don't talk about the number of years after a certain point of time in my life. But here I am after 30 years of work. Worked with yesteryear organizations like BAN ERP, for the ones who know it. They were the only competitors to SAP in the 90s. And I started my stint in the IT industry through them, but I worked in manufacturing, IT, ITES, and today we are an organization which is calling ourselves a knowledge enterprise because we are talking about solutions at any substrate level and using natural languages. Right? So we spoke about this 6 years ago, and we developed a product that has a patent now in 38 countries in the last 6 years. I'm an HR guy. But then I'm here talking about a business resilience topic, so let's see how that goes. All right, so having said that, see, I think we should begin with what are you interested in listening to, right, as the audience. We have a lot to say, and so do you. So we'll talk about, how do we make this a consulting kind of a setup here, right? We'll provide what McKinsey could do for free, because now GPT has done that anyway, right? So we'll try to come up with a model that all of you could adopt for yourselves. I mean, I see a host of wonderful business leaders out here, and if I'm not wrong, an HR leader too. So we'll try to come up with a model that you can take with you, right? And we'll have a good takeaway for you to have by the end of this session, if that makes it interesting, right? let's not, dilute the importance of McKinsey's and Bain's in the world, but I think we have something that we can bring to the table here for all of you, all right? Having said that, I'll begin with a personal anecdote, right? And back in school, when I was in the 10th grade, I defied some mathematical principles of averages, right? I was getting 1 out of 5 in a unit test, and I was getting 2 out of 100 in a very, very important exam. So the teachers decided that this is mathematically not possible. There's something wrong with this boy. And they summoned my mom, and she went and told these, so she was told that they're not going to allow me to write the final exam because I'm not passing the exam, in mathematics, that too. So she said, okay, you don't let him write the exam. I'll figure out a way of getting to write it. So her resilience was tested, and so was mine. And she made me go through this entire discussion. Normally, children are not involved in these discussions, right? At least in India. We'll figure out whether it's allowed in other cultures, but in India, the child is not allowed to sit through those kinds of meetings. But I was asked to. My mom told me to do that. And she said that what if he passes after I get him to write the exam? So the school didn't have an answer for that. Fortunately, I got a decent mark. I got a 9.2 CGPA in math. But imagine resilience being tested at that level, right? I think it's a very important anecdote. I learned my first leadership lesson there, right? And I think it starts with empowerment. So I was empowered by my mom to go and pass my own exam. And I sure did. But then, how do we translate that into business? So we'll start off with Jasdeep on sharing any of his experiences which could be useful for us, and we'll tie all these experiences up and build a business model at the end of the session. Over to you, Jasdeep.
So I already shared my COVID experience with you all. Going further, what I'd like to add is that we see resilience is something which is faced by every industry, every company, every organization in the market. So whether it's something as basic as a chocolate. So everybody buys chocolate and everybody's doing chocolate, but there's a brand called Fix, if you have heard, in Dubai. They came up with this famous thing called Dubai chocolate, which is viral all over the world. So that's an example of resilience for me, because in a market which is already conquered by giant brands, world leaders, you come up from a town in Dubai and you say, okay, I'm going to do something different, and I'm going to stand out. So resilience, a part of resilience is standing out, trying to be different from the rest of the world. There's many brands in Dubai, XYZ, who do chocolates, but never got viral. But this particular Dubai chocolate they did something different to stand out from everyone. Having said that, I think there's some basics to resilience. First of all, it depends upon the leader. What is his role in the organization is to take the first blow whenever a situation or whenever a circumstance arrives where the company is in a problem. The leader has to stand up and takes the responsibility, the first blow, and say, okay, don't worry, it's on me. So as a leader, we should all be ready to take a responsibility, because if you go on and give your team a relief that don't worry, whatever happens, I'm there, they will be more focused to solve the problem than think, how do I pass on the blame? So it will help get that culture out of the organization. So that brings to the second point, which is very important, is the culture in an organization. So if you work as a team, you will be able to fight and resist any problems, any circumstances in the market. But if you are working as individuals or as freelancers, you will not be able to resist it. You need a team which will stand with you in thick and thin. And in construction, it's very important. In our industry, if you have to hand over a job, you work 48 hours, 36 hours, 48 hours continuously. You don't sleep for 2 or 3 days because you need to deliver a project and you have a deadline. So that's when your team helps you find a circumstance. So with my construction experience, that's all from my side. I'll pass it on to John.
So just before Jean takes over, you'll help me buy that chocolate, right? Because I've been asked to bring it home if possible.
Sure.
You're talking about the pista kunafa, whatever, right?
It's a kunafa chocolate. It's viral. You can get it anywhere.
You're doing free marketing for them, so they'll guys, you know what? Pay this guy some money on that, right? So, but having said that, John, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think resilience is part of more than the entrepreneur, is part of the human. Because as you said, all the companies, all the leaders in companies have this problem of they are dealing with problems. Like when you speak with a CEO, ask him what he have in his mailbox, and he have problems. It's only that. Because when you have a good team, the team is working hard, and at each level, you have one person able to endorse one problem, and when the last person of the chain cannot endorse this problem anymore, is giving it to the CEO. So for all the organization, for all the companies, this is the same structure, but I think the handling of this problem on the resilience is really part of the human. And for my own experience, I grew up in a small village, 300 people, so mostly less people in this village than in this building. And for me, Paris was far away because we were a modest family, and my parents were entrepreneurs in their way. My father was a craftsman, so he had a company for 30 years, and during these 30 years, he was his own boss, like a freelancer right now, but in craftsmanship. My mother was doing the accounting for my father, and it was the team. And I saw my parents all their life fighting with problems. Because when you are a small company, we are also always thinking about companies like, Wall Street. But there is small company also who are struggling all day long, every single hours. And I saw that all my life. So for me, resilience was part of my DNA. And when I began to make my company, of course we were small, no shareholders, no bank, our own money, and we didn't add a lot. So we did everything. This is a consulting company, so it's not like construction. In construction you cannot do this. You cannot start with nothing because we need to have the first brick. But in consulting, you just need your brain and some good ideas, and we did it. We've been to the client, and we say to the client, we are the best. We had nothing, no client, nothing, but we say we are the best, we have the best ideas, and we can do it. And we did it, and some clients, first companies, trust us, then another one, and one day we received an email from another agency. We say Puma is looking for a new agency in sports style. And it was a competition. We won the competition. We won the sports style, then we won the training fitness, then we won the corporate part, and with one client, we had 5 clients. And then 1 month after, we signed Suntory, which is one of the most important group in Japan, and there in France also. This is the competitor of Coca-Cola. We signed 5 brands. So in 2 months, the company changed totally. We had to hire 10 people, but we didn't have the fund to hire 10 people, so we did it like, we will see later. And so the company grew like that. Then happened the COVID, and of course, first day of the COVID, you are scared as fuck. You are like, okay, all my clients will call me and will say, okay, we cut the contract. And there were a solidarity between the clients and the agencies, and everybody stayed. And the luck that I have is that we are in digital. We are working with influencers, with press. We are working with branded content. So in France, particularly, the government were saying to all the companies, go on digital, 100%. So during the year of COVID, we didn't have the problem of a lot of companies. We had the opposite problem. The turnover was multiplied by 2. So we had to hire people without being able to be with them in the office, because I don't know how it was in Dubai. I think it was more open, but in France, everything was closed. It was impossible to go in the streets. And so new people, new clients, and new office, because just before the COVID, we signed for another office, so we had 2 offices in the same time. So it's just an example. I'm just saying very fast, 3-4 years of my life, but you can see that in a period like that, an entrepreneur have to deal with change and with resilience for everything. And especially in small structure like us, we are 40 people around the world. This is a daily challenge, but as I said at the beginning, and as you said, if you are a small company like my parents with 2 people, medium company like us with 40 people, or a big company with 200 people or 10K people, you have to face with challenge and with change. In the other panel just before, we talk about you talk a lot about HR and also health. It's really part of it. HR is a big part of resilience and change in the company. And as you said just before, one people in one company can destroy everything. So it's also part of the story of all the entrepreneurs. And so yeah, I think we can speak of that for days. But right now it's a quick resume of what I've been through.
Thank you, Sean, and yes, well described indeed. So if I were to summarize what we've seen, so what we've heard so far about building resilience and building business resilience, one is to talk about leadership and culture, which Jasdeep brought about. And what is the culture? We're talking about a culture where we're actually encouraging individuals to stand up, stick their neck out, and take the blow. And I was talking about empowerment, right? I mean, just before we started off the discussion. So empowerment helps you become agile as an organization, right? And that's where if you tie up empowerment with leadership and culture and tied up with what Jean just spoke about, we're already getting down to building a model for business resilience in the new age, right? So we're getting there now. Over to you, Elvin.
Thanks, Raghav. One of the things from the topic is navigating change, and change is one thing that's very difficult for organizations to make. And so I was just thinking of this Greek philosopher Heraclitus, who said, one thing is constant, that is change. You don't step in the same river twice, even rocks move. And so when people age and environments change, we have to constantly change to the dynamic environment. For us, in my role, we meet with different corporate entities, and in a recent conversation with one of an airline companies, they said, Elvin, we need change. And change is so critical to redefining how business environments change. And so because if we don't change to that, you end up becoming extinct. In this book of Who Moved My Cheese, one of the things that was quite evident was if you don't let go of the old cheese, you can't find the new ones. And so it's really important that people are able to sort of diversify, learn from mistakes, and keep moving, adapting to change, and be resilient. I remember when I was doing my MBA a few years ago, we had this exercise called Exploring International Business Environment. And this was back in 2017, and one of my professors, Dr. Ron Bradfield, who was my mentor, said, you know, look at this matrix where there's low probability, low impact, all the way to high probability, high impact. And one of the things that we did factor was a global pandemic, when no one saw that coming. And it was considered as one of the low probability, possibly low impact kind of an element, because we thought, okay, we could contain these kind of illnesses or diseases within a territory. But here we are, we've learned so much from that, where it really changed the dynamics of how people operate, businesses change, and so we learned from that mistake. So right now, we're looking at this as a high probability, a high impact element. So we have to understand how businesses change, and with that, build that fortitude of safety. And so we enable companies to do that. Since John was mentioning about Japan, we were just talking to a telecom company recently saying, hey, we don't want to be identified as a telecom company anymore. We want to transition to a tech company. So building on the existing platform of telecom to move into tech companies. So over the last 2 years, we helped them spin off to 6 different vertical companies, which diversified into tech. And I was thinking of Rakuten, which is based out of Japan. They started off as a telecom company. They have 70 different companies under their portfolio. So it's important to see how businesses can expand, how they can build resilience, and constantly be adapting to change.
I think a common theme that's been discussed about in almost every session that I've heard in the entire conference is about ability to deal with mistakes, right? Accepting them and also learning from them. So see, that becomes part of knowledge sharing also. And while we are talking about an empowered team, building a leadership and building culture where people are encouraged to stick their necks out and have that ability to take the blows. And Suntory is, of course, a very fantastic example to take, considering what they do. But even Suntory Japan has now invested $150 million in digital transformation, right? For a company that manufactures Japan's most famous whiskey, right? Their budget for transformation, that to digital transformation, is $150 million. And that's the way they're dealing with change and making themselves resilient too. And I see a great model coming up over here, right? And there are some common themes from the past sessions, and there are some new themes that are emerging over here. I'm hoping that all of you are taking note, because if I talk about business resilience, then I think the only thing I have to add is about our abilities to deal with ambiguity. Having that journey from lack of clarity to clarity, right? So it's a journey, and all of us like measures, right? We like to see numbers. So let's say the journey from -1 to 1, right? -1 to 0 is what we look at, because that's the turnaround that organizations look at most of the time. We are talking about not bouncing back, but bouncing forward and moving to 1, right? So you move from a negative situation, not to 0, but to a completely positive situation. And that's the journey from ambiguity to clarity, in my opinion. I think if you're able to build your model with this, right, I think business resilience will be taken care of, right? How do we put our systems in place for that? I mean, that's another topic altogether. I think that we have 25 minutes left, so I'm doing a time check. So we won't be able to talk about all of it at one go. We can't solve world hunger in one session. But then do keep this in mind, that business resilience is about always moving from ambiguity to clarity and solving problems with that clarity, right? So it's a journey from -1 to 1. So one thought that I would like to leave all of you with it is, what is bouncing back versus bouncing forward? We'll talk about it at lunch of this session, right? Any other comments and on how to build this model that I want everybody to take out as a takeaway from this session?
On that note, like, we all focused and we have all experienced the problems we said about COVID. But apart from that, there are so many problems in the world, such as war situations in many of the countries, neighboring countries. People have to leave and move. So as he said about, bouncing forward. So it could be looked as a situation, as a problem, or it can be looked at as an opportunity. So it's also about how optimistic you are about life and about things. That will help you a long way to build resilience. So you can change a problem or a situation of stress into an opportunity, and you can gain out of it. So many people are moving to Dubai now. So real estate is something which we see as an opportunity. So when you have a growth of population, thanks to the policies of the government of Dubai, we are seeing that there is so much investments coming into real estate. So whether you look at it in a positive way, a problem for a country of a war situation, for another country, it turns out to be an opportunity of growth, because there's a transfer of the power capital of investments. So that's another example of, bouncing further.
Great thought on bouncing back versus bouncing forward. Yeah, thank you for that. See, it's going to require for us to go back to the drawing board all the time, right? I mean, we have to do a lot of whiteboarding, a lot of brainstorming, and we have to build comprehensiveness in how we solve problems. It can't be I solve a problem for one location or one business of mine, right? I mean, if we look at large corporations, let's take let's take the examples that were taken a very long time ago in a book called Built to Last, right? It's such a long time ago. I mean, and today, if you see the list of companies in that book, almost all of them are actually there in the world today, right? So Caterpillar, for example, right? I mean, they've built business resilience, and they've diversified and done that, right? So that's one example I can talk.
See, I will like to touch on one more component of resilience. It's the emotional component. So I'll bring it to the question to the audience, like, how many of you have a personal relationship, an emotional relationship with your clients? There. So in a problem, when you are faced with, stress situations, you are faced with problems, let's say you have a delay on a project, your personal and your emotional relationship always helps you come out of that situation, and the trust you have or the emotional bond you have will always be helpful to, make the other person ignore most of the issues. So I believe one way to resist or to overcome situations is also to have an emotional connection, personal connection with your clients. Like know their birthdays, know their anniversaries, have that personal connect, send them a small card, send them a small gift every now and then, make them feel important. So that's how I deal with an emotional way with the clients.
Yeah, I think catalyzing new behaviors, right? So at one point of time, sending a gift to a client would be considered to be, against a practice also. If you go to the larger corporations, they'll say, hey, you know what the hell, you're not supposed to be doing that. You're not supposed to be bribing a customer or something like that. I don't know why, I'm an HR guy and I'm the one who would have formulated that kind of a policy. But I'm questioning it today because if you don't have that connect with the people you're working with, right? I mean, how are you going to foster collaboration, right? I mean, you're absolutely right. And I think the new age way of doing business in the 21st century is what we're building for, right? I mean, we're not building for today, tomorrow. So given that situation, I think it's very important to take what Jasdeep said very seriously. I would actually take that a little further and say catalyzing new behaviors, right? And also designing your organization accordingly. For example, if I were to take an HR example, what are the behaviors that you want that individual to display? And how are you going to do your job design accordingly, right? And that is again a journey from, ambiguity to clarity, right? Who are you hiring, right? We talked about people, right? And then you said HR is such an important part of the whole thing. So thank you for that. I come from that profession, so I'm happy we're on the table over here. But then it all starts with, are you clear about what you need for your business? And who are those people who are going to bring it on, right? For us to help us out. And again, I go back to empowerment. I go back to building self-sufficient teams who can take decisions dynamically. Because if you're talking about a global corporation operating in all the continents or different continents of the world, yesterday I heard somebody talk about their country, right? And she was inquiring about all of us doing a prayer for, their country to revive from there. I mean, if you have to go and do business in that country, right? I think it was Sudan, if I'm not wrong. So if you have to go and do business over there, right? I mean, you've got to become emotionally connected with the people of that society also, right? So I'm taking a step back, but also taking a larger view of things, right? I'm talking about 20,000 feet, but then we can operationalize that model by talking about, again, empowering teams, taking dynamic decisions, and, be adaptable to what's happening in the world. Sean, any other comments about building a model for business resilience?
Yeah, the emotional part is very important with the client, with the team, of course, because I think I always take a parallel with my team. They are joking about me with that, but for me, like I see the entrepreneurship and company like a football team. So when you have a football team, you have 11 players, and in the 11 players, if you have one or two who are not at the good position, the team will lose for sure. And it's very important this emotion. So as an entrepreneur, as a CEO, you are the coach in this team. So you have this emotion with these teams to be able to push and to win the Champions League. You have this emotion with the client, but also with the market. Very important to feel the market and to understand what will happen in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. For example, for my own example, we are working with influencer marketing. In influencer marketing, it's moving every day. When we begin, it was only Twitter. Twitter doesn't exist anymore. Instagram, and of Facebook. And now this is X, Thread, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, short on YouTube, so a lot. It's moving every day. We are working on press relation, but press is dying step by step. In Japan, for example, there is still a lot of magazines in the shop and everything. In France, there is less. less and less magazines in the kiosk in the shop. And in Dubai it's specific because it's a lot of foreigners. So people are reading the press from their own country. So most of the marketing also. And content creation and AI arrived and changed everything. So we were doing like advertising, digitalizing 20k euros or for movie. Production is one artist, three models, one people to manage the colors of the animation. And now you can create shorties and short content and AI with a quality which is amazing, and it was software were not able to be done 6 months ago, like for example ends where when you generate woman and man and I you have 7 million and no there is 5 okay, and it's blocked. So in our case we changed the way to make PR by including more data for the brands, which are to make influencer marketing, including more content production, and we are changing the way to make the production also by creating in content production company based on AI on the traditional shooting. So if you are I will building again when you are a football player, the worst for you is to be confident. When a striker is down, it doesn't score anymore. When system is down and is looking the market, I'm the best. Whatever the market, I will stay the best. One day, young guy will come and will have energy, more vision, and will be better. So you have to fill your team, you have to fill your client, and you have to fill your market and get on be also to be able to always change, always look at it, something evolving daily. So the emotion is three emotion, but it's three very important for the resilience.
You know what? I think this is becoming a motivational speech also. So let's keep it that way, right? We'll get very active also, right? So if you look at business resilience as a topic, and go to write a 500-page book on it, it'll definitely have risk identification of it, right? And what are the risks that we're talking about? Financial risk. We're talking about what was risk, what are the types of people we're hiring, and that all not emotionally connect with our clients. We should develop an emotional.
Yes, that's what you're for, HR.
You know what? The HR function itself has evolved to becoming a business function more than a people function in today's world. I'm not saying this out of pride. I'm actually saying this because I'm trying to fight that battle, and we have to obviously we all work for business, right? We will not exist without business existing or the organization existing. So that's a good battle to have, and I've chosen that battle, and I'm sure we'll make something happen. But then we are talking about building a model for business resilience, right? And there we talked about emotional connect. So I brought out this aspect of the employee, the individual having a connect with the organization along with the market and the client. So that's, I think tying all of this up at the end of it is going to be a very important aspect of our contribution to the audience over here. So we'll get down to that. We're about 13 minutes away from closure. So Elvin, over to you about continuing this path of building a model for business resilience.
And I think we're touching a really important topic, which is people. And people is important for business because you need people to grow your business for people. And so I remember when I started off 16 years ago in education, I started off from the ground level. I was a program administrator for our MBA program. So I would have to interview people who are coming into a program. I remember interviewing this 60-year-old gentleman who was the owner of a huge family-owned business in Saudi. And so I asked him, you have 3,000 people working for you. Why do you want to do an MBA? And he said, every kid who works for me has an MBA. I want to know what this is about. And so from there on, his next 2 to 3 years of his journey, I kind of was with him, helped him through the program. And similarly, we have so many such stories with people who come onto to the program. And when they start off, they are quite apprehensive. And some of them are CEOs, directors, some royal family members who join the program. They're quite apprehensive when they're making such a big life decision about doing a program. And for the next 2 to 3 years of their journey, you're with them. And so they come and confide in you about, their personal journeys, their family problems, and you got to be there with them. And even after they graduate, they're part of your alumni. And so they are the biggest advocates and ambassadors for you out there. And just like when you're in a business, it's the same relationship with your clients. You're with them on that journey. You're helping them build their business, and at the same time, you're fortifying your business as well. So people are key aggregators, and they're so important to building business resilience.
Thank you, and I think we HR folks have to be thankful to the panel here, right? They've brought us onto the table. So imagine, right, India, especially the Indian context, which is quite a representation of the world context, right? Human resources has taken a huge role in every industry, right? Or every segment, every horizontal, every vertical, whichever way you want to look at. Nonetheless, with information access becoming so easy, right? With the advent of GPT, what OpenAI has done is democratizing information, right? And if you look at what they've done to the consulting world, they've disrupted, right? And then that disruption has been, it has affected everybody. You can't say McKinsey's and Bain's and BCG's of the world are doing very well today, right? They're definitely affected by what's happened. And, information analytics, all of this has now, we've got enough models in the world to help us, right? And therefore, everybody is rethinking how they're going to do business as we move forward. Their resilience is being tested, and disruption has become part of our DNA now, right? And the method for dealing with disruption should become part of organization design. And I think that will help us build business resilience in a big way, right? So if I were to summarize what we were talking about, we talked about empowerment, we talked about being emotional in our connect, both for employees with the organization, for employees with the customer, and we talked about how businesses are dealt with at a global scale, and we talked about HR becoming part of a very important part of risk assessments, right? So we talked about people risks, financial risks. Let's put all of this under strategic risks and identify them and deal with them in a comprehensive way, right? A lot of whiteboarding has to happen. A lot of people think whiteboarding is a waste of time for some reason. However, if you want to build comprehensiveness in your strategy for building business resilience, you have to build comprehensiveness, and that can happen only when you do whiteboarding. So conducting meetings in a very efficient way also becomes part of this, right? And meetings are these days becoming a time-consuming effort, because if you have to do it with folks living across the world, each living in their own time zones, you'll have to really make it happen, and you'll have to muzzle your way through all of that. Those are operational level stuff which we have to deal with in the end of the day. So I'm talking about something very practical here, right? And if you look at the kind of money that's coming into transformations in the world today, I just gave the example of a client that John worked with, right? And what are they into? They're into making whiskey. They're into making, the world's best alcoholic drinks. Japanese whiskey has become synonymous to being, very, very, very good quality whiskey. And for the ones who like it, you should try it out. But then, imagine they're investing that kind of money into transformation, right? And if that's the case, it's not just about financial investments. I think it's about people investments also. That's what we are hearing from the panel over here on how to build resilience. So when it comes to people, knowledge sharing becomes a very important aspect of it, right? And how easily we share knowledge with each other becomes the definition of collaboration. And that's where your ability to empower your teams, for them to take dynamic decisions and deal with change that's coming up because of disruption, is a model by itself. Making sense? Yeah? And we're now almost on 7 minutes to go. So we'll spend another 2 minutes on summarizing what we thought is important for the audience, each of us, and we'll open it up for a discussion for the last 5 minutes. Is that okay? Yeah? All right. Jasdeep, over to you.
So, as has been pointed out today, we are all here to discuss business resilience. So the key things, as I stressed during my argument today, was about leadership and having an emotional connect with your clients as well as employees. Then about the culture, you have a team built in, and standing up to challenges.
Thank you, Jesse. John.
I'll try to go fast because my answer was very long before. No, in some words, business resilience for me is like having the vision, super important, and be able to crack the model and to break the rules, because if you follow the rules too much, if you do the step by step and you are very administrative, you are wasting a lot of time, which is breaking the capability of resilience on change, because in 2024, if you want to change, you have to do it fast. So it's about managing the risk and managing the vision.
Thank you, Sean. Over to you, Nelvin.
I think everyone has pretty much covered all of the topic, but I think in summary, if we were to talk about what we were discussing, it's people, culture, change, and these were key components that really drove the conversation.
Perfect. And see, if you were to take notes, right, and if you want to build a model, I'm talking about ability to identify risks, building comprehensiveness there through whiteboarding, and risks would be categorized as strategic risks, people risks, and financial risks. And that's how you build psychological safety also into your organization, right? And when you do that, you have these empowered teams across the world dealing with change by taking decisions dynamically. And we're talking about our ability to, you have these journeys, right? And this is not one journey from ambiguity to clarity, -1 to 1, which is not bouncing back, but bouncing forward, right? If you're able to build a system that will measure this and identify this, talk to me after this. I'll charge $1 million for it, but I can get it done for you. But then, these are journeys that keep happening every day, and we need to measure this. And that's where the knowledge sharing piece comes in, and empowering your teams to be able to do all of this, and have a system that will capture this information that can be shared easily. All of us know GPT, right? I mean, large language models are being developed in a very big way, and we should have those systems put in place so that people can access this information very easily, being very practical about it. And all of us like measures. So if you just put -1, 0, and 1, and you move from -1 to 1 in every journey, I think that measure is good enough for you to know whether you're moving in the right direction or not in terms of dealing with business resilience. And of course, at the end of the day, it's about catalyzing new behaviors and make sure that your organizational design adopts all of this. And I think you should prepare yourself for 21st century and not for the century that we're living in today, if you want to talk about build to last, right? And with that, we're about 3.5 minutes away from closure, so we'll open it up for questions and any comments from the audience and any questions for us.
I see head shaking. How about hands raising? Anybody? Wow, quiet room. You guys really gave a lot of good information. Give them a round of applause. Oh, but you want to say something? Yeah, we got a couple minutes.
Thank you, guys. Great, provocative discussion there. I am struck, Elvin, by something you said earlier on. So you were talking about the pandemic and that it was originally low probability, low impact, and then now it's been put in the high probability, high impact. What struck me there is that because it's now known, we've experienced it, it's easy to say we can prepare for it. What attention are you giving to some of the other things that might be in the low probability, low impact that could easily be the unexpected things of tomorrow? So I'm just curious about what you're doing there.
So I think with that, some of the things that changed for different corporates was the long-term visions started becoming short-term visions. So you had companies looking at the next 3-year goals or 5-year goals. Now you're looking at the next 6 months goals, because that's much more easier to achieve. and manage the expectations rather than looking at the bigger picture and then not mitigating the risks that's associated with it. So we started looking at the short-term goals to be able to accumulate them into the long-term parts of the vision.
Just to add to that, and I think it's a great question. If you put your 4 quadrants, right, high, low, impact, and all that stuff, right, it's always a journey from ambiguity to clarity again, right? So, in my opinion, there's nothing like low priority anymore, right? That's why I said comprehensiveness and our ability to deal with it. It's always a journey from -1 to 0 to 1. It can't stop at 0. So, one of the things we've done is we've encouraged individuals to push their boundaries. Right? When you encourage people to push their boundaries, their ability to deal with high, low priority also, right? It doesn't matter anymore. Because like you said, today's low priority can become tomorrow's highest risk, right? If I may put it that way. But if you're able to encourage individuals in your organization their boundaries and stick their neck out and do what, just leaves, right? Take the blow. It's okay, take the failure. It was fake, but then it's our ability to do that will be tested. And if you're able to that, I think we can address your issue.
See, I think resilience more like immunity for the human body. So resilience for an organization is more of immunity for a human. You don't know disease, what pandemic is coming tomorrow. Only thing is, you can keep your body healthy and be ready. So whatever. So same way your organization, the good leadership, it has to be something like which should be, whether there is a situation or not. Because you're ready. You have a team wants well together. That will help you. You have good connections with your clients, and that will help you fight any. So basics which we touched on. Thank you.
I think your question very the 4 quadrant of in today's world. See, disruption. I mean, you spoke about building a model for dealing with disruption, right? And if you do that, so I can charge $1 million for it, but then we'll do it for you because you're here. All right.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. Really love your insight on stage today. Great station. You see it's filled up with a whole bunch of beautiful, great stories. Some pictures to make sure we got proof this happened. I encourage you to take a picture. If you love the conversation, tag them. I remind you throughout the event to make the most of it. Thank you.
Some humor, but it's okay.
Thank you. There is no doubt there was a purpose for COVID, as horrible as it was, but it did provide us with ways that we can recover in the future. So if it happens again, we know what to do and we're not so in shock. So there always is a positive outlook of some of these horrible things that happen. And the world's a crazy place. What can I say? We're flying around the sun 14,000 kilometers a second. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. And everything's happening right here with leaders development. And this is where we're coming together to really talk and share about our stories, our journeys. And I love that is day 3, because by day 3, everyone's friends. I have a feeling if you look around the room, are there many people you have not met yet is the question. If you can take a quick look to your left and right and you see someone that you haven't met yet, I encourage you during our lunch break, go find them, sit next to them, and find out how are they changing the world, impacting the planet, and really helping leaders drive change and innovation for their organization. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you on our stage here. Great night. Well, guess what? I have a feeling a lot of the people in the room have come to arrive at one of my favorite parts of the day, the recognition part of the day. Are you here to be recognized? Oh, right. Thank you. Got to keep it awake and keep it going. You've been amazing attendees for the CXO 2.0 event. There is no doubt it's not easy to come and talk for 3 days straight, going to a new city. Anyone go out in Dubai, have a great time yet? You had some energy left to go do it, go see the city, go downtown, see those amazing water fountains. Amazing. Anyone make it to the Palm Jumeirah? By a show of hands, any Palm Jumeirah visitors? West Beach, spectacular. Only 44 hotels out there, so it's hard to choose which one to go to. But spectacular view of a man-made development that wasn't there 20 years ago. Isn't that incredible? It's now meant to house 1 million people. Pretty spectacular. What you imagine, you can create. And there's no better city than tells it to us every single day, being in this city, that wow, anything you can imagine, you can create. And the leaders of today, tomorrow have that possibility to affect and impact where you live, your families, and even your businesses. So let's see, we moving chairs? We got to move these chairs. So as I'm waiting for them to move the chairs so I can start the recognition, I invite us for a little networking really quick. Look to your left, look to your right. Anyone you haven't met yet, I challenge you. Anybody? Make a move. Let's say hi to one person in the room you haven't met yet. Introduce yourself and say how you are impacting the planet. Give you a few minutes just before they move these chairs. Hello, gentlemen. We've been waiting for your arrival. Nice to see you. Give a moment for some more networking. Make the most out of day 3. It's going to fly by. You don't want to miss anybody. Here's your time to speak to someone new and say, hello, how do you do? Give you another minute to make sure you connect on LinkedIn. Optimize this opportunity. Get your phones out. Find out who are they on LinkedIn. Connect now, because then you're connected. Once you go back to your homes, you could still be connected. You never know if that one person that will change your life is in this room right now. So if you're not talking to anybody, I'm watching. Again, I like to thank, we are having such a great time. I want to thank all our wonderful sponsors. If you haven't met Gary, there he is. Hey, he arrived today. He had a great, great presentation about AI that blows your mind. Really blows your mind, using AI to help advance your businesses. There's been some spectacular presentations, and I encourage you, take a look at YouTube when you're on your plane, headed home, or when you're stuck in transportation and just with a little extra time to yourself, to look at some of these amazing speakers that came to our event today in Dubai at the Intercontinental and really made an impact to the discussions we're having today. All right, I hope, I like this. They're taking pictures. Don't forget the hashtag. Anyone remember the hashtag? Thank you. CXO 2.0. CONF. You got it, girl. Thank you. All right. Thank you. You guys are great working. Amazing. I love that. They took pictures. They're going to use that hashtag. Now I invite you to take a seat. I'm ready. The stage is ready. Are you ready to be recognized at CXO 2.0? It's time to shine. And really, it's a time for a spotlight of visionaries who's made an extraordinary impact this year. The recognition sessions celebrate innovation, leadership, and resilience across many industries. Let's take this opportunity to honor those that raise the bar for all of us. I'd like to I'd like someone in the audience to join me in welcoming Aditya Tala Pragada, the president of AKT Health Incorporated. How are you? Nice to see you. We have that beautiful music that will play in the background every time someone wins. And I want you to stand here, really shine. He's helping me giving out the awards today, but you probably know, anyone meet him? Show me a row of hands. Anyone meet him? One hand goes up. Oh, two hands go up. There's a lot more people in this room that need to meet you. Tell us, who are you?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Aditya Tallapagada, founder of AKT Health. I'm based in Tokyo. I've been there for almost 15 years. We are a clinical research, data-focused clinical research company. At the same time, we do a lot of health technology products, and one of our product is also Impact, which is what we have launched it here this year. Thank you very much. I look forward to meet you all.
Fantastic. Thank you for being here. Let's come in here. I'm going to ask you to step to the right side of the stage. We're going to get ready. Here you have his nice bio so you can find out, is there something that you want to talk to him about? 16 years international, multilingual experience. Hong Kong. Anyone else from Hong Kong? Or Tokyo, you said, right? Anyone from Tokyo? Ooh, we got a couple people from your neighborhood in the back. Fantastic. Well, I encourage you guys to please connect. There's still so much networking to do on day 3 at the CXO. We have a spectacular lunch coming up next. But before we start lunch, let's go right into the recognition. As I mentioned, if your family and friends could not be here with you today, make sure you share the link. We're streaming live on YouTube. Very easy to find, and it's great to share with them. After you take the stage, I'm going to give you the microphone. You got 1 minute to give all the shout outs to everyone you love, care about, and really give gratitude to anyone that's helped you to be here today. There is no doubt that there are loved ones that are just waiting to be recognized from you while you're up here. So are you ready? Here we go. The first award winner for the CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award is the CEO and head of training at Alpha Lexus Training Center, a prominent figure in financial education, specializing in online trading such as Forex, CFDs, and stocks. With a track record training over 500 individuals, I'd like to bring him up to the stage from the Philippines, Alexandra. Congrats.
Okay, so it's a dream come true. So for 16 years as a business leader, I've just been low-key in my country, Philippines. Mabuhay, Philippines! For my kababayan out there. So I'm Alexander Uy, the founder of Forex Trading Masters and a training center in the Philippines. So we advocate passive income, financial trading, and trading the financial market. So we, in our academy, we teach people how to trade. And here in Dubai, I have a community of traders, and they are really fast growing. And I pay tribute to my award to my father. He's been my inspirations in all my business endeavor. Thank you very much, CXO.
Congratulations. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you here in the audience. Beautiful. We continue. The next Business Leadership Excellence Award goes to a managing director of BBGC, a privately owned global consultancy firm. With over 20 years of experience, he's held senior roles in the front office and risk management with investment banks and commodity houses. In his current role, he oversees a global team of practitioners, and he's focused on transforming key industry sectors, including energy, commodities, and financial services. Please put your hands together for Amir Sufizadeh.
Thank you. It's been an honor collecting these on behalf of everyone working really hard at BBGC, and obviously a massive support from the family, allowing us to travel across the globe to do everything we do for our clients and get here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I do encourage everybody, if you haven't done so yet, there's a QR code where you can AI connect your face with pictures coming from this event. So don't miss out that opportunity today by the end of the day. The next Visionary Award for CXO 2.0 conference goes to the president and CEO of Amis Consulting SA. His work as a pharmaceutical industry began in Switzerland as a project manager for an engineering division. And he went on to become the production and logistic manager at Big Mar Pharmaceuticals. And please welcome to the stage Dr. Augusto Mitadiri.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here, and thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award is a veteran entrepreneur with over 35 years of rich experience in domestic and international business management. He became a pioneer in debt recovery solutions in India, and the organization he founded, eNext Financials, was acquired by the Tata Group, which became the first single player in the collections industry. Please welcome to the stage Avad Hut Thali.
Thank you very much for giving this award. It means a lot. Just to give a brief about myself and my organization. Yes, I have the advantage of working into corporate and then becoming an entrepreneur. So I started my first company 17 years back. We are into the domain of debt management for banks, NBFCs, and private banks, including public sector banks. Yes, I could proudly say that we are the first company which entered into very corporate way of managing debt. And yes, we are the largest company. And we are now looking for expansion into this space, in redefining this industry, because I always believe that, whatever that you land, what your sales that you do is never complete unless your last money is received. And we help all the banks and NBFCs into that. We are now connecting this and expanding this more on digital also. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Everybody likes the podium today, huh? All right. Just remember, we're streaming live. I want to make sure your face is all over YouTube. So that's what I'm going for. Our next CXO 2.0 Conference Visionary Award is going to go to a Chief Automation Officer and Senior Vice President of FNF India, which is Fidelity National Financial India. They're a globally recognized AI advisor, business builder, and thought leader for deep knowledge of AI and analytics. Please welcome to the stage Chandra Kumar.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, CXO, for this honor. I'm Chandra Kumar. I'm the Chief Automation Officer for Fidelity National Financial. We are a Fortune 500. Visionaries, right? Visionaries are just not dreamers, but doers as well. They are the ones who translate ideas into realities and also find solutions in the challenges that we face. We at FNFI encourage the entire team to dream and not fear failure, and this award is a testimony of all the hard work the team has put in. I would like to thank Fidelity National Financial for having the belief in me, my friends and family for being with me through thick and thin, my parents for being patient with me, my wife for putting up with me, and my children for being the angels that they are. And thank you, God, for being very kind. Thank you once again.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for that. Beautiful. Our next excellent award winner is going to come up here after 15 years at the crossroads of marketing and sales. They excel in turning challenges into breakthroughs. As a chief revenue officer at Nintendo Incorporated, they help companies harness the potential of our cutting-edge open source cloud native platform to stay competitive in an ever-changing and evolving digital landscape. Please put your hands together for Emmanuel Cerrone.
So, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for this opportunity. So, as you work in a startup, you know that this kind of recognition you can have from your hands don't depend from you. It's the results of the collective brain that you represent. So I want to say thank you to my team, to each one is inspiring us to try to succeed in this journey. Lux, thank you.
Congratulations. There's no doubt when you get up here, I want you to take that moment and just suck it in, that energy. You're surrounded by colleagues and professionals and experts in what they do and are really taking that moment to recognize you for all your hard work. The hours away from your family, from your significant others, traveling here to Dubai to be with us today. So please don't forget your family members that are just dying to get that gratitude for those times without you, okay? Our next CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award is an independent consultant and an accomplished CFO with over 20 years of expertise in strategic finance, mergers and acquisitions, and operational restructuring, a Brown MBA, and a Harvard certified leader. She's driven major transformation at global firms like Asylum Group and the Merit Travel, enhancing efficiency and saving cost. She's passionate about neurodiversity, so please put your hands together for Emily Medema.
Thank you so much, everyone. This award is amazing. I just want to say that receiving this is very humbling and gratifying. It's a true testament to the incredible teams that I've had the opportunity to lead and collaborate with over the years. Also, as a female executive, it really reinforces the importance of perseverance, adaptability, and staying true to one's own values. And of course, I want to thank my family and friends who, without them and their love and support, I wouldn't be here at this stage in my career. And especially a shout out to my daughters, Cameron and Kennedy, and I hope I continue to inspire them in their career journey. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Oh, doesn't it feel good to be surrounded by this gratitude? It's really beautiful. The next person that's going to receive a recognition award has an IT industry experience of 18 years in roles like program project manager, delivery and recovery manager in healthcare and service domains across NA, APAC, and EMEA clients. And she works as a member of IWN, Bangalore, and a member of the board of advisors of Sayodhi Home for Women in Need. So she's been recognized top 10 alumni women leaders. And let's put our hands together for Garima Goel.
I've been rehearsing for my thank you speech, but it's all out of my head now. But thank you for the opportunity to CXO. I think platforms like these truly empower women like us. I want to thank my family. My dad's here with me to see the award. My gang here that I made. So I'm not just going away with this trophy or this award, but a few friendships that I have. Grateful to my God for his continuous blessing. I think we all are. And glad to be here. Thank you once again for the honor. Thank you.
Our next excellent award winner is a CEO of Majlis Craft Arabian Ale, a proven track record with over 12 years in management, increasing a customer's and companies' net profits by 189% within 3 months. He's managed large teams globally and successfully, expanded client bases into new international markets. Put your hands together for Igor Sergunin.
Hello everyone. I'm that crazy guy who thinks that nothing is impossible in this life. Actually, that's why a year ago I joined a company who just told me, do you think that to make a fermented malt beverage halal, is it possible? Yes, it's possible. And we did it. Actually, we are the first and only halal certified malt beverage in the world. And we received this certificate just 2 months ago, and it's a big proud of us because we did it here, we did it locally. I'm actually from Dubai. And that's something what is flipping the mind of the people, you know, especially the Muslim auditory, because we did it especially for the Muslim auditory. To pretend and to be, it's totally different thing. And you know that belief is the power which is moving you forward. By the way, right now it's historical moment. Everyone who is here today, you can remember this date, and it will be for a long time. Just because right now most of the people thought that cryptocurrency will never go up, will never cost anything, and Bitcoin right now crossed the $100,000. Yeah, my congratulations to everyone who hold it. Yes, actually, this is the historical moment. Yeah, and that's also about to truly believe in the things and move it forward. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Igor. Congrats. Congrats. Everyone in this room is doing something that's impacting the world, their community, their family, and we are so happy you're here. I want to remind all the winners to please stick around as we do one big group shot to take that picture at the end before we break for lunch. So as much as you'd like to go, don't go far. Our next CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award goes to a CEO and the founders of Trends Paris, a global communication agency connecting brands with influencers through innovative campaigns. With a deep-rooted entrepreneurial spirit shaped by his upbringing in Normandy, he began his career at 15, creating a website he sold 6 years later. And since then, Trends has led the agency to execute over 1,500 partnerships. Please put your hands together for Jean-Baptiste Kisney.
Thank you so much. It's my first year in Dubai and first prize in Dubai. And of course, thanks to my team and all the people working around Trends Group in France, in Japan, and in Middle East right now. It's particular because this one, there's my name and not the name of my company on it, so it reminds me a bit emotional. It reminds me my grandfather who had it in his bowl. So I hope I will show it to my grandson one day.
Congratulations. First time in Dubai. Awesome. I'm sure you're having a great time. Here we are, another person to be recognized as the founder and CEO of Lesovi. This is their company. It's their company's visionary, which leads their team to develop a cutting-edge solution at the forefront of fashion and tech industries to secure personal valuables. Her main focus is coordinating industries and developing partnerships with manufacturers, collaborators, and engineers, and designs to create a fashionable and secure smart purse. Please put your hands together for Joan Kim Dow. Congratulations, Joan. You can collect your award later, but we recognize you and all the hard work you do. Our next Business Leadership Excellence Award for CXO 2.0 is someone with 27 years of banking experience under his belt. He has served in 3 key geographies: Egypt, United Kingdom, and United Arab Emirates. Over the years, he worked in 5 banking institutions. As a chief executive officer in the Bank Misr UAE, he is helping turn it into one of the leading and fastest growing banks in the region. Please put your hands together for Khalid El Bailey. Congratulations, Khalid. Our next Visionary Award for CXO 2.0 Conference is a founder and CEO of Swasthati by Kinji. He has the capacity to think further to solve many problems of her own at a very high level. Her goals and plans are unique and effective for humanity to serve her purpose. Her passion is to regain the trust, value, and respect of mothers in society. She's fearless, unstoppable, unbelievable, and courageous. She's here to serve her humanity. Please put your hands together for Kinjal Patel. Congratulations, Kinjal. Next is a dedicated advocate and leader in the health and wellness sector with extensive experience in advancing accessibility and adaptive solutions for individuals with unique needs. Through a focus of inclusive healthcare and adaptive technologies, they have helped to reshape perceptions and create meaningful change within their community. Please put your hands together for the CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellent Award winner, Lexis Noel Sarot.
Holy cow, guys. I'm shaking. And I'm not going to cry. You're not going to make me cry. I started this company without a college education, and I was terrified. And I heard someone earlier say, a testament to your belief and the people you have behind you, the people you get to share space with. I've been so inspired over the last 8 years by each and every single one of you. So thank you so much for that and for everything that you do that keeps us moving and advancing forward. I couldn't do any of this without my rock star team who would never stand up here in front of you, and my children who I really started this company for, and then every one of them that comes after. So thank you for this incredible award. What an honor, and to say I'm humbled is just not quite enough. So thank you.
Next is a partner and CMTO of Alba Corporation, who spearheads innovative projects across real estate tech, business services, including Alba Innovation Hub and Alba Homes. Dubai's fastest growing real estate agency, named one of the top 10 CMOs in the UAE in 2022 by CEO Insight Magazine, and recognized internationally for marketing excellence. Put your hands together for CXO 2.0 Visionary Leadership Award, Luis Prata. Congratulations, Luis. Next is the Operations Director at the Millennium Group and Managing Director and Co-founder of Star Pro and Tech FM, a seasoned professional with a rich background in construction, project management, operation management, and facility management. With over 18 years of hands-on experience, he has become adept at navigating the complexities of the industry. Please put your hands together for Engineer Mahmoud Mazoub Dimola.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for CXO for this amazing event. I'm humbled to accept this reward. Of course, nothing can be done without the family in the first beginning. I will thank special thanks for my mother. She spent a long time to grow me, to support me, Also to my wife, she struggled a lot with me, sorry, because spending long hours in the office, not coming at home. But she support me, which I appreciate. Also to my little princess, my daughter, she spent in the swimming pool here from 2 days. She refused to go out from the swimming pool until the security closed the swimming pool. So she's my true leader, my princess, my daughter. She's my true leader. So thank you all. Thank you.
Ooh, that got me emotional. I love, we inspire our children every day. Beautiful, thank you for that. As the Chief Business Officer of Garmenting and International Business at Raymond Lifestyle Limited, our next Business Leadership Excellent Award winner has driven a remarkable growth in the Garmenting and International Business Division by strategically focusing on new business development and strengthening customer relationship management. They have led the division to significant financial expansion, particularly across the US and Europe. Put your hands together for Manish Bharati. Congratulations, Manish. Our next CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award goes to a dynamic marketing and luxury enthusiastic, currently leading the business development and expansion initiatives at Concept Co. with a keen understanding of the luxury landscape. She has successfully brought global brands like Gucci and Louis Vuitton into the company's portfolio. Please put your hands together to Manvi Melawat. Thank you. Congrats.
Good afternoon. Firstly, Rachel, thank you for the introduction, and also you've been a very bright part of this entire event. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank everybody, but the one person I can think of right now is my mentor. His name is Kiran Kondar. He's somebody who showed me the way of business. We started with a very few brands at Conceptco, and again, breaking industry boundaries. There were certain standards that were set for advertising agencies and other agencies, but getting into the luxury market was something that we recently started, and it's Touchwood is going really well for us. But I think all of us in this room today are here because we are we're all here from different parts of the world to just meet each other and grow. So I hope for us this entire 2025 is filled with many such events, and this is not just one of many. Thank you so much.
Congrats, honey. Wonderful. There's more events coming in Vegas. You like that plug? And in Saudi. Okay, we're doing it again every year at CXO 2.0. I hope you're loving it as much as I am. More awards to give away, as the next person on stage is a culture creator and international director of Knowledge Works X. He is developing the intercultural agility development methodology, which includes 2 powerful self-cultural analysis assessments. Professionally, he's an executive coach, developing leaders and their teams and leading cultural transformation initiatives. Please invite to the stage CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award to Marco Blankenberg.
Thank you, CXO. This has been a great 3 days. I'm here because my family literally sends me out every day to make a difference in the world. And the ability to do that, what you love, and feel God's pleasure in the midst of it is amazing. Dubai has been our home for 24 years, and I've discovered it's the best intercultural laboratory in the world. So I also want to thank Dubai for what it's given us, because we've been able to bless the world with something called intercultural agility. You've heard a lot about AI. Don't forget intercultural agility. IA, just switch the letters around. We need a lot of it in our world. We need to be interconnected. We need to solve the dilemmas that the world is facing. And I hope you can join our movement. We have over 700 people around the world who are using intercultural agility as leaders, as coaches, as consultants. We need a whole lot more people who are intentionally building culture and use intercultural agility. So don't forget IA. Switch the letters around.
Awesome, Marco. Congrats. Marco's been great. Next, I'd like to invite up someone who started the development of the most innovative, independent, and unbiased personality assessment tool, My Mark Personality Test, MPT. In 2016, she founded My Mark Limited, applying the MPT as a mental coach, which the Swiss Federation recognized. Her consulting and coaching activities spread among individuals, families, schools, corporations with an overwhelming positivity. Please put your hands together to Marianne Valente. Congrats, Marianne. Our next excellent award winner goes to the COO and managing partner at Calhoun's Global BPO Corporation. She spearheaded the company's remarkable growth, transforming it from a 7-person startup to 2,000 employee force within a year. Her data-driven approach and people-centric leadership combine the innovative marketing with expertise across IT and professional services. Please put your hands together to Mary Jabal Lupison. Congrats.
Hi everybody, good afternoon. Thank you CXO for this prestigious award. I'm literally shaking. And I would like to extend my congratulations to each and every one of us who have achieved this award. My previous mentors, my parents, and of course my business partners who always have their belief and faith in me in growing our business. Hopefully we can all, spread the essence of being a leader across the globe, not just managing the people, of course, but being the true leader in the society. Thank you, everyone, and have a great day.
Congrats. The CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellent Award is extended to the partner at Kaz Consulting. Ask what keeps leaders up at night. What is your biggest business challenge points you toward your greatest opportunities? What if technology could amplify rather than replace your humanity? Through straight talking strategy and practical wisdom, he helps companies transform their pain points into profit centers. Put your hands together for Masrur Hook. Congratulations.
Of course, I have to thank my wife because she's been my photographer and videographer for this entire conference, which fantastic. And then my mom is here as well, and all of the support from my family, friends, and employees and contractors and everybody else that I've experienced with. But one of the things that I want to make sure that I think is the challenges and the issues that we face, because I think a lot of people forget about those. I want to thank all of them, because that's how we got here, right? That's the fun part. That was the inevitable problems that we had to solve to create the solutions where we become stronger, faster, better, and a better person of who we are. And so I want to leave you all with, when I coach my leaders, I want to coach them to have authenticity, and so that way they can build themselves without losing their soul. And then when I'm coaching businesses, I want to build a brand that has a soul. So I want to make sure that you guys understand that the challenges, issues, and the problems that we've all faced are the ones that make us stronger. And I'm glad that you guys have all had to face some sort of strength building exercises in order to make sure that we can find our success and prosperity moving forward. Thank you.
Beautiful. Our next business award emerging leader for our conference here today is the founder and CEO of Lahint, a Saudi startup dedicated in transforming government services through automation and AI. With over a decade of experience in public services and regulatory compliance, he's developed a deep understanding of challenges faced by users and navigating government platforms. Let's put our hands together for Mohammed Ibrahim.
Thanks a lot for this moment. I believe this is not just an individual award. I believe it's all for all my team and the staff. And thanks to make this moment happen. Thank you.
Our next individual to recognize has over 22 years of leadership in global shared services, and he serves as a center head of Halsum Global Hub Business Services. His career spans impactful roles, and he has constantly driven efficiency, innovation, and customer-focused solutions. He is not just winning one award today, but being recognized at the CXO's Conference Visionary Award, along with our Business Leadership Excellence Award. Please put your hands together for Mohan Raj. Congratulations.
Thank you, CXO, for organizing this wonderful event, and I think it's a lot. It takes a lot to recognize talent and bringing in leaders from different industries together. And I would like to dedicate this award to my lovely team back in Mumbai. I think without them, this would not have been possible. Thank you.
Congratulations. Our next Business Leadership Excellence Award goes to someone who's a dynamic CEO and co-founder of EduTech Global, driving the company's growth across Middle East, Africa, and North America. With a strong background in general management, IT, HR, and business advisory, they excel in operational and strategic roles. Please put your hands together to Onyekachi Ginger Eki. Congratulations. Our next winner is a managing partner at Brain Enterprises. With 29 years of experience across manufacturing, IT, and BPO sectors, they've designed and executed HR transformation programs for small, medium, and large-scale businesses and has worked with world-renowned corporations. Please put your hands together for Raghava Krishna Avari.
Thank you, Rachel. And I'm taking off a little bit on your sense of humor here. So let's see if I can imbibe it into my life. All right. But you know what? Thanks to the audience for being so patient and still being around, right? So I know I'm coming between you and lunch, so won't take too much time. But I'm a proud mama's boy, and I know my mom's watching, so thanks to her. Thank you, Mom. And my sisters, my extended family, they're all watching it right now. My wife, who's still tolerating me and tolerating my mistakes, but then we all have to deal with it. She'll deal with it too. Thank you all for being so inspirational today, and so for being so cooperative and nice to me, and to the panel also that was there earlier. But CXO guys, I mean, congratulations on a great conference that you've organized. Truly global indeed, and keep inspiring. And I'm looking at 3.0 now, and 3.0 is going to be for me about building purpose and meaningfulness into whatever we are doing. All right, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Wonderful. Our next CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award goes to the CEO of Albanian Architects and Engineers. They're known for her leadership in sustainable architecture, and she spearheads projects that won the Excellence in Sustainability Design Award from the American Institute of Architects and introduced innovations featured in Architectural Digest. Her efforts are intriguing when it comes to smart building technology, and were featured in Architectural Digest. And she's worked on green architectural appearance in sustainability today. Please put your hands together for Ruba El Isa.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, CXO, for this great opportunity to connect today as business leaders. I would like to thank my father, which is my biggest supporter, on expressing architecture since I was young, and this was a great opportunity for me to develop throughout the years and give a greatest support all young leaders and architects to express their architecture in currently in the UAE and in the international around the world. So we are a Canadian-based firm that would love to express sustainability, futuristic architecture, and we do have international projects at a young age. I do know I'm a young leader, but this was a great support from my father and my greatest family, my siblings, my mother, and my husband for continuing this motivation, and also, of course, my son. I would love to also express my gratitude for my amazing team. I see them the most amazing architects that would help me express the experience and the futuristic experience in developing architecture in buildings, that we do not just build a building, we do create an experience that allows allows people to experience the walls, the ceilings, everything in the building expresses a story while you are moving in our buildings. So thank you, everyone, and thank you for this recognition, and thank you, everyone, for being here today. Thank you. Thank you.
The next CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award goes to a director of the Global Public Sector Sales Team for Team Seru Incorporated. With 36 years of experience, he's demonstrated excellence in consumer, private, and public domains, domestically and internationally, as his career started in financial services management, which evolved into hardware, software, telecommunications, and cybersecurity solutions. Please put your hands together to CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award, Sean Cooper.
thank you to 2.0 CXO fueled the whole family here. It's like some of you have been going up and down stairs for the last few days, different stages, different panels. But I want to give some edification to the group here for the leadership, how you continue to inspire me to hear some of your stories. It's great to hear some of the things of how you continue to overcome and become, if you will. I also want to personally thank, I mean, there's a lot of references to the family and everyone else. Yes, I am a mama's boy too. Mom is still alive. We're in that transition now where I am now taking care of her. So that's sort of a different thing. But beside that, I want to thank all those who were mentors to me in my life. Some here, some who are no longer with us anymore. For those who continue to put me in a place when I didn't want to be, because they saw something in me that I didn't want to do, or realizing what my purpose was. So I'm thankful that you continue to put those people to get back in the lines, get back and stop drawing outside the lines. You belong right here. This is your purpose. And thankfully, with 36 years experience, which means I'm almost 60 years old. But nevertheless, I'm thankful for all that, and love to my wife and to my two children, my youngest child who's of special needs, who is another sort of inspiration that's come to life, that he taught me a lot of things that someone as a lifetime athlete thought I was invincible. He taught me some more than that. So with that, thank you all. Best to you.
Inspiration, no doubt. More to come. We got another senior business manager at L&T Technology Services with 21 years of experience in fields of engineering, industrial automation, cybersecurity, and digital transformation. He's a business coach, mentor, sales leader, and consultant. Put your hands together to Shaji Muhyiddin. Congratulations. Congratulations, Shaji. Our next award excellent winner is crossed the doorstep of entrepreneurship by co-founding TrueMind Capital in 2014 and hasn't looked back since. An engineer from IIT, and he has a passion for investments, led him to a career in finance with over 18 years of experience. Let's put our hands together for Sumit Duseja.
Hello everyone. Thank you, Rachel, for the introduction. And thanks CXO 2 for this recognition and award. I believe if your why is strong enough, you'll figure out the how. We started TrueMind Capital way back in 2014 to bring empathy in the wealth management industry, which was dominated by commission-based selling. Or rather, I would say mis-selling. We, instead of focusing on fat commissions, we focused on what is right for our clients. We decided to work only on fee-based advisory model, which we receive directly from our clients in a transparent way that ensured there is no conflict of interest, and we are thinking what we believe is best for our clients. The journey has been hard, but it has been rewarding. It's been 10 years now. We started in India with a handful of clients, but now we are servicing clients globally. I thank God, my team, I thank all my loved ones, my clients who trusted us to help us reach where we are today. Thank you, everyone.
Our next Emerging Leader in Business Award at CXO 2.0 conference is a finance manager at SLB. He's worked in the oil and gas industry for over 16 years, specializing in finance. And throughout his tenure, he's gained extensive experience managing various business lines, excelling in planning, and driving financial performance by challenging the status quo and implementing cost-saving measures. Please put your hands together for Wala Nazim. Our next CXO Conference Young Achiever Award winner is volunteering in Uganda as the first Asian volunteer of UHGF, who's launched a crowdfunding project as a young leader to provide 100 soccer balls, bringing dreams and hopes to local children and successfully achieving his goal. He's also facilitated collaboration between GICA and the Japanese government agency and a local NGO, acting as a bridge between Japan and impoverished areas of Uganda. Please put your hands together. Yutaro Shiba, congratulations.
Arigato gozaimasu. It's Japanese, thank you. So I went to Uganda for volunteering from Tokyo, and I saw so many people are suffering in poverty, but their mind is so happy. So I wanted to help them, so I did crowdfunding project to help them, and it was such a good experience. So I know you guys are rich or ready to be rich like me. So please think of themselves, them, and hopefully donate them in the future. Thank you so much.
Our next Business Leadership Excellence Award goes to a project manager of Engie, has over 13 years of experience, and she has a number of pivots across diverse functions in engineering, project development, and consultancy services. Her early years in the mining and chemicals industry gave her a strong background in leading cross-functional teams and delivering excellence in execution. Please put your hands together for Zinab Tahiri.
Thank you so much. Thanks CXO for this recognition. I'm really delighted to be amongst those inspiring leaders. So this award, it's not just a recognition for my hard work and dedication, but also and especially it's a reflection of all those who have helped me to shape my path. Working in energy sector, being a servant leader, so was and has been pivotal in my career to navigate through industry complexities and also to drive sustainable growth. And for sure, with this recognition, this reinforces my commitment to make more and more positive impacts in my journey toward energy transition. Thanks again, and looking forward to networking with all of you, collaborating, and growing further together. Thank you.
The next CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award goes to a serial entrepreneur with 20 years of experience in developing and scaling new companies and technologies. They are the CEO and co-founder of NYBL, an award-winning Middle East startup recognized by Entrepreneur magazine. I'd like to give this award to Noor El Nahas, who cannot be with us today, but someone will be joining and collecting it upon their behalf. Please put your hands together for Noor for the Excellence Award.
Hi everyone. So unfortunately Noor couldn't be here today, but I so happen to be his biggest fan. So he's a chief executive officer at Nibble. He's a great person to work with. I can testify that. If you guys have a minute, you can pull up your phones, write NYBL, and stay tuned with what we're doing. I'm in marketing, so this is literally the best opportunity for the company. But Noor is a visionary. And if he was here today, he would literally tell you that Nibble will become the largest technology company in the world, and it's your choice whether or not you want to join us on that vision. It's been a pleasure to work alongside Noor, and he definitely deserves every award he gets. He's just so empowering. So yeah, stay tuned with us. I'm sure you guys would find a lot of interesting things there. Thank you.
Wonderful. The next couple award winners were not able to be with us today, but we would like to recognize them, obviously, on YouTube, online, and they are going to get their beautiful awards to recognize themselves at a later date. But I will be calling out their name. I would like to remind you all to please have an award to stay here just till the end and join us up on stage. The first CXO Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award winner is a Chief Marketing Officer with a rich blend of expertise in brand strategy, marketing leadership, and retail operations. They are currently leading the marketing efforts for ForceGet, and she focuses on enhancing brand recognition and implementing data-driven strategies. Please put your hands together for Pelin Ashraf, who has a video to play. I'm going to continue until the award, when you guys are ready, just let me know. We'll continue because after graduating and obtaining a high diploma in financial control, our next winner of the Visionary Award is going to join the Ministry of Finance and work there for approximately 23 years. He then joined the Saudi Postal Corporation, and his journey from government work ended in 2020. And the last position he held was VP of Financial Affairs at the Saudi Post Corporation. Abdulaziz Mohammed Abdumaji is the next Visionary Award winner. Congratulations. We're now going to play that video for Pelin Ashraf.
Hello, I'm Pelin Ashraf, CMO of ForceGet Supply Chain Logistics. I'm truly honored to receive Leadership Excellence Award and to speak at CXO 2 conference. Why? This recognition reflects not just my efforts, but the incredible teamwork at ForceGet, where we are transforming global logistics with innovative, tech-driven solutions to simplify supply chain management. Over the past year, we have made significant improvements in marketing, focusing on data-driven strategies and customer-focused content. Additionally, our AI-powered tools have optimized route planning and cost management, helping us deliver efficient and competitive solutions. Thank you for this opportunity to share our journey among such inspiring leaders. Hello.
Great. Our next CXO Conference Young Achiever Award is a founder of Mad4 Consulting, and at the age of 22, he already runs 2 businesses successfully. One of the companies is called Colhud King, and he basically provides beverages, private limited, in a company that sells tea and coffee in portable carts. His name's Matt Haven PV, so congratulations for this Young Achiever Award. The next Emerging Leader in Business Award goes to a business analyst in banking, a self-driven, business-oriented, and people-centric professional with desire to promoting long-lasting relationships and collaborate with like-minded people and professionals. The award for the emerging leader in business goes to Yosef McGreeby. Congratulations. Our next CXO 2.0 Conference Young Achiever Award goes to the owner of his family's hotel chain, Manilo Hotels, which is based in Sorrento, Italy, and he expanded his global perspective into a study abroad program in Vienna, gaining experience in strategic consulting and Accenture. This award goes to Angelo Di Maio. Our next Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award goes to the CEO of Forethoughts Finance, a financial maverick with over 2 decades of experience in financial planning, wealth management, and investment banking. The award for this excellent award goes to Swati Saxena. The next is a co-founder and CEO of Risa, Sri. She has established herself as an industry leader with 16 years of experience, pioneering contributions to business growth, particularly in scientific research. This year's winner of the CXO 2.0 Conference Visionary Award is Emiliano Menina. And the last that we have to celebrate today, this morning of day 3 at the CXO 2.0 Conference Business Leadership Excellence Award, goes to a talent development manager in an area with expertise in building robust talent pipelines and overseeing the entire recruitment process from sourcing to onboarding and performance evaluation. They are adept at creating and delivering learning and development programs, training over 2,500 employees and enabling them to excel in competitive environments. Congratulations to Faraz Mugrabel. It is wonderful to get your support, and thank you to all the honorees. Your achievements remind us of why we strive for excellence every day. Let's keep that inspiration alive. Please, all winners, come on up to the stage. We have one picture to take of everybody. We'll slowly get there here. I'm wondering who's going to be missing this music when they go back home. You'll be having a hard time going to sleep without the tunes in the background. We're going to slowly get up. There's one person still that's missing that we're going to wait for, but come on up here. I had so much beautiful inspiration from each of you. I hope that you get a chance to meet everybody that you share the stage with. It's a wonderful, wonderful moment to be alive, to be recognized, and this is where you build your credibility and your trust within your community, your customers, and all the future business that you're going to achieve. There's clearly a couple people missing. We're going to keep on coming up. We'll wait for you. One of the things I absolutely loved is the amount of gratitude you gave to your families, your loved ones, and I have to give a little gratitude myself. I dragged my mom out today to join me, to see me live on stage. She's back there. Hey, Mom, say hi. So thank you for giving birth to me so I could be here at this beautiful event and be with all these fabulous individuals who really inspire the business world today, tomorrow, and the future. We'll just take this picture before we do. No. The representative for NOR, would you like to join? Yeah, okay. Now don't forget, you're going to take these pictures, you're going to post it online, you're going to let people know in your community that you were here at this event, CXO 2.0 Conference, where we're changing the game. We're leading a new era of innovation in business with leaders and empowering each other through experiences beyond of what we can do in the world tomorrow. Keep smiling. We got the paparazzi rolling as we're going live on YouTube and streaming live. We see you. We hear you. And we love, love, love that you're here to share your story and journey with us. So I hope you're having a great time connecting. Thank you again. Give them a round of applause, these wonderful people being here. And I want to let you know that we have an exclusive sneak peek of upcoming editions for 2025. So before we break for lunch, I hope you get a chance to network with everyone on stage, right? Change your business cards, optimize by connecting on LinkedIn to anyone you haven't met. Your world can be changed for tomorrow. Now we're going to take a small break for lunch. And that lunch will return in this room at 1:30 sharp so that we can continue the second half of day 3. It's exhilarating to have you here. As I said, we see you, we hear you, and we love that you're here to share your expertise with us. Thank you for sharing your gratitude, your stories, your mission, and what your purpose is on this planet at the CXO 2.0 conference in international city of Dubai, where we're all connecting globally for our businesses. Have a fabulous lunch. I'll see you at 1:30 sharp. Good afternoon. Did you guys enjoy your lunch? Are you still with me? Stay with me. We got another half of the day of great content streaming live on YouTube. So glad we had a little break. All these amazing leaders that we got to acknowledge and really recognize. It was beautiful. It's a long list, there's no doubt. There's a lot of people to recognize, so I appreciate your patience as we let everyone take their moment to shine. Listen, we're starting a little behind schedule, so we gave some people time to eat. There's plenty of people still sitting downstairs. They'll be trickling in, but I don't want to wait any longer. So it is time now to build effective staff development programs that result in exceptional business growth. Now, before I bring the next person up, actually, I'm going to bring them up, but we're going to need some support from the event organizers. Hello, hotel, will you do me a favor? We're waiting for you. We have a panel. No chairs needed? Great. Okay. Then I'm going to invite the next speaker. Mr. Navin Jaitley, the CEO of Navin Jaitley Coaching Limited. Come on up here. It's your time to give us some of your insight, some of the fabulous knowledge you have to share with this room, because there's no doubt you are an expert in what you do all the way from the UK. Thanks for coming to join us at CXO 2.0.
Lovely, thank you for having me. Before I even get started, I just want to actually take a moment to say a big thank you to everyone involved in organizing this, right? From the AV team, I mean, I've been sending them presentations late at night. They've been really accommodating to all the food we've been getting, to everything really, to the CXO organizers. So fantastic, we've got fantastic hostess. We've been loving our energy every single day. So just want to say a big thank you.
Thank you, and you're welcome. That's what I say, you're welcome. It's about taking, some accolades and then saying, and just receiving them. So thank you on behalf of everybody that's doing such hard work for this event and making it possible for you guys to really enjoy. Take it away, I can't wait to see what you got to say.
Okay, so I want to actually start with a couple of quotes. I'm a bit of a quote guy, right? And I think these really bring home the message of what I want to deliver today. So the first one is, the growth and development people is the highest calling of leadership. Raise your hand if you're a leader. If you consider yourself a leader. Who runs their own business? Keep your hand raised. Who works for a company but is a leader within that company? Okay, fantastic. So look, leadership means different things to different people. But for me, and a lot of people out there, the highest calling of leadership is to develop people. Because you could be a fantastic entrepreneur, something different. You could be a fantastic manager, something different. But a leader inspires, motivates, and grows others. And the second thing is, to win in the marketplace, you must win in the workplace. I love that quote. Because in today's world, which is very competitive, where we have to drive up profits and get business results, it's how do you do that? Your biggest resource is your people. I think for the last few days, we've been talking about that in the various conferences here, that people is your number one resource. So therefore, to win in business, you have to look after your number one resource. Which is why what I want to talk about today is, how do you do that? And you do that from developing fantastic talent development. Now, that doesn't have to just be talent development in the sense of you've got a huge company and you've got thousands of people. That definitely needs to be done. But talent development could be you've got 2 or 3 people in your team. It doesn't matter what size of business you have, the ability to develop your talent is critical to get the business results you want. And I'll be sharing some interesting stats in a little bit as well. So, I'll start with a story. A long time ago, there was a young guy, and I was speaking to him, and he was telling me about his situation. Now, this young guy was working in a business development role. And he had a lot of energy, a lot of talent, a lot of passion. He really wanted to do well for himself, for his life, for his company. But something wasn't working out. He would get into a deal, it would go a couple of steps forward, and then always go 3 steps backwards. He wasn't closing, he wasn't hitting his quota, and frankly speaking, he was getting very worried about it. He'd already been fired from 2 jobs, so he was in his 3rd company. And he went to some very swanky offices, and he went to meet the CEO of a business. His job depended on this deal. So he was in the meeting. He was sat across the CEO, very tall, older gentleman, very powerful looking guy. And the meeting started pretty well. He took on the training that he'd been given, which had told him ask lots of open questions. Was doing that, asking away. CEO nodding his head. And suddenly, the CEO asked him something. Now, just something to think about. What would you do if you didn't know the answer to a question? I'm hoping what most of you would do is say, I don't know, but I'll find out for you. But this young gentleman was so nervous and so keen to impress because he needed it, because he wasn't performing, that he did the worst thing you can possibly do. He made up the answer. And cut a long story short, but the CEO looked at him about 60 seconds later, said, thank you very much for your time. I don't think we'll be going ahead. And this young man's heart sunk. And he went off with his tail between his legs. And it had been a complete failure. The meeting had gone the worst way possible. And he wanted to quit. But he didn't quit. He actually went on and he thought, what am I going to do about this? And so he went and hired a mindset coach. And he went and hired a skills trainer in business development. And things started to change. He started getting a little bit better month by month, week by week. And actually he started going from being struggling to pretty good, to hitting target, to exceeding target, and eventually becoming the top salesperson in that company. And you can imagine what that started doing for his mental health, his self-esteem, his bank balance, for the company as well. And he went on to build a very stellar career, always in the top 1 or 2% of salespeople around. And as you look at that same young man now, 17 years later, obviously you probably worked out by now, is me. Because I wasn't this guy 17 years ago. I was struggling, I had self-doubt, I didn't believe in myself, I didn't know enough about how to sell and do business development. And as I grew in my career, as I became very good at what I did, top 1%, boat trips, all the rest of it you get in a business development career, I never forgot about my lessons. And that is, you need to work on your mindset and your skill set if you want to get far. And I realized in my journey that lots of companies weren't dealing with this. They weren't effectively building the talent of their teams. And that's why teams are struggling, people were struggling, businesses were struggling. So now, as you do, I'm more speaking on stages globally. I've written a couple of books. The book, Selling from the Inside Out, is based on my philosophy. It doesn't really matter. You can replace the word sales with anything. It's about if you want success, it starts on an inside job. I've been speaking to some various people over the last few days. Some people are involved in mental health. Some people are involved in performance. Whatever it is, it starts from the inside. And then you need to develop the skills on the outside to mirror that to get the results you want. I've written a book with Dr. John Demartini. Anybody heard of Dr. John Demartini? Co-wrote a book with him. Fantastic guy. Believe in his philosophy. He's very much on the mindset. And my company now, what we do is we work with organizations around the world. We work with some smaller businesses all the way up to multinationals. And we work with their teams and their leaders to develop the mindset and the skill set, the business development, the communication skills, and the high-performance mindset in order for them to help them to achieve their results. And guys, the reason why I think this talk is so important, why I wanted to speak about it, is this isn't a nice to have anymore. This is critical. Because you've probably been listening to talks about AI over the last few days, right? AI, how important is that? Very important. Technology, how important that? Very important. However, I believe that technology is a great leveler. We all have access to the same technology. Maybe the amount we can purchase it depends on our pockets, but we can have access to the same technology. Whereas people is a resource that's finite. And I think it's going to be increasingly finite. And I think certain skills that people need, inner game, communication, empathy, the ability to influence and persuade, that to a certain degree cannot be replaced. So this has now become a must-have rather than nice to have. And the stats back this up. So here's some stats, right? And I don't just say stats to cause shock value. I want you to really think about this, what this means. That 60% of work teams do not hit their targets. That's a lot. They're not 60% of what business is basically not hitting its target. Poor team performance on average is costing each business $15 million a year. So for some businesses that might be 150 million, for some that might be 150,000, but on average $15 million a year in just lost performance. Let's take a profession like business development. What's the role of business development? To bring in business. Yet 48% of business development professionals do not hit their target. This is a complete failure. Would you go to a lawyer who 48% of the time didn't know what they were doing? Would you go to your accountant who has a 48% chance of getting your books wrong? Yeah, this is what's happening in many teams out there. But the very interesting stat is, this isn't just about profit. This is also about people. And when people aren't performing and not getting support, guess what they do? They leave, they walk, or they're booted out. Attrition across industries is about 20%. But 66% of workers are not satisfied with the skill investment that their employers are putting into them. 2/3 of staff are thinking our employers could be doing more. And 46% say they would likely to leave if they're not invested in more. So guys, I give all these stats, but let's think about what this means. It means that because talent is not being invested in, performance is poor, in a very tough business world, people aren't hitting their targets. It means that people are being laid off or wanting to leave. And do you know what? This leads to a lot of other things. Because when you're not performing, when you're being laid off your jobs, it's going to affect your mental health. There's going to be a correlation with that. It's going to affect your self-esteem. So I believe that all of this, it's like a butterfly effect. If you sort out one thing, it has a knock-on effect, which is why I really, really believe in the power of talent development. And developing is a critical and urgent need. So what have I found over my own career and running my business for the last few years and working with lots of different companies? Is there are, well, first of all, some companies do not invest in their talent at all. But then a lot do, especially some of the larger companies. But maybe some of you have found that you've been a part of a talent development program yourself, or your company has given you one, and it's not really moved the needle. And why is that? So what I found is that most talent development programs do not combine training and coaching, and I'm going to talk about the difference between the two. The other thing is they don't take a holistic approach. It's very, very skill-based. But you need to look at the inner game and mindset as well. I'll tell you who gets this very right, the sporting world. If you look at the sporting world, the high performers work on their mindset, their skill set, and their fitness. But we seem to not want to do that in the business world. I've also found culture is very important. You've got to embed this from the highest level to the lowest level. I've used this example a couple of times this last 3 days, actually. But there's a very famous case of where JFK was at the NASA center, and he said to someone, "Hey, what do you do?" And the guy goes, "I'm helping put a man on the moon." And later he found out the guy was the cleaner. That's where culture has been totally embedded throughout the organization. You want your culture of your organization to be about people development, be about coaching and training each other in a fluid way. And companies that do that have more success. And the other thing is dedicated practice. I'm going to explain what that means in a little while. But companies that put dedicated practice into place, again in their talent development programs, it increases performance. And ultimately, it's linked to business results. And when I say business results, I don't just mean profits, I mean people. It depends what you're measuring on. Both go hand in hand. But what I found is it's the exact opposite. Most companies heavily training only focus. That's even if they have a talent development program. They're skewed to skills only. It's disconnected to culture. It's You need to do it because the boss is saying it. You need to do it because we spent this much on it. I guess it needs to be done. That's not culture. That's like telling someone you need to go to the gym. They have to want to go to the gym. And there's no ongoing dedicated practice, which I will explain more about. And that's why results don't change. That's why when companies, they say, oh, we tried a training program, nothing really happened. It wasn't done in the most effective way. Just out of quickly, who's ever been part of a training program or been in a company that's delivered a training program where you thought, that didn't really do much? Yeah? You went on 1 or 2 training sessions, you went away, nothing really changed. That's not how you do it. So a little bit more about some of the coaching stats, right? So this is about why training and coaching is important. When a static training session is done, statistics show that within 3 weeks, if nothing's been implemented, 80% of what people listen to have forgotten. To be honest, some of the things you probably learned over the last 3 days, if you don't go away and implement it, you're probably going to forget about it. It's not going to happen. It'll be somewhere at the back of your mind. But when coaching's added to it, 80% is retained. When dedicated practice is added, 80% is retained. So therefore, it's not rocket science. You need to add coaching. You need to add dedicated practice to your talent development programs. And 77% of execs reported higher performance from themselves and their team when coaching was added to this. And the stats on the right-hand side, customer retention rates increased by 5% for every 1% in customer satisfaction. Guess what, guys? If your people are motivated, if they're skilled up, if they feel good, if their mindset's firing, it's going to transpire to better performance. It's going to transpire to a better customer experience. Who's been in a hotel where the staff look miserable versus a hotel that really, really want to serve you? They come back, they're confident, they're positive. You're like, yeah, I want to talk to this person. This all comes down to if hiring, but also training and development in the right way. So I'll quickly just play a video because this is actually a client of mine, runs a very small business. But this guy, just to give you a bit of context, he did not like doing any sort of business development. He had been running a small business, all of it had come through word of mouth, and he definitely didn't have the confident, high-performing mindset he needed. And I just play this to show what can happen when coaching and training and dedicated practice is added. So if you could play the video.
So I've been working with Navin now for 5 months, and already I have achieved 65% more profit than the entire 12 months of the previous year, financial year. And the reason I decided to go with Navin was because I wanted to increase my sales skills, which he has helped massively with, and not just that, but also my mindset. Although I had quite a nice little business, it wasn't growing, and Navin really helped me push through the imaginary ceiling in my mind to the next level and open up my mind to what's possible. And 65% more profit in 5 months already than the previous 12 months is just more than I could have ever hoped for. So I'm very happy and definitely recommend Navin if you're looking to really grow your business, expand your sales knowledge and increase your mindset.
Okay, so the reason that we played that video, listen to what he was actually saying, right? We took away the mental barriers he had. How many times in your teams is there a mental barrier? We defeat ourselves. His confidence level skyrocketed. Actually, I've been working with him for over a year now. His personal life has improved. He said he's got a better relationship with his wife. That was not why he came to me. But everything has a knock-on effect. He's making more money. He's enjoying his business. His customers are loving him. Now, he's a small business owner, but the same happens when we work with bigger teams in larger corporates. This is what happens when you combine the two. And the reason I'm so passionate about it, guys, is because I've been on my own journey. Like, because I experienced it myself, I know the power of it. And it's my life mission now to help people around the world to maximize their potential, which happens through coaching and training and dedicated practice. So let's have a look at what is training and what is coaching. So, because some people mix the words up. Training is a transfer of knowledge. It's somebody has typically the answers and they're giving it to somebody else. It's hierarchical, right? I have something, I'm teaching you it. It's usually very highly structured. There's modules, there's a curriculum. And it's usually skill-based. I'm going to teach you C++. I'm going to teach you negotiation skills. Whatever it is, a skill. Very, very, very important. We need training because sometimes we don't know something. But if it's just left there, that's not really moving the needle, which is where coaching comes in. So the difference between coaching and training is coaching draws out the answers. It's collaborative. It's a two-way dialogue. It's not, I know the answers I'm telling you. It's, you know the answers, and I'm going to help you extract it. But because of that, it's going to become much more embedded and much more powerful. It's fluid. A coaching session could be, hey, I'm not getting the most out of my team. I'm trying to communicate this value proposition to the client. I always seem to get stuck. I feel like an imposter. That's not a curriculum around that. It's a fluid conversation that can move the needle. And it's holistic. It's mindset and it's skill set. And I really want to drill this message home because, again, show of hands, in your current companies, who works for a company or runs a business that regularly provides training and coaching? Okay, there's a few here. Probably about 15% of the room, which is probably indicative if the room was even larger. And then people go, oh, we haven't quite hit our results. Why is that? I mean, I'm not saying it's just because of this, but it's a big part. This was Ali. She worked as a senior vice president for a large tech company. And she came to me, well, the organization came to me for me to work with her because she wanted to get in, she had a lot of talent, a lot of potential, but she wanted to get better and she wanted to move to the next level. She wanted to get promotions and she would need her own sales results of her team to get better. When we worked with her using coaching and training, this is what happened. Achieved significant improvements in her sales performance of her team and build closer relationship with her clients and colleagues, which is more sustained success. It gave her a promotion. She's now she's another level higher. Sorry, she is now SVP. She was an SVP before. Now, I want to quickly talk about culture, because we've spoken about coaching and training. We've spoken about the need for mindset and skill set. But this is going to be nothing without culture. Now, this tool, has anybody ever heard of Robert Dilts? Okay, a couple of you. So Robert Dilts has this tool called the Dilts Logical Levels. Robert Dilts was a famous psychologist. And what he said, or what he did, he created this tool for human performance, but also he said the human satisfaction. It's a bit like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And what he said is if you look at the top levels, the purpose, the identity, those sort of levels, that's where performance and ultimately happiness comes from. But most of us operate from the lower levels. We get dictated by our environment. Boss didn't say something nice to us. Bad work colleagues. Had a bad journey to work. So the more you can get into your higher levels, the more performance will be raised. So I'll give my own example. 17 years ago, when I wasn't doing as well, I wouldn't have even thought about this, to be honest. But if you had asked me at the time, what is your purpose? You know what I would have probably said? I just want to keep my job. I want to just feel safe. That was the extent of my purpose at the time. If you'd asked me my identity, I would have said, I'm a sales guy working for XYZ company. If you'd asked me about my beliefs and values, I would have believed I'm probably average at best. I would have valued security. I would have just valued keeping my job. And my capabilities, no one had really invested in me. I hadn't invested in myself. So, of course, my actual skill level would be low. Ultimately, that would have been my behaviors on the back foot. They were tentative. They weren't abundant. And finally, my environment, it would have been hostile in my mind. And I would have been getting bosses on my back, and I would have not been doing very well. When I changed, when I started getting results, one of the biggest things was, without me realizing this all changed. So my purpose, when I remember, I wanted to become the #1 performer in my company. That's where it all started from. My Identity changes. I actually thought of myself as an entrepreneur even before I was an entrepreneur. I saw myself as a business owner within that business. That's a very different dynamic to sitting in front of Mr. CEO when you believe you're a CEO than when you think you're just a little old sales guy. That whole dynamic changed. And I believed in excellence. I valued excellence, and to this day I do. Obviously, my behaviors were much more on the front foot, much more confident, much more growth mindset. And finally, my environment changed. I started getting results. I was suddenly getting pats on the back and congratulations. So, when you're building a talent development program, this sort of thing needs to be built into there, because how many of you or how many organizations truly know their individual colleagues' purpose? Maybe they haven't even thought about it, the individuals. How much is it aligned to the company purpose? What do the people within the company think of themselves? Going back to the JFK example, everybody in NASA at that time identified themselves as somebody putting someone on the moon. Even the cleaner believed that. What's that going to do for performance? Now, I don't know what NASA done at the time. They must have done something very good. My point is, when you're building a talent development program, it's important to use tools like this so that everybody understand where they're at, where they need to get to, and it's aligned to the organization. And it's the same when you're hiring. But companies don't think about this. And again, a talent development program happens, and people don't follow it. Just think about it. If you are hiring people who want to be the best, the very best that they can be, and maximize their potential, and your company purpose is to give the best and most outstanding service to your customers, do you think there's an alignment there? Yeah. But if you don't know that about your people, and you're hiring people because they just want the highest salary or whatever it is, then whatever you put in your talent development program won't land with them. So this is why it becomes very important. What we do when we go into organizations, we embed this as well, because we believe in doing a very holistic approach. You can't just give somebody training and coaching and not align it to a higher why. Anybody heard of Simon Sinek? Simon Sinek, read his book, The Power of Why. It's a game changer. And he goes, everything in life should be linked to your why. And this is what organizations should do as well. We do it at an entrepreneurial level. Somebody starts a business, they might have a why. As soon as it gets to organization, 200-300 people, everybody forget about it. And that's why there's not that same level of power. We did this with a company called Global Data. We went in there and we developed the mindset and the skill set of their team. But what we also did, we linked it to their culture. And we aligned it. We made sure the team knew what their individual purpose and the identity they wanted to be. We understood each team member knew what behaviors they need to exhibit to achieve their purpose. And then we did the same with the company, and we made sure that they knew and they were supporting their team. So if you have a guy who wants to become the best salesperson in the company, is your talent and development program an overall program to develop them supporting that person? Or is she being left behind? And just a couple of more things. Dedicated practice. Anybody know what dedicated practice is? So I want you to think about pilots. How do they why has the airline industry got such a low crash rate? One of the reasons anyway. It's because their pilots are on simulators. They're practicing all the time. They're getting real feedback. Sports people, they do this all the time as well. A football player, or part of the world you're in, soccer player. They don't just go, let's just go on the pitch and mess around and get better at something. I mean, they do that sometimes. They dedicated practice an area of weakness they need. So what it is breaking down an area to develop. It's putting full focus in that area. And then it's receiving immediate feedback to improve it. And you keep repeating that. What do we call that? Role play. One thing that I found through all the work we've done, one of the biggest and most powerful exercises to do and build into your talent development program is some level of role play, where the person who is getting trained or coached is getting immediate feedback on a specific area they want improving in, rather than just leaving it to chance. And when we've done that, the results of someone's improved in that one area by up to 85%, because we measure everything as well. So again, I go back to the sporting world. They do all this. Why don't the business world do this? It doesn't matter how big organization you have, if you're a one-man or woman band, to all the way if you're a massive corporate multinational. Very quickly though, The number one predictor of organization success is your leaders. And do you know what the number one predictor of a leader's success is? Emotional intelligence, right? These statistics get thrown out all the time, right? What is emotional intelligence? It's your self-awareness. It's your ability to manage those emotions that you become aware of. It's then your ability to pick up on other people's emotions. And then it's the ability to communicate and influence and change those emotions for the positive. We need to build this into our leadership programs. If your leaders are your greatest resource, that has to be something that, and within that, a predictor for success is how emotionally intelligent are they. How many companies have an emotional intelligence coaching or training part of their program? So the point, guys, I've thrown a lot of stats at you here, right? But the point is, if 80% of success comes down to mindset, I'm sure that 80% of training and coaching is not in mindset. If coaching is improving performance by 80% along with training, yet hardly any companies coach, and if leaders, their main predictor of success is going to be emotional intelligence, yet if I ask most CEOs, how much of your budget is going to emotional intelligence, coaching and training, there's going to be a disconnect. And then people wonder, our training and coaching programs are not working. But actually, it's not rocket science. Because when you get that all right, you get more productive teams. You get results. But you also get more happier and harmonious teams. People don't want to leave every 5 minutes, and you don't need to get rid of them. You build a culture, which is so important. You get revenue. You hit goals, you hit targets. But also, you get a healthier business. And like I said, for me, both are important. People are important, profits are important. And I believe the best way to do that, especially as we're moving into a technological world, which is you have to do technology, there's no escape from it, is develop in your people. You have to develop in your people, and you have to develop them in a very, very strong and powerful talent development program. And I'm looking at time, but I love this Einstein quote. You can't solve a problem with the same mind that created it. So we need to change. If there's one thing I've been picking up a lot in the conversations the last few days is people recognize that need for change. And one of the missions I'm on is to make sure that organizations, however big or small, are embracing change in the way they develop talent, in the way that they train people, that they bring coaching into it, that they bring dedicated practice into it, that they focus on the mindset as well as the skill set. I hope what I've said today has resonated, even if it's just made you think about something in a different way. Like I said, we provide a lot of support to a lot of organizations out there, and I've come to this conference to connect with people. So do follow me. I'm on LinkedIn as Navin Jaitley. Or if you want to have a deeper chat, if you want to have a talk about maybe the way talent development is being done in your business, you can either email me, navinjaitleycoaching@outlook.com, or scan the QR code and book an appointment, and we can have a discussion. We can have a chat. Maybe I can give a bit of advice, and maybe we can end up working some sort of partnership together. But like I said, if you want to change your businesses with both people and profits, for me, it starts with developing talent. Hope you enjoyed that. Have we got time for any questions?
Give you one if I see a hand pop up in this room. Any questions, guys? Oh, we got one right here. Girls, thank you so much for asking and engaging.
Hi Naveen, so I am basically heading the entire business development for a bigger company than what I'm coming to represent here. Now when I have a team of about 25 people, what I have seen is that in sales there are no rules. There are some people who are amazing at networking, but they won't be so good at negotiating. But when you have such superstars in one field, how do you convert them in the other field, or how do you make them one person who can kind of see the entire department?
It's very simple. You invest in them, training and coaching. I'm telling you this, I wasn't some superstar salesman. I told you my story, right? From either a mindset or even a skill set perspective. I didn't know how to close. I didn't know how to negotiate. I didn't know what questions to ask. Through training, I became that, and through experience. So if you have people, what you're saying to me is they're very good at one thing, but they can't, maybe they're not as good at another thing, right? You just invest in them, because if that person can end up doing 3 or 4 or 5 things very well in the same realm, you don't need to keep hiring lots and lots of different people. And you're building them up as a duty of care to build people up. You're doing that and it's going to affect in your business. You're also going to get the profits. You're going to hit the targets you want. So there's no simple way around it. Invest in them. If you think they've got talent, put the investment with them.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll get in touch with you. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Great session. Can we
All
give
right.
him a round of applause?
Thank you very
Nevin?
much, guys. Thank you.
Great insight. He definitely talked about a number of things that we were just playing with this morning, right? Everything we were talking about on those panel discussions. How do we empower them? How do these people succeed? How do we really embrace them? There we go. There's the answer. Bam. Invest in some training. You know, every time I go for a coach, and I've had a couple of coaches in my life, I always look at it and I go, oh my God, that's a lot of money. But then I said, you know what? I paid for a college education, and I feel like a coach is a better investment. You know, our education system, I feel like us in here as leaders, we should combine the education room together, and maybe we could shift this education that we're getting, this whole idea of, here, learn something, memorize it, and never remember it in the next 5 years methodology that has been tested and tried. They got the research, but yet the education system's not catching up. And so all of a sudden, here we are as professionals in the working world, and we're saying, wait a second, I need more help. The school didn't teach me what I need to actually succeed, what I need to actually close deals. And I hate to say it, we are all in sales. Every single one of us is selling ourselves every single day. And as I said before, it takes 7 seconds for someone to make a judgment. Now the question is, can you close? It may not be for revenue, but it will be for that relationship. Can you build that relationship? Can you keep it sustainability? There is no doubt this is a big conversation, but people like Navin and a number of people in this room are doing incredible things and impacting people professionally around the world to encourage the opportunity to shift and to change. Because sometimes we just say, oh, we got to find someone with the right background to fill the position, and yet, hey, you're not hitting the mark. You're not hitting the mark good enough. You got to go. We got to get someone else. As opposed to just realizing we never learn what that mark is. Where do they test it? You know, sales is the easiest job to get. The easiest job to get if you're looking for employment. You want a sales job? Everyone needs a salesperson. Every company needs it. Somebody to talk to people, to bring in revenue, to pay the salaries. But yet, it's the biggest problem. Most people have no clue anything about negotiation, networking, communication. I can't tell. So many times I talk to people. This is a passion area for me, so you hear me go off a little bit while we wait for the table. I can't tell you how many times I walk into a conversation and somebody tries to sell me something, and they're just like, I got this product, and I got this, and it's amazing, and it's going to help you with these ways, and you're going to love it. And I'm like, did you even ask me one question? Did you ask me if I care? If I care about anything you're selling? Do you ask me if I need anything? Did you find out, or did you discover what pain I'm having to actually talk to me specifically about me? And it's not. We really have to shift that dynamic because there's so much of it that's going, hey, here, buy this. Hey, buy this. Hey, buy this, you know? And we see there's a transformation happening from a brand perspective to the social media impact of technology. Brands are now depending on the people's experience to share and market. That word of mouth marketing is powerful. That's how people are really thriving. All right, enough of me and my rambles. I'm going to keep this going. We have some great conversations coming up next. And I think Navin's speaking opportunity about leadership and the opportunity to grow is brought us to the next conversation where we need to go, which is about feel the lead, integrating emotional intelligence into 2025's leadership practices and how self-awareness, empathy, and relationship management are becoming the cornerstones of effective leadership success. You could be a leader, but you could be a leader with no staff that sticks around. So what kind of leader are you? Without these emotional intelligence combinations, who are you going to lead? Just somebody else that you'll see for a minute? So let's explore this further, and welcome to the stage our moderator, Obi Abuchi, CEO of Core Leaders International. Whoop, whoop. Getting you up on stage again. Amazing. The king of emotional intelligence leadership. Love to have you up here. I'm going to invite you and your panelists to come and join us. Betty Gervasini, the founder and CEO, HR Forte Systems. Brian Montpetit, the Chief Growth Officer and Partner at 360 Smart Lingo. And Emily Meadimi, the independent consultant. You're going to correct me when you get up here because, you know, I'm doing my best, but 3 days of reading, my eyes are going cockeyed. So give me a little bit of gratitude. Come on, sit down, join the party, and let's talk about the good stuff. What do you say, Obi? Bring it on. Take it away with emotional intelligence.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Talk about a great setup from Navin there, right? Just on the significance of emotional intelligence. My name is Obi Abuchi, as Rachel said, so I run Core Leaders International, and we are on a mission to raise the standard of leadership globally just by helping leaders integrate 4 core areas: personal, relational, professional, and spiritual, so that they can thrive in all seasons. So I've got a wonderful panel here and looking forward to our conversation. Should we just quickly introduce ourselves and then?
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Betty. I'm from Malaysia, but live in Italy now. So it's good to share our experience and also not just IQ, but EQ as a leader.
Hi, my name is Emily Miedema. I'm from Toronto, Canada. I'm a CFO by trade. I have spent years helping organizations drive growth, navigate complexities, and really achieve their strategic goals.
Hi everyone, Brian Montpetit, Chief Growth Officer at 360 Smart Lingo. I've been managing sales and marketing for years, and I'm really excited to talk about the EQ aspect of the management because it's something really critical, and what I've seen made a real big difference in terms of the performance of teams. So, thank you very much.
Cool. Well, let's go straight into it, because as we said, Navin set us up nicely by saying that EQ is one of the, if not the top indicator of success. So, where in your journey did you first realize the significance, your leadership journey in particular, did you first realize the significance of EQ? Do you want to start?
Sure, yeah, I'll definitely hop in. Ironically, it was when I was not a leader. Obviously, we were talking about journey, but it was when I was first starting out, I was actually in development, and I was, doing my coding every day, doing just the random developer stuff, and I was going through something personal at the time, and my manager came over, and he just dug into me. Like, he really just gave it to me. Performance wasn't there. You're not meeting your deadlines. He just laid it right out. And that demolished me, It didn't make me want to work more. It didn't make me want to perform. I just wanted to curl up and kind of hide away. It's actually when his colleague, the manager of another department, came over and talked to him and asked him, well, do you know what's wrong? Like, why he's not meeting these goals, why he's not performing? And the guy's like, no. So the other manager came over to me and said, so Brian, what's going on? You're not normally like this. What's happening? I opened up, I explained what was going on. The guy says, you know what? You need about a week. Just take it easy. Go off for a week and we'll see how you do when you come back. And that was it. That was the clue. I was like, if I'm ever a manager of people, I want to do that. I want to be clued into how they feel.
Wow, so good. Often in organizations, we talk about wanting to win hearts and minds. That's not how to do it, but I love the fact that you internalize that lesson. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Should we go with you, Emily?
So for me, it was a little bit different, but it was like you. It was before I actually became a CFO. I was a financial leader. And so as a finance person, you're all about problem solving and precision and knowing your numbers. And I worked for an organization. I could tell you every single number on every single financial statement of where it came from. But when I changed organizations and I joined another company that was in the middle of being acquired by a very large global company from Japan, and then once they were acquired, we were then set to make other acquisitions within the travel industry in Toronto. And these organizations that we were acquiring, these are like mom and pop shops. So they've been around for 30 or 40 years, and some of the staff had been working there for that many years. And so when you're talking about restructuring and acquisitions, there's a lot of emotions that come up. And so that for me was kind of the aha moment, that you really have to like be actively listening, have a lot of transparent communication with them, and really give them a place of psychological safety.
No offense to CFOs, but usually CFO and EQ tends not to be, right? I mean, they're usually focused on the numbers. And so I think it's absolutely impressive that for you as a CFO now, really tuning into what matters to the people as well.
Those hard skills versus soft skills, right? They're not usually,
Bro, Betty.
Well, it started when I was working in Vietnam, running my own company in a foreign land. I don't know where I got the courage. I don't know the language, just landed there, work under people for 9 months before I started my own business. And of course, you as a foreigner, I was doing my corporate services, to foreign investors who come and invest in Vietnam. There were a lot of problems, issues, gaps, authorities matters. It's like the issues just hit you from every corners, right? And as the startup entrepreneurs, even your receptionist trying to tell you, Miss Betty, there's no toilet paper. It's not in my mind now to handle this, right? So it's so easy to actually blow up and just give out. So, and I realized that, at that time that I need to keep calm, because if I blow up or I start pointing fingers, nothing is going to work. So I use constructive discussion with my teams. That I was also struggling with the language at the time, because I was doing like 30 minutes, 45 minutes every night to understand, to learn the local language, right? Speaking to myself in that tape. I mean, Brian will understand me in that smart lingo process. So trying to tune up my tone, my intonations, and all of that, with the stress coming, I think EQ plays a very big part for me to go where I went. So, I was in Vietnam for 13 years. I started the business like with 4 people in a small office. I was living upstairs and the office downstairs, okay? In December 2020, my business was acquired by a big multinational company. I'm now a group partner, okay? I have 56 staff and 2 offices, okay? And I'm the only foreigners. So I think from where I was, hitting me even with the toilet paper, to where, to where I got to me, EQ plays a very, very important role. And until today, my staff just stay with me. God bless.
That's fantastic, incredible. The bit that struck me was the toilet paper moment, right? For a number of reasons, because you talked about the fact that, there's a lot of pressure. I mean, any leader here ever had a tough day? Feel the pressure, right? As leaders, we feel incredible amount of pressure. And you said there that just this temptation to explode, and without the EQ, then you don't, or you experience what Brian was talking about earlier. So cool. So I'll share. For me, it's actually similar to Brian's, but I was observing rather than experiencing. So I started my career as an engineer, trained systems engineer, hated it, and so moved into leadership development. However, my first experience working with a very senior leader in business, super intelligent individual, managing director of our sister company, but he had this reputation for shouting people down. He'd do what that manager did to you, but he wouldn't do it in private. So he wouldn't call you into his office and say, hey, Brian, can I have a word? I'm really upset.
It would be,
so it would be in front of everybody. And I'm observing this and I think, whoa. I mean, that just looks intense. And then, because I worked with him for 6 months, that fear crept into the boardroom. people afraid to challenge. It was all over the organization. I just thought, Obi, when you become a leader someday, you've got to lead from a different place. And you've got to really tune into what matters to you and somehow, as a leader, figure out how do you manage the emotion and tune into the emotion of others and self-regulate, but also just manage that stakeholder dynamic. So that was where I first thought this is really critical. Let's dive in to some questions here. So, Emily, I'm curious. We now live in a world where it's a hybrid world, especially since COVID. So people are working in hybrid work environments. How can leaders use EQ in this hybrid environment just to foster both team cohesion and high levels of engagement, some of which Navin talked about earlier on? So.
Well, it really comes down to, and I think somebody in the audience actually said this yesterday, something about a workday Wednesday, and exactly. Tish. It's about keeping that connection with the team. When I was in the travel industry, as I mentioned, and when I lost my job when COVID hit, the next job I had was a fully remote job. So I went from being in the office and traveling around the world and meeting with everybody now to a company that was completely remote, and that was not because of COVID, but they were just a remote company. And so they were used to working like that, and this was like new for me to have to get to meet people online and actually manage a team that way. And so similarly to what you said, it's really just keeping that communication open, showing them empathy, actively listening, and making them feel like they're a valued part of the team. It's really the difference between managing a team and inspiring a team is really what EQ comes down to.
So keeping the communication open,
Absolutely.
Making people feel valued. Brilliant. Brian, Betty, anything you want to add on that?
No, I think that was well said.
I think Emily said it all.
All right, well, let's go to, again, we're here in Dubai and Dubai, multicultural, we've heard about cultural intelligence. So, Betty, you moved to a country, had no clue about the language, about the culture. Talk about the intersectionality between emotional intelligence and cultural intelligence and the importance of that overlap.
Yeah. So as I shared just now, I was the only foreigner in a company, and also Vietnam is Vietnamese and English is not their first language, so they have to adapt to me in speaking English when we are conducting meetings. So for me, this blending and balancing of EQ with culture, diversity, it's very, very important. And that's why, as I said, as I shared just now, I took that effort to learn the language every night, 30 to 45 minutes, right? Talking to myself in the mirror, trying to have a conversation with myself in a different language, right? Going to the market. So in about 6 to 8 months, I actually could speak Vietnamese. And within a year, I learned how to read and also write, of course, without the intonation. With that effort and with that calm mindset, with the mindset that I need to integrate, I need to have a constructive discussion or a constructive relationship with my team, to foster that positive environment. I think that is important. And at the end of the day, after a year, so that I have to admit, not within the first year, after a year, we were conducting meetings in Vietnamese. And I could see the difference in my team, how much they contribute in the meeting. I'm sure most of the, some people here, maybe in this room, you resonate me that maybe you are the expats in the company. Okay. And you have local staff, right? Whom maybe their first language is not English. But because you are the meeting and you are in the meeting and you are the leader, you want your staff to be speaking your language, right? And they will be listening more than talking. And you will be doing the talking. But is that the direction that you want?
So when I conducted, when my weekly meetings or monthly meetings were conducted in Vietnamese, I could feel I was talking less. My team was talking more. They were giving me more constructive solutions. And I was like, wow, actually they know something. They do know things more than I do. You know, I should have done this earlier. So, and I never looked back. From there, I never looked back. All the meetings were conducted in local languages, and also it briefs up, you know, it let me practice listening, increase my vocabulary as well. I know language learning is not an everybody's skill, but, you know, I think putting an effort, and the local team knows that you're putting an effort to be part of them. They will also make an effort to be supportive, to be helping you. And that's why I say, you know, like what Navin said correctly, right? If you know, have like coaching and you know, I think nowadays EQ leadership is not just about, you know, a soft skill, but I think it's a must-have to have that positive, constructive working environment.
Brilliant. Love that. And what I'm hearing you say isn't just that we've got to go on to Duolingo after this and pick up a new language, but what I'm hearing you say is, the way I read it, is the importance of really understanding the world of your people, and a big part of that is understanding the language. How do they see things, and therefore what might they be feeling, and that then allows you to really connect with them and bring out the best in them as well.
Yes, like what Emily shared just now, like, you know, connecting with the people. I think that's important because not just about language. Like, for me, when I was in Vietnam, the local team, they like karaoke. Not to say that I like to sing or my singing is good, you know, but I go with them, you know, like.
The karaoke.
You're a team, you enjoy it yourself, and you enjoy it together with them. And they feel that my boss is, you know, putting herself at my level, and you know, they feel you. So that is where you get their support. That's where you get their trust. And when you have that, it's priceless. They won't go anywhere. Another company may offer them 25% more. That's staff retention.
Wow, that's cool. Brian, you want to add something to this?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think, yes, you're right on, spot on, I love it. One of the things I think we have to be cognizant of is the fact that there are a lot of different cultures, of course, and the way they manage or they respond to management is very different. So they may not raise their voice, they may not ask questions, they may just shut their mouth and you'll never know how they feel. So we have to figure out ways to kind of go beyond the cultural barriers and figure out, you know, what are the questions I can ask them to actually pull out what's going on, because they may not want to actually divulge it. It might reflect weakness, you know, disobedience, what have you. So you really have to work at the communication aspect to get, you know, into what they're feeling.
Yeah, that's so good, and so that really speaks to this cultural intelligence, because if we're saying that it's about being aware of our emotions, being aware of the others, what if you don't know how to read that culture? And so, brilliant. Brian, let's stick with you for a minute, and let's talk about sales, right? We had some of this earlier on, and there'll be people here saying, forget this, I've got targets to hit, right? So I don't have time for EQ. Is that a good mindset, or do you want to challenge that? What would you say about that?
I would say that EQ is definitely a big part of sales, right? I'm thinking back to all my managers now, and like if they're seeing this, I'm going to get emails after. Yeah, so EQ is super critical to understanding the buying process as well. I mean, people, they buy emotionally, so you have to channel into what's going on if they, again, are up against people above them. You know, they're not allowed to make the purchase, they're not allowed to divulge certain information. These are things that if you have the, well, cultural understanding, if you have the ability to ask questions in a proper way, I think Nevin was talking about the way you communicate and ask questions, you know, this is key to pulling out information, key information for sales. Now, with respect to the objectives and meeting those, yeah, I mean, it's always a toss-up if you're going to make the objectives, right? They're always set with the financial goals or the end means in mind. But, you know, again, if you're managing salespeople, understanding how they work and coaching them in terms of how to understand people they're dealing with is going to take you a long way.
Fantastic. Emily, do you want to?
I was just going to say that it's interesting from a sales perspective because, like you were saying, I come from a finance perspective, and in the finance world, unlike the sales world, it's just all about the numbers. It's all about the facts, and it's all about meeting deadlines. And it can be seen in the finance world, EQ is a soft skill, and there's the idea that maybe it's overly accommodating, when in fact it's actually a strength. And it helps you as a leader make those tough decisions.
Yeah. Well, even in conflict, right? When you're talking finance, often there's some things that are not overly pleasant to discuss. That's going to help you out.
Yeah.
Emily, what you said there is speaking to some of the myths within the EI space around that we should debunk. So this idea that EI is seen as a soft skill. So let's talk about this. What are some myths that we want to debunk? And I'll kick off with one. And just to set this up, so my wife and business partner is here, so shout out to Paige, who's been a real rock in my life. We've been married for 22 years now. When we were dating, she said to me once, I remember this vividly because we were in McDonald's, and then she said to me, you know, you don't have to be Superman. And it really hit me because what she was speaking to was, I had this persona that, yeah, I've got it all figured out and I'm not going to be vulnerable. And since then, I feel like I've grown it in that big time. But one of the myths that I've seen, especially in the world of EQ, is for a lot of men in particular that would say, emotional intelligence, that's not for us, right? I'm the boss, right? But so that's a myth that I want to bust, that emotional intelligence, if we think of some of the stories, right? Think of what we said earlier on, that just winning the hearts and minds of people. For me, the great leaders, male, female, are the ones who know how to be vulnerable, who know how to be honest, who know how to say, hey, it's been tough, or this is hard. I don't know how many of you remember the CEO of Airbnb during COVID wrote this incredible letter to the staff. It was an open letter, and I thought, what an incredible demonstration of emotional intelligence. And so emotional intelligence is for all of us, not just for the women in the world. So that's a myth I want to debunk. Any others?
I think a lot of people, or many people, they think EQ is being nice. It's like, you're nice, I don't want, like, avoiding confrontation. That's probably, the common myth about EQ. It's like, sure. You can control your emotions so you don't get angry and we avoid confrontation. And I believe EQ is not about avoiding confrontation. It's about facing the issue constructively and having to come to a solution that you can reach amicably between parties. It's not about avoiding. And it's also not about being nice. So, because again, we could talk about EQ balancing with rational. Sometimes you need to make tough decisions or rational decisions.
That's cool. Yeah.
But, EQ doesn't mean you need to make nice decisions. It's like, okay, we're going to do this, no worry, everything's going to be okay. So not everything is going to be okay. Sometimes you need to make tough decisions that may involve people feeling vulnerable or upset or unhappy about. But then EQ plays a big part in making sure that, that person who is in concern, it's, settling in with that situation calmly or smoothly. I wouldn't say perfectly because, so I would say the myth to debunk here is EQ is not about nice. Sure. It's not about avoiding confrontation.
Yeah. So we can still make tough decisions and be emotionally in tune with ourselves and others. Brilliant. Emily.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that, going on about you're being too nice, you're being overly accommodating. But the other side of that is that when you bring that into the workplace, it's a benefit because, for example, I had a staff member, family member, or one of her family members had passed away. But it was month end, I think it was year end actually, an audit time. But at the end of the day, letting her get through that and grieve and pushing back the board and the reporting, actually when she came back, it's appreciated and they're willing to do that because they feel valued and they feel that you take their, the challenges that they have in their personal life seriously. And I know for myself personally, in my younger career, so fast fact, my oldest daughter has Asperger's, and when she was, just before she was diagnosed, she would have autistic outbursts at school, and sometimes I had to leave the office 3 out of 5 days. And I learned from that boss, the CEO at that time, he just looks at me and he says, family first, that's it.
So good.
Never felt guilty about leaving, and I took that, and I always tell that when I start a new job and when I have a new team, I always say that to them. I'm like, I don't need to hear about it. It's family first, just go.
Amazing. Thank you. Who wants to work for someone like Emily? Yeah, right, absolutely. All right, Brian.
Yeah, I think the myth that I want to address is that people who are emotionally intelligent don't manage effectively. It's often seen that they're a risk in terms of getting things done, being able to get things done, and I think, like you were saying, Betty, it doesn't mean you can't be assertive or have those tough discussions, but I know that there are corporations that see them as potentially weak when you're talking about leadership. So that's something that's just one of those myths that you can just put aside.
Yeah. Brilliant. Thank you for that. Let's end with this final question that we'll all answer, and then we'll open up to questions from the audience. What's one key takeaway that we can throw out to the leaders here to strengthen their EQ in 2025 and beyond?
I can jump in.
Go for it.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest takeaways, self-awareness. Work on self-awareness, process what you're feeling, understand where it's coming from. If you can identify that, I think you're halfway down the road to being able to effectively manage and communicate your emotions.
Bro. So self-awareness?
And onto that, I would say that emotional intelligence is a skill. It's not a trait, which means that it can be learned and it can be practiced, and you can get better at it.
Can be coached by Nevin.
Yeah. Did he pay you to say that? No. Hey, we're all just abundance here. Go for it.
I'm a good salesperson for you, Nevin.
Yeah.
When is my next interview? And I think for me, I would like to add to what Brian and Emily says about, I think self-awareness, it's important. Social and also leading with empathy. I would say, I think, as I said, EQ is not just a good to have skill. I think it's a must to have skill now with the globalization, with technology, with AI, with people working remotely. It's not an option anymore for us to say that, okay, I'm just going to lead by giving you instructions and I expect you to perform. I think that, upcoming future, in our coming near future with robots, with AI, with technology, with globalization, with people working remotely, I think it is so important to have an EQ because you have your team that is not working at 9 to 5. The traditional work environment is no longer there. So the leader itself that has EQ, you embrace EQ and you can cultivate that positive working environment. And as I said, that is staff retention. You save a lot of money on recruitment.
So good. So good. For me, my key takeaway, I write about this in my book, Leading from Your Core. As we go into 2025, we're going to continue to face pressure, inevitably. And one of the things that I say is when life squeezes you and the pressure is on, what you're like on the inside will come out. And so develop that strong inner core. Be clear about your values, the optimistic mindset, just rewarding habits that bring out the best of your energy and focus on those empowering beliefs. So that would be my key takeaway, just strengthen that inner core.
What was the title of that book again?
Leading from Your Core. Thank you, Brian. All right, so Rachel, we are happy to open it up to some questions. We've had some fun here, so let's see if there are any questions from
I'm
the
sure
audience.
there is.
Quite a
Oh
few.
my
Okay.
God, the hands go up. Look at the second half of day 3. I love it. We'll start with you, darling.
Yes, ma'am. This question is for Brian. You mentioned that example of the gentleman who chewed you up and spit you out, and the other gentleman who came in and you took a week off. When you came back, was there an apology? Was there any improvement in that person's leadership style?
Actually, a great question. There was no adjustment in the leadership style that he had with his own team. I was actually moved teams. They changed my team to the other manager, and I ended up working for him until I left that company. But yeah, to my knowledge, no, there was no adjustment on their side. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Hi there, guys. This is great. I love this topic, and I love all your perspectives. I think emotional intelligence comes from our own emotional mastery. So it's a bit what you said it, Navin, as well. Like you're from self-awareness. You then understand your reactions to things, and then you understand where the emotions are in your own body, and then you're able to understand what's yours and what's the other person's that you're in. And I think that encompasses all that skill set of emotional intelligence. What I find more and more with people that I come across, and it's only, I think, going to get more and more like a thing in the workplace and beyond it, is the people that are sticking in their head. So emotions to me happen in the body, and then I see pinballs of people sticking in their head, saying they're frustrated, annoyed, down, rather than I'm anxious, I'm angry, I'm sad, right, which appear in the body. And they're still feeling the emotions, they just cut it off, right, and they just stick in their head. And I think even with the onslaught of more and more technology and AI, I think I can see that you having a mental health crisis in that area. I just want to get your perspectives on how we, as emotionally intelligent leaders, can help with that, because I think it's going to become more and more and more prevalent in our workplaces.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah. So definitely, I think that, as you were saying, the feelings that people have, they'll end up manifesting in different ways. As a manager, though, I mean, with my teams, I'm meeting with them often. I know them well enough that as soon as something is off, I know, and I ask the questions. With every member of my team, I know when something's not right. So that, I would say, just invest the time into meeting with your team regularly, each and every person, having conversations that are not just work-related. Expand that topic into personal lives, how you doing, what you do on the weekend, what's going on. And you'll see, for example, if at one point they start shutting down or not communicating, there's something going on.
The other thing I'll just add to that is just to encourage time for silence and solitude. And we think of mindfulness, and that's so important for people to just get in touch with what really matters, my why. All of that helps them to tune into, away from all of the noise out in the world, the noise in their head, to what's really going on deep within. I think that.
I will also add that when my team becomes agitated, right, that they were supposed to tell me the problems, and they were supposed to elaborate, but because they were agitated, things get blocked here. So what I did was I say, go out, take a cup of coffee or ice cream, whatever you want, take a deep breath, breathe in, breathe out, okay? And when they are calm, come back inside, and then you tell me about it. I think that, honestly, for me, it works very well, because they were like, okay, now I have to go out. Okay, yes, do your things. Right? Instead of screaming at them, and they even get, this is blocked, and you don't get anything from them. This is my own experience, leading, 50 over staff, me as a sole foreigner in the company. Yes?
Yeah, I keep thinking we're missing something with emotional intelligence and leadership. In my opinion, emotional intelligence is about reading the room. So sometimes we need a pep talk. Sometimes people need a kick. Sometimes people need a hug. And being able to discern that and to walk that line, whether it's an individual or whether it's an entire group, I think is a part of emotional intelligence. And now it's becoming complicated if it's like 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 people in a room. And I would like someone to speak to how to read the room and how to act appropriately with emotional intelligence, because sometimes that means being strong and sometimes that means being comforting, but it seems like all we're talking about is comfort.
So it's interesting just hearing that, because I think that's one of the things that we addressed, though, that it's not about being nice and it's not about the comfort, it's absolutely about the difficult and the challenging conversations as well. Part of, in my experience, a big part of reading the room, I said this earlier on, we talk about wanting to win hearts and minds. I want to get people fired up. You got to be in tune with your own heart and mind as well as an individual. That's a big part of what helps you to read the room. There's so much going on. There's so many different stimuli that you are drawing on. What's the level of silence? Is that quiet because people are tuning in and they're engaged, or is that because they're disengaged and actually they're not here? So many different cues that we are having to pick up. Anything else?
No, I was just going to say, I think you can ask the questions as well. Be open with it. You know, is everything going on? You know, what's happening? There was one experience where I took over a management of professional services just after an acquisition. It was horrible. Everybody was mad. We called a huge meeting for our clients. I was put on stage to speak to them, which wasn't a great position, but at the same time, they all had bowls of candy on their table. I said, okay, I understand we're frustrated. Yes, are we frustrated? Let's get just face it, openly admit it. And yes, there was a lot of frustration in the room. They all pulled up the candy, like, I'm your target, let's go. I was pelted with about 50 million candies coming from the audience, but the fact was they addressed it, they admitted it, and we ended up being able to have a discussion thereafter. So that was just a kind of a quirky way of dealing with it.
I think as a corporate leaders these days, when you are a startup or you are a multinational company going region, startup, you have a lot of controls because you're the boss, nobody pour money in, with your money, you do whatever you want. But as you grow, the VC start pouring money. You have Series A funds, okay? You're no longer driving the business because it's the people that puts the money in that drives the business for you. So then you have that target that you have to achieve, but at the same time, to achieve that target, you need to run the business and you need that EQ. I think the challenge here for many business leaders out here is to balance that emotion with objectivity. Right? We still need, like what Gary said, we still need to make that decisions because we have target to report to the investors. We have balance sheet and P&L, to report to the board of management. Okay, but we also have a bunch of team on the ground that is running the show to churn out that numbers. Right? So if you are the leaders leading this. Without EQ, this team who are going to resign, nobody is going to churn out that numbers because you are making the decision, but you're not the hand and the legs. This is what I say, the balancing of that EQ with objectivity is very important. In my experience as a leader now that, a client, we have 14 offices in Asia, and we have like more than 1,008 employees in-house, right? Okay. It's not easy that every day I have to deal with either Vietnamese, Malaysian, Singaporean, Europeans, like different nationalities, and every person has different personalities, different, objectives, right? But the company only has one objective: where are my numbers? So to get that, so I agree with Gary. Sometimes you got to kick butt. Okay, I don't want to use ASS. Right? We have to KA, right? So in this case, right, okay, yes, I need to kick somebody's butt sometimes, but I use my EQ to do that because I can start screaming and shouting, I may not get the result I want. But if I use in a way that, like asking more questions and get them to answer. So the solution comes from them, not from me, not from my instructing them what to do. And I feel that always works, and it also works with my kids.
Super, thank you so much. Just to follow on from the last statement about this with your kids, Betty, I was going to ask a question. The ladies on stage, sometimes Q can feel draining, and just wanted to hear about how you get your needs met. Because as a leader, you're feeling the room and you're asking the questions, making sure everyone's balanced and happy and content. Who does that for you? So how do you get your needs met? How do you keep your emotional intelligence for yourselves? And how do you not feel so drained that you're still able to go home and be emotionally intelligent with the people who matter the most?
I can answer that one now because I actually had the additional challenge of when I got home that one of my daughters is autistic, and Asperger's, if you know anything about them, when they get stuck on a they need your attention right now, and they need to tell you in depth everything about whatever the subject is, whether it's dinosaurs or the solar galaxy, whatever it is. So at the end of the, like you said, at the end of the day, some days you are just drained, and this is not what you need. For myself, I chose a partner that likes to go to the spa with me, so that's how I take care of myself. But honestly, yeah, it's about balance, and it's about taking care of yourself, putting yourself first.
As for me, I have a lot to take on because I used to have all these extra helps and hands when I was in Asia, like the nannies, the doctor, you name it. Okay. Then the moment I moved to Europe, all this is just, it's like they disappear. Where are you guys, right? Okay, so you ended up.
Don't scare anyone that might be thinking about moving to Europe.
Perfect, Europe is perfect. So at the end of the day, you play so many hats as a woman, business woman, right? The mom's hat, the wife's hat, the driver hat, the chef hat, right? The laundry hat, okay? Name it, right? All the different hats. So at the end of the day, you know, I use Pilates to relax myself and my muscle because Pilates helps me with breathing. You know, breathe in and breathe out, okay? And I think that breathing exercise, honestly, you know, this is from my personal experience. I used to have very tight shoulders, right? I'm sure everybody, you know, resonate me that, right? And you think like, yeah, I'm feeling, you know, pain everywhere in my body. That is probably the stress, the drainage from, you know, like everybody's trying to pull a part of you. And at the end of the day, at 11:30 p.m., you'll be like, you know, now everybody gone to sleep, you know, now I'm like a piece of meat. Not sure how cooked it is. So I use Pilates to really relax myself down, you know, to stretch my muscles, to stretch myself with the breathing exercise, you know. Honestly, Pilates is not just for women, but it's also for men. For those, if you have tight muscles, recommend you to try it out.
Exercise is the way to go. Please give our panelists a great round of applause. Beautiful conversation. I got to apologize for anyone in the audience has lots of questions. This is a very soft spot that everyone wants to talk about. I'm going to let Marco just give me one comment. I promised him.
Thank you. I'm really encouraged that you created that intersectionality between intercultural agility and emotional intelligence. I can tell you from experience, 25 years of developing leaders around the world, I cannot develop intercultural agility with leaders if they don't have a baseline of emotional intelligence. So it's super important.
Thank you so much for that. Thanks again. We're going to have the photographers take a picture. Make sure you got a picture of this fabulous panelist, Obi, Brian, Betty, Emily. Really great subject. There's no doubt everyone in this room, it resonates with them. God, I was thinking about so many different experiences I had in the workplace, you know, where your boss is just not emotionally intelligent. What do? You get up and go. Find someone that is, get someone to align with your values, no doubt. Let's take a great group shot here. As I mentioned before, and I'll say it again until this event is over, take that picture, hashtag CXO 2.0 conf. We want your conversation to be heard, and anyone who didn't get a chance to talk, please do take a picture and chat online, LinkedIn, Instagram, you name it. There's 9 million of them. We're there everywhere at CXO 2.0, happening in Dubai, Vegas, and next we're going to Riyadh. Thank you, everyone. Great panel discussion. So who in the room feels like their leadership toolkit was just expanded? Yeah, right? Got a little tips, tricks, up your sleeve now. This emotional intelligence might just be the game changer we're all needing. And there's no doubt with this transformation of rapid technology and the disconnect that's happening with the younger generation, this is more important than ever before. And we're going to see it because the mental stability of humans on this planet are being affected. So let's go right into our next panel. It's as 2025 barrels towards us. One question looms very large. Are you in the driving seat or are just holding on for dear life? Which one is it? Driving? You're in the front seat? What do you think? Are you holding on as it's flying past very fast? So in our panel discussion next, we're talking about leadership in 2025. Will you be the drive change or you be driven by it is the question. And we're shifting gears to tackle what really takes to lead in a world that refuses to stand still. From the tech disruptors to market curveballs, our panelists are getting ready to unpack the skills, smarts, and swagger needed to steer the future instead of being steamrolled by it. So buckle up, guys. This is Leadership Redefined. So put your hands together for our moderator and panelist, engineer Mahmoud Mazoub. Come on up, Mola, managing director and co-founder, Star Pro. Nice to have you up here. Obi, I'm going to bring you back up. You're so good. We want you again. Abuchi, CEO, Core Leaders International. Shavonia Corbin Johnson, Vice President, Harris Blitzer Sports Entertainment. And Bahir Omar, come on up, CEO and founder, Virtual Wall Company. This is a conversation I look forward to hearing. It's one of the last few on day 3 of a fun-filled, information-packed event. So you guys just test your mic. Want to make sure everyone has everything they need.
1, 2.
Test this. All right, you're live.
Test.
I'll be back in less than 30 minutes to engage in some questions. Okay? Take it away.
All right, good afternoon. Again.
Good afternoon.
All right, great to be here. So we're focusing on driving change in 2025 or being driven by it. So my name is Obi Abuchi. I run Core Leaders International, and we're on a mission to transform leadership globally, raising the standard of leadership by getting leaders to focus on 4 core areas: personal, relational, professional, and spiritual. So I'm going to introduce the rest of the panel, and then we'll dive into our first question.
Ladies first.
Okay. Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Shivanya Corbin Johnson. I currently serve as the Vice President for Civic Affairs for Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment. It's one of the, I would say, top 3 leading sports agencies in the United States. They own teams like the Philadelphia 76ers, Washington Commanders, Crystal Palace, the premier UK soccer league. I know some of you in here are from the UK. But prior to that, I spent about 10 years in political work, serving on Capitol Hill for a U.S. Senator. I worked as the Deputy Chief of Staff for President Obama for about 3 years. Also ran for Congress and was one of the leading political figures in the state of Pennsylvania. What we're here for today is my side businesses. I do work in cross-cultural communication, so I was really excited to hear about the EI work that you all are doing on the previous panel. And then I also have a time management and productivity coaching business as well.
So you're involved in a few things.
There's a few things, you know, I'm here and there. I dabble.
Cool. Mahmoud?
Hello? Yeah. My name is Mahmoud Mullah. I'm a mechanical engineer, MBA certified, also PMP certified. I'm working as Operation Director in Millennium Group, also the co-founder of Star Pro Construction. I have more than 17 years experience in construction, facility management, and operation as well. So I'm excited to be part of this panel discussion.
Fantastic.
My name is Bahir Omar. I'm a CEO and founder of a Virtual Company. It's an experiential company where we focus on creating experiences for different brands, activations, exhibitions with mind-blowing content. Basically, we're very specialized in experience centers, museums, activations for exhibitions. Prior to that, I spent more than 20 years working with multinational leadership roles across the whole Middle East and Africa.
All right, let's show that we are good leaders and we learn as well. We heard earlier on, someone was talking about Simon Sinek's book, Start With Why. Let's start with why ourselves. Why is it important that we even focus on this topic? Are you going to be driven by change in 2025 or drive it? Why is it important? Siobhan, do you want to kick off with this one?
Sure thing. That's a great question. So I would say it's really important to look at the word change. For people here in this room, when you hear the word change, you probably get excited. You're like, yes, I love change. I want something new, something innovative. But there are a lot of people in this world, when they hear change, they get fearful. And so we need to also look at the dichotomy of the word change. So why is it important for us to drive it? Because change is inevitable. There can be good change and there can be bad change. There's times that we have to ourselves do be adaptable to change. For example, if there's global pandemics, if there's national fires, wars, these are times we have to be adaptable. But other times we need to take that change, we need to make it personalized and actually drive the change. We can't have the bad change in the world. We need the people in this room, the people watching who actually want to do good for humanity, to take change, make it good change, and help drive that for 2025.
I love that. Get on the front foot, bro. We're here?
Well, I mean, as you know, we're a creature on this planet. The planet, the universe, is in constant change. So we're no exception to that. In the business world, on personal level, everything is changing constantly. Even technology is emerging and changing pretty much quicker every single year. And therefore, we are faced with a lot of external and internal changes that we need to cope up with, whether we be proactive or reactive to it. That's why we're going to dwell more into it.
Well, Mahmoud?
Basically, I believe it's a combination. You need to be driven by change, because if the change is positive. Also, I can give a small example. I like it. I heard from one professional. He told me, be like a coffee bean in the boiled water, which you give your fragrance, your taste, your color to the water. So you be driven by change, by the boiled water. However, you change the water itself by your personality. You need to get the positive side. Even if the change is negative, it looks like negative, but always be optimistic that something good there. For example, I have my personal experience in pandemic. In the beginning, I get it as a positive change. So I get, in 2020, 7 certification. So I look at, as a professional wise, I cannot improve myself. So I work on my personal experience, learn, connect with the international leaders, learn from them. This is how I adapt.
Oh, love that. I really love the coffee bean analogy as well, right? This symbiotic relationship that we can have with change. I remember reading an article, I think coming across a story, and they referenced an article that was in the New York Times. And this article said, the world is changing faster than ever before. Technology is evolving, just people moving all around the world. And it was a 1947 article in the New York Times. And what that says to me is, in every generation, every era, the world is changing faster than ever before. Technology, I mean, back in the day, there was a time when it would have been the transition from the horse-drawn carriage to the car. Whoa, the technology. And so that's always going to be the case. And so I think someone mentioned it earlier on, I think you, Siobhan, that it's inevitable. And so it's important that we figure out how do we get on the front foot of it, but also appreciate that this is a symbiotic relationship. Not all of us saw, I mean, some people did, but not all of us saw AI coming. Okay, now it's here. How do we then drive that? So I think that's why it's really important. Let's delve deep into some things, and I'm going to start off with you, Bahir. So as a founder, navigating complexities, particularly in innovation, how do you decide when to proactively drive change versus adapt to the external forces?
Thank you. Great question. Well, as I said, I mean, this has a lot of impact and a lot of pillars that we start that journey with when we talk about change. As I said, it can be proactive, where we need to drive the change ourselves, where we see synergies with the vision, with alignment for the business cause, probably identifying a product gap that we need to drive it for our customers. That's where we drive change. We want to grow, for example, as the skill set of the people, the human capital that every company has. So therefore, you have the need to drive change, which means that you need to increase the learning curve for the people, the skill sets, you sharpen the pencil, and you give them the tools, the right empowerment to do their job perfectly, and you expand and you hit these KPIs. So that's where you drive change. On the other side, there is where we have to be probably more reactive to the changes that hit us all of a sudden, just like been hit with the bus with the COVID situation. It was more reactive. There's a lot of geopolitical changes in the region. It could be some political instability. You have to react to it. And therefore, and it depends, you asked me, being a founder of the company, it even changes from a company to another. When you have, like corporates world, it's more like big ships. It's like a Titanic. It takes a lot of time to divert its course of action, right? But when you talk about startups, it's more agile. They can react faster because you have a handful of decision makers. They can take immediate decision making, whether it's good or bad. I mean, and this is a part of the whole journey. Failure is good. It's always good. I mean, every people, they try to avoid being failed in a specific course of actions that they have, which I think we should embrace it as a process. And as I say, you learn more when you fail. That's, you mentioned about Michael Jordan, and that's true. And that's the story of our life. Technically, you see how newborns, they navigate, and I call it the art of navigation. As we grow and live our life, you navigate your way through, and from your mistakes, you learn how to enhance every single time and how you excel in these refinements. And one of the panel talks yesterday in Fueled, I was talking about the Marshmallow Challenge. There was a lot of leadership in the room who know, they're familiar with the Marshmallow Challenge. The best people who scored the highest is not the CEOs, it's not the architectural engineers. It was the kindergarten, because they have a model called, fail and refine. They do a prototype, they fail, they refine it. Prototype, they fail and refine. And that's so brilliant, but that's natural. They didn't go to business schools, they didn't go through anything. That's natural instinct God has created in us.
That's listening to you there, so there's something important about us being proactive and driving, equipping our teams where we've got big teams, but then also adapting as you go through. We've had a few people from the military here, and I couldn't help but think of, there's a saying in the military, no plan survives contact with the enemy. So you have a strategy, you have your vision, but you go out there and you realize you're going to have to pivot, right? Brilliant. Mahmoud, I'd love to come to you. In your experience, what is the most critical mindset shift that leaders need to make to drive change effectively, especially in uncertain environments and times?
Basically, the uncertainty, the leaders must shift their mindset from stability to be adaptive.
To be adaptive?
Yeah. To embracing change, plus train a team who can be adaptive and take a decision to support you, to give you ideas, because of course as a leader you cannot manage an organization without your team. So if the team cannot take the decision, you cannot change or you cannot move forward with the market. Also in our field in construction and facility management, the most important thing is to follow the trend, like the eco-friendly building, smart building. So you need to update your software, update your system to move forward with the upcoming trends.
Yeah, brilliant. Siobhan, I'd love to come to you, and we've talked a lot about being in a globalized world, a changing world. Let's talk about some skills now. So how can leaders use you're a cross-cultural communications expert, so how can leaders use cross-cultural communications to drive meaningful change and foster collaboration? Because that also links to what Mahmoud is saying about getting our people on the journey.
Yeah, I feel like this topic really segues really well with the previous panel we had on emotional intelligence. But for like the cross-cultural aspect, since we are such a globalized and really like international, honestly, world, the first thing is understanding. One thing that I've realized, being from the United States, obviously Americans have their own perception as being the #1 country, very prideful. I love my people. But what we need to realize, not only in the US, but in other countries, is your norm is not everyone's norm. What is normal for you is not normal for everyone. We have a number of countries represented in the room right now. If I ask all of you to get in a line, the line is going to look very different based on the country you come from. If you come from, let's say, India, Pakistan, things of this area, maybe Nigeria, it's probably going to be a cluster of people all here. If you come from the US, Japan, China, we're going to be in a single file, straight back line. And so just being able to understand the difference, something as small as how does a country get in a line, can really change, how you interact with people from different backgrounds, different religions, things of this nature. So I would say, one, just being really understanding, and then being empathetic of it. You don't have to understand everyone's everything, but being open and willing to learn, to listen, and to see how you can adapt it to your policies. Since we're in a business setting, we're in a networking setting right now. Just one quick example is like, for example, if you go to Japan and you give someone a business card, you have to give them a business card with both of your hands, like this. And then you're actually expected to read the business card to thank them, and then you can put the card away. That's how they do it in Japan and a few other societies. In the US, it's really okay to say, hey, I'm Shivanya, here's my card. One hand, 2 fingers, you don't even have to read it, put it in your card. But to me, that's not a sign of disrespect, nor is it a sign of disrespect to other Americans. That's just how we transaction, but try that in Japan, they would be offended. If someone in Japan came and presented with 2 cards, we'd just be like, wow, this is very formal. We wouldn't be offended, just very formal. So just being able to understand, be empathetic, and be open to different cultures and diversities will really, I would say, will take businesses far in 2025.
I love that. And as you say, that's a real synergy with the emotional intelligence.
Yes,
right? I mean, these are
100%.
all skills that help leaders drive change. Let's delve deeper into this and just, again, just to give some ideas. What's one leadership quality you believe will be indispensable for leaders for driving change effectively in 2025? And I'll start off with this time. I think visioneering. And I describe visioneering as having the vision but then engineering your way towards that vision. So as a company, Core Leaders International, we've got a 2035 vision already about the number of leaders we want to impact globally, just some of our expansion plans. We're kicking off our Core 2025 conference next year for leaders, just equipping them to thrive in all seasons. And we've got a roadmap towards that. And so there's a real vision, so a clarity around a vision, communicating that to the team. So we've done some work to communicate that to the team, got a video, bringing people on board with the journey, but knowing that along the way, I am going to have to pivot because, as we said earlier on, no plan survives contact with the enemy. So I think leaders just really embracing the skill of visioneering, having a vision, and then knowing how you work towards that vision is going to be a key skill. Who else wants to throw one out?
I think it's very important, as I said before. I love to call it the art of navigation. And it has a lot of pillars under it. So, for example, empowering the team and being empathetic with them, assertive yet for performance, but at the same time, you have to give them the tools they need to do the job. I mean, one hand cannot clap. So at the end of the day, you need to...
People are going to try now. They're going to try. Right.
But the idea of it is simply, as I said, look at the case of an artist. So you can definitely not teach people how to be artists. That has to come within. And as we say, change has to come within. You have to know first and define your goals. Why do you need this change? Why it's important for you? How you're going to hit your KPIs doing that on a personal level and on a professional level. But once you know that, that's where you can address, that's where you can change things. That's where you can take a course of actions. So as I said, an artist, you have to give them, as a leader, the tools. You're going to give them a canvas. You're going to give them the colors and give them the environment to be inspired with. But they have to draw. They're the one who have to take it and draw. It's an analogy we were talking about over lunch, which is like, I like the Matrix movie. When Neo said, like, we showed him with his journey to talk to Trinity, it was like, I'm going to show you the door, but you have to go through it. It's your journey. It's your destiny. You have to go through it. No matter how you coach people, no matter how you preach or how you put policies in place, unless until this commitment comes within, then it's not going to change. So I believe this has to be everybody. We have to stop self-victimizing ourselves among all categories, whether business, personal, and we, as I said, learn from the failure, embrace it. It's okay that things went wrong sides. It's going to happen even in nature. That's the universe we live in, right? So, but as I say, the art of navigation give you that strength, that kind of skill to navigate through your way and make a successful journey at that.
Yeah, that's so good. Before I bring Shivanya and Mahmood in, I think what's powerful about that matrix analogy is that some people could look at this and think driving change, and because you're the leader, it's get that whip out and make people work, and they've got to do what they need to do. And yet what you're speaking to is creating an environment that really unleashes the potential and gets people to want to go on that journey and give their best to that journey, and perhaps even give some of their best ideas that help you navigate some of the difficulties along the way, which is so good.
No, that segues actually right into what I was going to say. I know we were looking for one word. Mine was going to be builder. Be a builder. One, for your company, help to build up your company. But most importantly, be a builder for your employees, for the people that work for you. Build a table for them. Make them feel a part of the process. The culture of a company is so important. And then thirdly, build up yourself. As CEOs, as owners, as whatever position people have, people often neglect their own well-being and their own needs to, for the good of a business, the good of the corporation. Your corporation can only go so far as you're able to take it. And if you're not healthy, if you're not taking care of yourself, then that's where your limitations lie.
Well, Mahmood, final word, one quality?
As I mentioned a while ago, it's adaptive. I want to say it in a different way. Like in our field, facility management, we always have the preventive maintenance predicted, which is always our daily routine. However, we lost the company vision by concentrating on the assets in the building or the building environment itself. So it's better to shift it and encourage the team to think in diversity way, give ideas, and take decision, but keep concentrating in the long-term vision for the organization itself.
Brilliant. So we've got adaptive, builder, navigating, and visioneering. So those are some indispensable.
Pretty good words.
Yeah, pretty good words. We'll make a note of those words ourselves, right? So we can't get away from this. We've had a lot of talk about technology, and technology is often a real catalyst for change. So Bahir, I want to come to you on this. What role do emerging technologies play in enabling leaders to stay ahead of change, and how can leaders leverage those effectively to drive that change in 2025?
Well, there has been always great methodologies even before the AI. So AI, as I say, it's a tool. How we use it, how we embrace it, and how we get on board with it. There's a lot of things that's been predictive. That's how stock markets worked in Dow Jones and Wall Street. It's been always predictive based on Excel sheets, charts, et cetera, and that's how we were doing projections with the P&L and where the sales target is going to be, et cetera, et cetera. So it can be traditional still, nothing wrong with that, or it can be with the help of the predictive data analysis that we have and how we think probably internally and externally how things are going to changing. But again, if you have that navigation skill, you have the survival kit with you. So no matter what sudden things that's going to happen with you, you will find your way through it. It's okay to take time and think about it. And it can be, by the way, it's a learning session. It's empowering the team again. It can be a learning platform. One of the things that I really love during my 20 plus years experience among corporates, it's called best practices sharing. And that's why everybody I think is sharing today and for the last 2 days, it's the best practices sharing. That's when you replicate it, you will amplify that power by 100x's. And I think it's a very nice thing to have, but again, with customization, with localization taste to it. Because what works in Brazil doesn't work in Nigeria, it does not work in UAE, it might not work in the US or Japan. That's where you have that customization taste to it.
So leverage that best practice sharing. And I like the way you positioned the technology as a tool, rather than something that's going to dominate us. This is a tool that we can leverage. Brilliant.
We're here to stay as a human race.
Yeah, we are here to stay. Mahmoud, I'd love to come to you now. Just what lessons do you think leaders can learn from? Some industries are more impacted by rapid change than others. So what are some lessons that we can learn from how those industries handle it, and therefore we can handle it regardless of the industry we're in?
It's simply follow the trends, especially in our field. We know that AI is impacting the field itself. So we need to teach leaders to embrace change. Plus, follow the eco-building, smart building, be innovative. That's it.
So follow the trends in your industry and be innovative, right? One tool that I often use with organizations, especially for innovation, is design thinking. Anyone familiar with design thinking methodology here? So amazing tool, run a hackathon, just really helps you to empathize, define the change, and then explore different ideas and then start to prototype and test that minimum viable product. So I think that's a great one for innovating. Shivani, I want to come to you as a final question, just as we start to wrap up. Let's leverage your communication expertise again. As leaders, whenever we're going through change or we're driving change, we often have to communicate things. What are some of the pitfalls that leaders need to avoid when communicating during these seasons of intense change?
That's a great question. I would say communication is a two-way street. Normally when people hear the word communication, I'm sure everyone thought, okay, how can I say my piece? That's what people hear when they hear communicate. But it's actually a two-way street. Communicate is how can I really understand what someone is about to say to me? You know, you've heard this many times before. That's why we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, because communication is really about listening and taking what we actually hear and understand it, and then we can respond. So I would say that is probably the most important approach. And then again, just adding on to that, just having a good level of emotional intelligence is something that definitely gets overlooked in the corporate world, but is going to be needed for 2025.
Love that. So recognizing that it's a two-way street and the emotional intelligence. I know we had the queen of emotional intelligence in the room earlier on, so I think she'd be really pleased that with the focus on emotional intelligence. Let's wrap up with this question, and then we'll open it up to questions from the audience. Let's leave the audience with some inspiration. What's one piece of advice you'd give to leaders here, leaders listening, looking not just to survive, but thrive in a rapidly changing world?
I went first in the first question.
Go for it.
I'll go last on this one.
You go last
Look
on
at
this
that.
one.
Switch it
up.
up. Okay.
So, Mahmoud, do you want to start with this one? One piece of advice to thrive, not just survive in a rapidly changing world?
Simply don't fear from failure. Learn from it. Because all of us as leaders, we learn from our failures. We make a lot of mistakes, we take a lot of wrong decisions, then we learn from it, which lead us to reach to this limit.
Brilliant. So do not fear the failure. Bahir, you want to go?
Yeah, sure. I think one of the most important leadership attributes for the 2025 or even the future, it's actually, future-proof, I believe it is, learning. The more you learn, the more you are exposed, the more you come up with solutions. One of the very inspiring moments for me in my life when I started traveling the world. That's when you open your eyes widely on cultures, how do people trade, do business, solve problems, come up with funny stories. Like, for example, companies. I used to work with a company, 3M, it's a US well-known company. The scientist who created the products tells you 70% of usage for our products today is learned from our customers, not for the purpose that's been created for. And that shows you the power of a humankind mind and how we change things based on the purpose we want and what things we're trying to achieve. Therefore, learning is the most important thing I see for leadership, to be always on a constant journey of learning, no matter what subject is. Learn more, be like a sponge, absorb as much as information. It's going to help you one day.
That's so good. So for me, my piece of advice is linked to a really personal and painful story. For the last 10 years, my mom has been navigating Alzheimer's. I grew up with a single mom, and so it's been incredibly painful just watching her just fade away. And one of the things that I realized partway through it was that for so long I was trying to fight it. It was a change that was happening right before our eyes, and I was trying to fight it. Partway through, I realized that I need to learn to ride the wave. There comes a point where there are some things that we can control. Absolutely, we can control it. Other things we can convert, and then some things we need to accept. And when a wave comes, you've just got to learn to ride that wave. And then that gets over the frustration of, I can't control this. I'm going to learn to ride it. And it certainly helped me grow deeper in my empathy. And so that's something that I would say to leaders, learn to ride the wave. Shivanya?
That's a great point, Obi. I would say for me is two things I try to really abide by. One is be authentically you. We really live in a world of comparison with TikTok, Instagram, just being out in public in general. Everyone compares himself to someone else. But even in this own room, people are good at data. People are good at other tech sectors, publishers. We have authors. I know someone has a book up here. But everyone needs to be authentically themselves and really use their skill sets that they have and help to I would say, exemplify that. And then the second thing is also personal for me. I was actually born to a foster family and really didn't have a stable home, switched between families up until I was 10 years old. And so, at that time, growing up a child in that fashion, you really feel rejected. But I ended up in the family that I should be, and it helped me get to where I am where I am today. And so one thing I always tell myself in personal life and also in business is rejection is God's protection. So I'm sure many of you have heard no in your business side and your personal side, and no hurts. It hurts from whoever it's coming from, whether it's family or friends. But there's something that you don't see down the path, whether it's for your business, whether it's personal, but just look at that rejection in the face and say thank you, because God's protecting you from something, and he's going to open another door or window that's going to be the right path for you. So rejection is God's protection.
Wow, that's one we're going to remember. Love that. Thank you. We've had a great conversation up here. Rachel, over to you for any questions from the audience.
What do you got? What do you got? Hands up in the back. I saw a big one, so I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you. You're coming to me. I'm coming to you. Okay.
Thanks. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure to hear such great discussion. Thanks. I love that. And I love the topic also. So my question is about, can you please give maybe some advices about how to grow, not only like growing ourselves, but also grow together with our friends, with our environment? Because this topic was kind of concern for me exactly. I'm hard working, and I'm okay growing, but not all my friends stick with me also and growing together with me. And I'm kind of, relationships are dynamic, and I don't want to lose some friends, but sometimes I think it's maybe it's the way of life, and maybe I did not maybe I did not communicate with them in a healthy way. So yes, I ask for some advices how to create this atmosphere of growing leaders around myself. Yeah, thanks.
Awesome. How old are you?
That is a great question.
25 years old. The youth of today, right here.
I know.
Hello.
All right. Okay, we'll both take it. That's a great question. It's hard to do. Let's just recognize that. It is so hard to do. I've actually been in a personal process myself where I've gotten rid of some friends I've known for 10 years, 15 years, and it's hard to say. You have all those memories, you have, all these things there. So, you're going to go through it, not only now, but again, and I hate to say that to you, but I'm just being honest. But you need to just focus on your goal and what's really important to you. And I will say the friends that you have that are holding you back, whether you hang out with them a little less until you eventually maybe have to cut them off, but you're going to, I would say, allow more energy and more time and opportunity to meet some absolutely amazing people. And that's what's happened to me. I've had some friends that's been like holding me down. They're like, why are you speaking in Dubai? Some friends who were upset that I was speaking here today. But then I have other friends who have been sending cards, messages like, yeah, let's do this. And then you need to recognize who's supporting you. And at every level you go, you're going to meet some new people. Some friends you'll keep along for the journey. Some friends are there for a lifetime. Some are there for a reason, and some are there for a season. So you need to recognize that. But the people that you meet at different levels, some of them are going to be absolutely, absolutely amazing. Like the job I currently have now, I never would be working for, honestly, I hate to say it, 3 billionaires if I'd never positioned myself in a position to really be able to have a network like that. Coming from a foster house, working for the White House, and now working for multi-billionaires, like you have to, I would say, make some changes along the way.
Beautiful. Not easy. You got something? You got a tip you could take? Which friends are you cutting? He's thinking about it, right? He's like, who wants to be a friend? We got a good room in here. Welcome to our room.
Yeah, but you don't want him to answer that on camera. It's being streamed live, right? Let him think about it.
She said, list the names.
I haven't seen him yet.
No, I can give you advice.
She said, point them out. Where are they?
That's life, yes. We need to accept the facts.
There's no doubt it's hard. It's hard. Right? I mean, no doubt we got this pressure going. You got to be, if you're the smartest person in the room, you got to leave. We heard it, right? It's a hard pressure. You're like, oh, I sit thinking to myself, oh, I got a really good friend. She's a housewife. She doesn't really add any value to my life other than a couple giggles about kids. But is she bringing any extra push to go to the next level professionally? It's a hard challenge. You have to decide what's right for you. Take your intuition. That's your driving chapter, that's your driving, get in the driving seat with your intuition.
Yeah, thanks. I'm actually currently feeling that I'm on the stage of kind of leaving maybe and going to another environment, another environment of friends maybe, and it's kind of not, it's a new for me. Sorry for that. Just I don't know. Am I right on this path, or should I do some things with my current environment, and we need to grow together? I don't want to be imposter.
So
I lived this experience before actually. When I came to UAE, I have a lot of friends in my home country. After 3 years here, we almost disconnected. Later on, we found each other, by Facebook, by social media. However, I feel that I'm far away from them. Our mindset changed. Some of them also traveled to a different country. I feel that I'm alone now because, childhood, friendship, it's long term. However, day by day, in professional way, I network here. I have a lot of friends now. Also, I have one of my oldest friends, which we call each other as our brothers. We didn't meet from 17 years face to face. But still up to now, every few months, we message each other. Hi, how are you? What's your life? What you are doing nowadays? So this is the true friendship. And when you go and you learn more, you need to translate your learning, your education to your friends. Because sometimes, you work in a professional field, like you have a new technology, your friend, for example, they don't know this type of technology. If you not teach them this type of technology, they cannot be with you. So if they learn it, they want to learn it, so you are the same group.
No, got the idea, thanks.
Fantastic. It's not easy being a human. A lot of challenges over here on this planet, right? All right, I know we got a lot of questions. Thank you so much for that. I know you want to have one. She's waving at me. Can't miss Tish. Yes, Miss Tish, what you got for us?
In America, in 2025, there will be new leadership. And this question is for Shivanya. I know that your background in politics. How would you advise individuals who may not be happy with the change that's coming forth in the US of A?
That's a great question.
Move to Dubai.
Yes, I know. I'm 10 years in politics. I always get asked political questions. I love it. I would say this is, regardless of who's getting in office, we have a new president in the U.S. every 4 years. Whether you like them, whether you don't like them, that's up to you and your own personal views. But this is where I would say people really need to focus on themselves. You can't control what the president does. We can't control in the U.S. what the Senate, what the Congress is going to do. But we can control what we do. We can control how we feel. We can kind of control how we react to things. So whether you need to take some time off from work and make sure you're taking care of yourselves, whether you have to ask your boss or make sure your company is now fully remote, whatever you have to do to make sure that you feel fulfilled is going to be the most important. 2024, 2025, it's going to be all about self-preservation. And so that's what I'm focusing on. Obviously, people know I've worked for the Democratic Party, so I did not vote for Trump, just so we put it out there. But whether you like him or not, I've met the man before, but whether you like him or not, you just have to focus on yourself, your preservation, your family's well-being, your neighbor's well-being, your community. Having a community within our general U.S. community is going to be very important. The U.S. is such a big country, and I think people forget how large the U.S. is. Yeah, I know, I hear you laughing over here. Is how large the U.S. is, but find your community within that country, even your community overseas, and make sure you're connecting with them, checking in with them, and focusing on self-preservation for the next 4 years. Honestly, always, but for the next 4 years.
Thank you, thank you. Last question for our panel. What do you got?
Actually, hi Shivanya, this is for you. So in your current capacity as the VP working for a sports and entertainment company, you know that there are limitations. For example, we have sponsors, and what the sponsors say goes. We have Ticketmaster, we have Arctics, where all the season ticket holders are. I've got Fanatics that has to be used in order to sell product, merchandise, what have you. How limited or open do you feel to be able to introduce change in such an environment where there are sponsors, organizations that are being sort of not dictated but driven by the relationship at the league level? So for the New Jersey Devils, I've got the NHL. for the, obviously, 76ers. We've got NBA. So I just wanted to know, in your capacity, what is your power of influence to truly introduce change?
Yeah, so first thing I would say is every organization is different. So the organization I work for, Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment, I'm really, I would say, happy that I work for them. One thing I would say about the owners, the partners we call them, is that they are open for change. They're willing to listen to it. They're willing to have conversations about it. Whether everything always goes, that's a different thing. But you can at least find someone in the organization to have a conversation about this. But like you said, working with different Ticketmaster, different sponsors, things of this nature, kind of what I mentioned before, communication and making sure that you're listening as well as speaking, being a two-way street, this is where it's really important. And then something that I was brought on, they wanted someone that had like a political and a strategy background, so that's the position that they actually created, this position for me. And so through this, my job is to build relationships. So a lot of what I would say other corporations are missing that I'm trying to bring in our current corporation and things that they've already started, but now I'm elevating, is relationship building. And so by having a relationship with Ticketmaster, one with Live Nation, who's one of our biggest, entertainment and concert partners, by having these relationships, we can actually have open and honest conversations. So when a deal needs to get done, we need, we make sure that when we leave the negotiating table, both sides are happy with the deal. Everyone's been on one side where they haven't been happy or they've been happy and maybe the other person wasn't. That's not what we want. We're looking to build long-term lasting relationships. And so, I would say building negotiating skills, but also building relationship skills. This is something that people really miss out on and something that I've done in the political side and now doing on the sports side. But by having relationships with people, it makes sponsorships easy, it makes sales easy, it makes partnerships easy, marketing easier, all of these different categories. So I would say, reach out. We have a lot of people here that have networks. People elsewhere, wherever you live, have networks as well. Start building relationships. Even if you don't think you may need this person for another 3-5 years, or you're just generally interested in what they're going to do, just start reaching out to people. Get to genuinely know people. That's what I do. And then next thing you know, in 3 years, I'm like, oh, actually, let me contact someone. And boom, you can contact about X, Y, Z. So get to genuinely know people because there's a lot of really interesting people in this world.
Amazing. Give them a round of applause. Another great panel, CXO 2.0 here in Dubai. Thank you, everyone. We're our photographers. All right, we got a photo shoot. Make it history. Make it happen. This is another conversation that I think this room loves because every single person in this room is driving their own car to drive the destiny in their own life, and they are in the driving seat, no doubt. So this is for anyone listening that couldn't listen and be here today with us. There is an opportunity for you to take the bull by its horns. You've probably heard that before, and ride it the direction you want to go. So I like to throw in some fun metaphors. Keep it up, peppy. Try to keep it light. And we got a couple more panel discussions, a fireside chat, and more opportunities to get involved here at CXO 2.0, where everyone has some beautiful expertise to shed light on this stage. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you up here. Well, now it's time to make our way closer to the end of day 3 at CXO 2.0. Oh, it makes me sad. I feel like we've been in sleepaway camp together. It's like the end, a few hours left where we're going to have to say goodbye soon, and I don't want it to end. Well, thank you so much, leaders. That was truly insightful, and now we're going to pivot to a critical discussion on creating dynamic work environments. It's called a panel discussion, all titled Crafting Winning Workplaces Where Ideas Ignite Talent Triumphs. So this is going to be great because we're going to explore spaces where spaces can catalyze creativity and enable talent to soar. Our panelists will dissect methods for developing an organizational culture that not only inspires idea generation, but also supports every team member in achieving their full potential. So please give a round of applause for our moderator, Tisha Kadluru, the founder of the Virtual Guru Online Learning, Thank you for being here. It's so nice to have you here. The stage is yours. Come on up as I invite your panelists. VJ, where's VJ? Matt Haven, you're coming up, the founder of Olsby Z, and we have Adhut Thali, the MD and CEO that's going to come up from Arise BPO Solutions. Come on up to the stage.
We're missing a panelist, I guess.
Pardon?
We're missing a panelist, I think.
One person,
VJ.
yeah. VJ is right there.
Yeah.
He's slowly
he's
coming.
right there, okay.
I see him. I called him. He's taking his time. It's the end of day 3. He's an alumni. He's been here before. He knows how it goes. Day 3, everyone's just a little more tired than they were day 1. Yeah, well, it's nice you made it. We're glad you're still here and joining us for the last couple sessions of the day. All right, take it away. I'll be back soon. Enjoy the conversation.
Thank you, Rachel. You're awesome.
You're welcome.
Awesome. So, thank you, first of all, for all the people who are remaining in the room. So we're going to talk about winning workspaces. And I know this is a topic that probably everybody talks about. Every leader, every entrepreneur, every company talks about creating those winning workspaces. But what does that really mean? Is it really about crunching numbers, getting the targets? What's a winning workspace? Let's start from there first. So Vijay, I'll go to you first. What do you think is a winning workspace?
Very simply put, you've got to put it in the context of the local country context, cultural context. And a winning workspace is where everyone's voice is heard and valued.
I love that.
Right? So that's actually a very, it's easy to say, but it's hard to implement because, the culture of an organization is driven by its leadership. And very often we see it in different contexts. So I've worked with clients across Southeast Asia, North Asia, Europe, and even this part of the world, right? And you find that certain cultures are far more open and welcoming. Certain cultures we're willing to listen to ideas provided they add only X, Y, Z value, right? Or, thank you very much, yeah, it's a good idea, all right, let's just shove it to a side, right? So it's just lip service, as we call it. So, but everybody's voice that is heard and valued is where I believe, a winning workplace would exist.
Avdut, what about you? I know you have vast experience leading teams as well.
Yeah.
How do you define a winning workspace?
So for me, winning workplace, you said about crunching numbers and all. Yes, I mean, that's obviously numbers will be there. But what I feel important is whether we are, as a leader, in a position to win the trust and create the trust among the team. Now, that is most important. Now, trust means, as a leader, are we successful in collaborating and creating a team and it comes not out of just words, you use the right word, lip service, it doesn't come out of words. What I have promised to the team, am I delivering? What is my actions? What is my body language speaks? And that is very important. So, they should feel that today, I personally feel the team doesn't work. Of course, they work for the check that comes, but that is not the only thing. Today, they look at the organization as a place, their own place. Now, there's a difference between an employee and finding its own place. Now, he should feel that this is a company where this belongs to me. And that comes over a period of time. That comes from the behavior of the leader. That comes from what trust I have been in a position to create as a leader.
Interesting. So I'm hearing that everybody's voice should be heard. And you're now saying as leaders we build that trust. Interestingly for me, what I've noticed, and I travel around the world, I have more than 80 plus clients where I do organizational consulting, development consulting. Yeah. For me, I think winning workspace starts when you start treating your employees like adults.
Yeah.
And this is where I see the major problem is the moment somebody becomes a boss or a leader, they start treating their team members as kids. Or at least that's their approach. In fact, a lot of leaders that I come across actually say, oh, my kids are brilliant. And what they're referring to are people who are 2 years or 10 years elder to them who work with them in the team. A lot of times I see when a change comes up, everybody talks about this. And I think I had some great points I'm taking away from the previous panel as well in terms of how do you prepare your teams to be able to manage change. And I see again there a lot of leaders who treat their employees or their workers as kids. So they themselves are not okay with the change.
Correct.
They'll go into the teams and they'll become these QEC salesmen for the team saying, guys, there's some exciting thing happening. And the team is looking at them and say, you're an idiot, right? Don't you understand how this change is bad? So from that perspective, let me again go back to you, Vijay. What can a leader do to change this? How can, because saying it and acknowledging it in this panel is one, but if I were a young leader or a young startup owner, how do I create the space where people's voices are heard and people feel trusted? And I'll come back to you in a minute, but Vijay, I'm curious to know what you have to say.
I'll share my own personal experience. Now, I've been, prior to me starting my practice, I've been a CXO for 17 years. And I worked in 6 different countries, right? So 6 different cultures I have to deal with. And even in my last role as a CEO, my entire team, my CX team was Gen Y, and my entire organization was Gen Z. And in all these 6 postings I had to adapt the way I led the team. So I realized that when I got to, and let me talk about the ones where I had a complete Gen Z, Gen Y, then myself as a Gen X, right? And for your information, the average age was, with me on board was 24.5. Wow. So take me away, I was only 22 years old. And what I had to I realized was, with the younger generation, the line of trust that you allude to is very thin. It's very, very thin. So I had to be vulnerable. There were things that we sort of, we don't have the answers to everything. So being vulnerable is very, very crucial, right? I say, I don't know the answer, but let's all find out together. This is exactly the same, approach I do with my daughter when she comes, and you see Gen Z kids, they'll ask you a lot more why questions and what. Why do I have to do math? What's the purpose of math? I hate homework. Why do we have homework? Right? So we navigate those conversations. I would say I don't know. And there have been instances where as a leadership team, we were blindsided. And I actually stood up in a town hall and said, guys, now we have to do a little bit of cleanup, right? And this is the reason why this is existing. And I apologized to my team. I said, we did not see this coming as a leadership, and hence you and us are having to do this together.
So I like what you're saying, Vijay, because essentially on one side you're saying be a role model, really show them, what you expect from them.
Yes.
But what I also like about the story that you just shared is your vulnerabilities as a leader.
It's equally important.
Because what are you creating as a culture in the team starts with you, because people follow their leaders. And I know you're quite passionate about maintaining this balance between, and somebody spoke about this in the previous panel as well, about being nice, creating that innovative culture, but yet get things done, right? So what are your thoughts, Abdul? How do you look at leadership at the crux of creating these winning workspaces? What are your thoughts?
Yeah. See, normally we talk about as a leader means leading from the front. Now, I personally believe that individual always likes to be independent. Allow an independent to be independent. That means it is leading from the back. Now, so I always try to, introspective, take the things to yourself. If you are told to work in a particular way, up to the minute details, as an individual, you may not like it. And you will never excel if you are always directed. Yes, in a broad lines, as a suggestions as a leader, you should give them, but give them the independent space of applying their mind and driving the thing to the larger strategy of the company. That cannot be changed. But methodology, leave it to the individual. So leading from the back is something what I think as an organization, now people are really following also.
I've not heard this before, I must be honest, leading from the back, but I love the concept. For me personally, when it comes to creating those spaces, I think because of the pressures and the challenges that exist in the world today, running a business is hard, right? There's so much that's happening, there's so much that's changing. And what I've noticed is most leaders drive these in events or in packets of events that they create. Like feedback is an event.
Yes.
Engagement with their employees is an event. Knowing their employees is an event. But according to me, it should be every day. Like I'll give you an example. If I were to go, and I want to bring in the audience here as well. If I were to go to any of your team members today and say, I want to give you feedback, what's the first thought that comes to their mind? What's the first thought? Anybody? If I have to go and say to any of your team members, I want to give you some feedback, I have some feedback for you, what's the first thought that comes to your head?
Yes.
What the hell have I done now?
Absolutely.
Right? Where did I screw up?
Yes, yes.
And when I ask leaders, what's your right intent in giving feedback to your team?
Yes.
They always say, I want them to see better, I want to improve them.
Yes.
And when I go to employees and ask them, do you love feedback? They do actually. They want to know what they can do to improve themselves. So I've noticed where this has gone wrong because I work with so many professionals.
Very true.
And I figured this is because they never get feedback on time.
Yes.
Are you setting them up for success, or are you waiting for them to fail and then go tell them, you know what, you failed. Let me help you now because I am the God's gift to mankind. And I think that's where, while the intent is there, right, the behavior that they see from the leader does not match the intent that they have. And people keep quoting Simon Sinek all day. So I quote Stephen Covey most of the time, and he says, people judge themselves by their intent, but judge others by their behavior.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
A silly girlfriend-boyfriend fight, boyfriend is saying, but baby, this is what I meant. And baby is saying, this is what you did. Right?
Yeah,
So a lot of times our intent doesn't translate into a behavior. And that's perhaps where the gap is in creating those winning moments. Vijay, your vast experience, you said 6 countries, that's incredible. Not just working, but leading people.
Yeah.
Does culture somewhere play a part in how people look at what's a winning space? Because I know, coming from where I come from, for us it's always very competitive because we have a lot of people that we need to compete with, and our idea of winning could be quite different to somebody maybe from Denmark who prioritize mental wellness more than anything else. So what are your thoughts? How do you balance this out as a leader?
Absolutely. I think, we take the point of leading from the rear, but there are times in certain cultures you have to lead from the front. Right? So I'll give you an example of Thailand. Right? So I've been in ASEAN a lot. I've been in Laos, I've been in Cambodia, I've been in Thailand, I've been in Indonesia, which is a dynamic. All these are heavy-duty countries from culture, right? Very extreme. Now, I find the Cambodians very curious. So, let them, lead from the back. Let them be curious. And then you have the Thai, and the education system is such that you're only expected to comply and execute. And so you have to come from the front, roll up your sleeves, and work alongside them. And be prepared to create the safety net that when they fall, you say in Thai, "Mai pen rai," it's okay. Right? And the feedback mechanism you're talking about, right? So feedback, I keep saying this to all my teams, even my leadership. Guys, feedback is neutral. I repeat this often. Feedback is neutral. Our attitude towards giving feedback and receiving it determines whether it's positive or negative. Now, more often than not, and this is what I've observed, 90% of the leaders do not know how to convey feedback. And this is where when I talk to leaders and I work with them and I mentor CEOs as well, you got to understand the various speech acts between assessment, assertion, declaration, promise. So are you making an assessment of the situation or making an assertion? So, the choice of words, right? So if I'm upset, I would say, no, I'm experiencing some frustration with what's out there, rather than saying, you've made me upset. See, choice of words, language, and in different cultures it plays a part, right? It plays a part. So you go to Thailand, you want to give them feedback, you have to show them. You come to Cambodia, you can explain to them, right? You go out to Indonesia, I can go out to the office and say, "Oi, come over here," and they all know what's going to happen. So you do need to first. That's why in managing teams, the first thing to appreciate is context, which is the local culture.
I love that context and creating that environment where you are making an attempt as a leader to go take a few steps, understand from their perspective, than the other way around, which is traditionally most of the time. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. So just to add, Vijay, what you said, yes, understanding the culture where we are working stands the most important.
Yeah.
While you worked into different countries, I'll just take an example of India. So in India, even the culture in north or east or south or west differs. So our business is across India. And when we are dealing with teams in eastern part, our behavior of the leader has to be entirely different.
Yeah.
So one has to be very cognitive about the culture, what is there into that community where you're working, right? So that's, and yes, very important is how do you give the feedback? I have seen most of the leaders, as you rightly said, they fail in giving the feedback. While giving the feedback, am I first trying to highlight all his positives and then come subtly as a suggestion where he can improve? Mostly doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So we, as by human, you are in anger and you just highlight his all negatives first. But believe me, everyone doesn't have everything positive. There is something lacking in everyone. Can we appreciate his positives more, highlight, and then make efforts to make him more productive or improve or whatever is the job of the leader, is what I feel.
Love that.
Can I just add one more point? I think one of the things right now we're seeing is that we're already witnessing and experiencing this, that teams are becoming more multi-generational, right? X, Y, Z, some places still have boomers in their midst. Now, you need to understand that when you give feedback or you give suggestions or you're trying to initiate change, there's a different way to explain this to different generations. Now, if you have experienced staff, you would want to always talk, and you're making a change, to explain why that change is happening, how that change is affecting them, and what opportunities it creates for them. Once you go to a young employee, they don't ask you why, they just want to know what and how, because they know why they're there, right? So you cannot have a blanket approach in giving feedback or initiating change. Now that's, I think, a very important point to note, especially when you have a multi-generational workforce. So that's something I've been doing in my doctorate study, right? So we find a lot of very unique findings, in terms of perception of employees towards their leaders because of this communication style, which needs to be adaptive.
I love that. I love that. In fact, one of the panels I was listening to, fabulous panels today, somebody was talking about employees connecting to their own values, more importantly than company values, because somewhere leaders need to look at alignment between somebody's values to the company's values. Yeah. I personally feel that's a big step, because not everybody is as self-aware as employees, and to drive that as a culture in the organization becomes difficult, therefore. So what I usually recommend people start with is, instead of targeting trust, target transactional trust. If I'm talking to my team, or if there is X amount of work that I get done through my team, that's a transaction. What can I do as a leader to first build trust at that level? And repeatedly those actions over a period of time is what builds trust. Similarly, when I talk about connecting employees to their own values, I talk about aspiration management. Because most of the time, we lead without our knowledge in consequence management. Right? I'll give you an example. I come from India. I was talking about this in some other panel as well. In India, a lot of people, so again, let me ask this question to you guys. You know, when people ride bikes, they have to wear a helmet, right?
Yeah.
Why do they have to do that?
For safety.
Safety, correct? How many people in India actually wear a helmet because it's for safety?
Very few.
Why is that?
Again, so that's seen as a compulsion, you know.
Yeah, because if I don't wear a helmet, there's a
There's
10,000 rupee
yes.
fine. And that's how governments have always led us. If
Yes.
you don't wear a seat belt, 10,000 rupees fine.
Fine, yeah.
So what do people do? In your absence, when there is no cop, the guy takes out his helmet, puts it in the front of the bike, and when he sees a cop, he'll put it back again. Why? Because we've been conditioned to lead people in consequence management. So there is a city in India called Prayagraj. They tried something differently about 7 years ago. Now it's a standard everywhere. They started putting up quotes like, drive slow, there's somebody waiting for you at home. And they saw 36% lesser traffic violations that year. What people connect to at a very basic level is aspirations. Where do I want to get to? And then comes values later, because that when they focus on their aspirations over a period of time, that makes them aware of their value system, because now they know what they aspire most of the time. Can leaders role model that today is perhaps where the difference between a winning workspace that stresses people out, a company that's winning, but the employees are failing every day, or a winning space where... So in all of this, let me come to you, Abdul, first, and then this time I'll go to Vijay next. There's a lot of talk about AI, there's a lot of talk about tech tools. What are your thoughts? I mean, at a employee to a leader level, is technology a hindrance, or is it something that can empower and enhance those human relationships that we talk about at work? What is your perspective personally? Is technology a hindrance to the human connect when it comes to a leader, or it enhances it? What are your thoughts?
Yeah. See, I feel AI is a tool. So it is empowering us to simplify the things. All routine mundanes, what we were trying to do for decision making, the decision making should happen. We get a more analytical data for us to analyze properly and take decisions. So used in the right perspective, it is not a hindrance between that, and it is rather a tool, is what I feel.
Awesome, I love that. Vijay, your thoughts?
For me, AI is actually an enabler, right? It's an enabler that allows you to focus on the right activities. Now, I've always asked all leadership clients I've met this question: what is your primary activity as a leader? And they will tell me, it's results, is this, is that. I said, no, your primary activity and responsibility as a leader is to have conversations. And if you have so many things to navigate, when do you find time to have conversations? And so AI actually produces these insights for you, so that when you go in there and you know exactly what conversation to have. Now, you may not see, for example, what your mid-level managers are doing, but you look at a data point and they say, oh, wow. And you go over there and I say, hey, you guys have been amazing. So what did you all do differently this month? I'm so curious. You know, that one simple question just tells the employee, you are interested to know how they're doing. So you got to look at AI in that context, right? That our role as leaders is to have conversations. But what do? We are often involved in death by meetings. death in our own meetings. We die in our own meetings.
I remember one of my team members once sent me a photograph of a T-shirt. Thankfully, they didn't gift me that T-shirt. It said, that could have just been an email. Right? The problem with workspaces today is we get into meetings that should have been accomplished on an email, and
Yep.
we fight on emails that requires a meeting. Right? So I just wanted to plug in. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. Vijay, go ahead. Finish.
Yeah, so that's called textlationship in Gen Z. In Gen Z language, it's called textlationship.
I'll have to go look it
There's no commitment. You send everything by text, right? And then the Gen Z will say slay, right? They just say slay, and then and then they use words like FOMO, YOLO, right? You've got to get used to this text. I mean, that's the kind of language. And then you look at alpha right now, which will be in the workforce in 8 years, and that's a different set of slang. So you've got to do that. So the other thing is, when you look at AI, there is also this thing where we talked about the capability of managers. Now, one of the softwares I've evaluated recently was a performance management software, and this is absolutely what I think is very important. We spend a lot of time doing personality profiling on individuals. It's all this is control environment, but we don't train a person where this is your personality, but how do you deal with people who have different personality with you? We don't teach them how to do this because, okay, I know I'm DISC, or I'm a EFJ, whatever it is, or I'm a blue, but what if I saw another red? How do I navigate those conversations? We don't train that anymore. And that's something that I do quite a fair bit in my team coaching, right? You coach a team because it's multicultural and multi-contextual. So these are these are small things that we tend to sort of sidestep because it's convenient to sidestep, but they're larger implications. So AI, even if you have the best AI, if a leader wants to sidestep it because they think, I don't want to give this feedback, I'm not comfortable, then AI is going to fail.
So essentially what you're saying is technology is there in its place and it's important. We're not dismissing AI right now, but there are certain aspects of human connects that are opportunities for leaders that one cannot miss as a leader is what you're saying. I'm so happy that you say that, Vijay and Avdut, because in one of my TED Talks, I actually talk about AI versus AI. AI being the artificial intelligence and the other AI being our ancient intelligence, right? What AI probably is today is making our lives easier, empowering our teams to get things done faster, effective way, more productive way. But the ancient intelligence probably tells us how best to connect with another human. Because our ancestors did really well. I think they had better human relationships than what we have today. In the context of that texting and the Gen Z or the
textlationship.
Yeah, I'll have to look that up. But I think if you go back and look at what all of our cultures, irrespective of where we come from, they focused and emphasized on human connection more than anything, and we were seekers. And that's exactly what ChatGPT does to us today. It is no longer about finding the right answer. It's just get your question right, you'll always have the answers. Right? And that's what ancient intelligence taught us. We were seekers. We were never looking at solution finding. We always targeted getting our questions right. And I think AI and AI that way, bringing us together. We're almost towards the end of the time, and that's shouting at me. So let me quickly get your final thoughts. For 2025, since we're focusing on that today, how would your top 2 things that leaders should do? I know 2 is probably too less, but in the interest of time. Top 2 things for you, Vijay, that leaders should do to create a winning workspace.
One is slightly more controversial, which is, do you have the right organizational structure that allows your teams to, right? Because it's no more about verticals, it's about horizontal, multi-generational, multi-contextual, multi-discipline teams. These are the ones that are going to make a difference. Speed, right? It's not about the big fish eating the small fish. It's about how fast the small fish is swimming than the big fish. That's first. Second is, as a leader, do you recognize the fact it's not a title, it's a responsibility and an obligation to others, that you don't have to prove yourself anymore. You didn't get up there and become a CEO by luck, by stroke of luck. You've had enough battle scars, so what more do you need to prove? That awareness needs to first sit in for you to say that I'm here in service of my team so that they can perform, and so my legacy is sustained after the time I'm gone. We talked about this yesterday in that panel, right? Not about me proving myself and becoming in the future best CEO of the year. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, good. But at what cost? So these two are very difficult questions to answer, but the day you realize you have to do this, that's when your organization will start to shift, your teams will begin to thrive, and you can actually experience the beauty of the innovation, the creativity that happens within your organization.
Awesome. So structure, watching your structures in the organization, ensuring that those are effective, and two, the realization and the propagation of the fact that you're in service of your team members, and that's probably the legacy.
It's not about your
Awesome. I love that. How about you, Abdul? Two things for 2025.
Two things quickly. We are running short of time. So one is, as a leader, be human. Be human. And it is not just words. Your actions should speak. Because, again, your team should feel that you are, as a leader, for them whenever you want, outside the working frame. Many times we in office only are relating to them only for the work. So that is one what I feel. And the second most important I feel is create your team members who are happy. Now, being happy is a very large word. Many people feel that having money is the only happiness. Answer is no. So happiness is far beyond that. So I just will quote one line from Dalai Lama in this. So he says, find happiness in what you have, rather than seeking happiness in what you don't have. So, and this is a little spiritual, but yes, when you try to seek happiness with what you have, and he's really happy, only a happy leader can create happiness around, and the organization will be happy, is what the message is.
I'm so happy you quoted His Highness the Dalai Lama there. For me, so I kind of work in creating those little frameworks. So for me, the one that I usually tell leaders is ramp. How you have your ramp in fashion shows. Relationship focus. Do you focus on relationships at work with your team members, with your colleagues? Your approach to work, watch that, because your teams are emulating your approach to work. Your mindset, right? As a leader, like what Vijay beautifully said, are you in service of them, or are you somebody who's the God's gift to mankind to them that they're dependent on you? So the mindset. And finally, presence. Are you conscious about, it's like this, right? We are so conscious in front of our kids sometimes because we don't want them to pick the wrong things about us. Are you conscious in front of your team, because everything that you do subconsciously is impacting them? So ramp, relationship, approach to work, mindset, presence. So that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Rachel,
panelists. Awesome. We'll get a picture before you go anywhere, if you don't mind. We're just moving along. Great conversation about happiness. God, I mentioned it the other day. People ask, what makes happiness? How can you be happy? We got a song about it. Happiness. Where are you guys going with the table? You going up there? All right, we got another table coming up, but before they get there, guess what? Ladies in the house. Can I see, where are the ladies? All right, just so you know, I see ya, and you're coming up next, because there is no discussion that you should ever be excluded from. There's no doubt your power is so expansive, and it's so important for us all to hear. There is a combination, a relationship between the male and feminine of everybody, and I'm excited for us to actually take this conversation forward. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. Okay, I hope you had a great conversation. Don't forget, that one's now on YouTube. Share it with everybody you know, okay? You having a good event? Very good. Oh my God, how do you feel it's almost over? Anyone sad? Well, it's just beginning, VJ says. I like that. I like that. Well, our final session's all about celebrating the unstoppable force of women in leadership. There's no doubt we are unstoppable. The next session and the final session for today is called She Leads, She Succeeds, The Power of Women in Action, brings together a powerhouse panel of trailblazers who've smashed barriers, broken glass ceilings, and paved the way for others to rise. Get ready for inspiring stories as they share resilience, bold moves, and groundbreaking innovation that are changing industries and redefining success. So please join me in inviting to the stage our panelists today for our final session at CXO 2.0. Lexis Noel Surratt, the founder and CEO of Little Wins. Woo! I like it. Girls get excited. Shayla Krishnamurthy, the life and leadership coach at Women Empowerment Enablement. Dr. Amal Al-Hefti, the director of Breast and Endocrine Surgical Oncology Fellowship Training Program at King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center. And Emily, the independent consultant, come on up here. I'm not going to screw it up twice. Your last name is a tricky one for me, but you're going to help me, aren't you? So nice. Lady in Leopard, we can't wait to hear this amazing discussion. I'll never forget the first job I had here in Dubai 16 years ago. Gentleman says to me, "You're not married. You don't have kids? You need to get married and get out of the workforce." I said, "What? Do you know who you're talking to?" I want to hear your stories coming up next. Everyone has a microphone? Hi. How are you? Oh, great. You're the moderator? Oh, we've been waiting for you. So nice for you to join us. Tabassum. Mustafa. How you doing, girl? Nice to see you. My apologies.
No worries.
Save the best for last, clearly. Here she is. Whoop, whoop from the back. Okay, and everyone has a mic? Now I have no voice. See you guys later. Enjoy the conversation. We're going out with a bang with the ladies here in style. Can't wait to hear the stories.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Mic check. I'd like to start off today by thanking CXO for letting the ladies close out the show. I'm so honored to be sitting here today with these amazing women, just trailblazers. We were catching up outside. And the more you talk to them, the more you fall in love with them. So I'm sure you guys are going to really enjoy the conversation we're about to have. But just to get started, why don't we start by introducing ourselves on the mic so everyone can hear. And then I'll sort of ask a few questions. Should we start?
Start this out? Okay. So if you were here like a couple hours ago, then you have already met me. My name is Emily Miedema. I am a finance executive. I'm between roles right now, most recently a chief financial officer. I've spent years working with organizations to really drive growth, navigate complexities, and obviously achieve their strategic goals. And on a personal level, as it relates to work as well, I'm very passionate about neurodiversity and building awareness for neurodiversity in the workplace, as well as obviously female leadership and mentorship.
Can you hear me now? Yes. My name is Amal Al-Hifdi, and I'm an associated professor of surgical oncology. I'm the program director of surgical fellowship for breast and endocrine cancer or oncology. I'm the chair of the research in the surgical department, and I'm the only female in the board of Saudi Association of Breast and Endocrine Surgery.
Hi, my name is Shaila Krishnamurthy. I'm a life and leadership coach and women empowerment enabler. I work with women leaders, women entrepreneurs, young girls, starters, restarters, help them to nurture their identity and win big in life when it comes to both personal as well as professional life. Like Rachel said, I think there's a last panel discussion for the day, and we're going to end it in style.
I'm Lexa Surratt. I, like you, I think you know what, we can talk about what I do later because I want to hear what these women have to say. I'm so honored to be here. I'm a mother, first and foremost, and a founder and CEO for people with disabilities. And I'm looking forward to this. These people are outstanding.
Thank you, ladies. Just to give you guys a little idea of my background, I'm in real estate development as well as interior design, venturing out into hospitality, and hopefully a few other things soon. So ladies, I'm so glad that we got to introduce ourselves to everyone here. If I could just start us with the conversation that I feel like we keep circling back to, both at this conference and also in corporate culture as a whole, which is the conversation surrounding female leaders and how we sort of, the traits that differentiate feminine traits and masculine traits towards leadership. There are advantages, there are challenges, and there are burdens as well. And I would love to get each of your thoughts on how you think that the defining traits of being a woman in leadership can affect you in all three areas. Should we start the other way around? Alexis, you want to start?
The traits. That's such a loaded question because there's so many layers and so many different things I want to talk about. So I'm just going to start here. I recently, because I have 3 daughters, read a survey and a whole report on how girls in elementary school and high school, because that's my girls are in elementary school, they were testing as like, you know, however they quantify these things. You know, it's like sometimes you're like, what? They were testing as better leaders, like showing signs that they would be great leaders. But then when asked in the verbal portion of the test if they thought they'd be a good leader, they said no more frequently. Then the numbers were off. And I look at my girls and I think about like just generational trauma, can we just call it that? You know, like the things that were passed on from old archaic thoughts, and it's got to stop. I think it has to start there. So the traits right now currently for female leaders are ones that saw those things and did it anyway. And I'll leave it there so other people can talk because there's so much more to say, but yeah, they did it anyway.
Absolutely, great answer. Shaila, can we get your thoughts?
Yes, of course. Thanks for that question, Tabassum. Yeah, I can actually talk for myself. I can talk about what I follow and what I also, talk about and encourage other women leaders or professionals or starters, restarters who can adapt to that. So I call it the triad of life. It's the 3 A's. The first one is accept. You need to accept who you are, right, as an individual, and accept the environment you're in, accept the people around you, right? And only when you accept, you will be able to go to the next A, that is adapt, right? And I think we as women, inherently, we have that capability to adapt to any situation, right? Be it our personal life or our professional life, for that matter. And once you can accept and adapt, you will be able to be more agile, get into action mode, right? And as women, I think we're always in that state where, these things happen in a flash, actually. It doesn't even, we don't have much time sometimes, right? You need to accept, adapt, and then be agile, right? So that is something that I have been following as my own personal trait when it comes to, my leadership. I think more of it comes inherently, like I said, right? And we need to focus on those power skills that we have so that we can move forward.
Absolutely, Shaila. Thank you for that insight. Dr. Amal, would you like to tell us what you think?
I think there are a lot of, the literature about the female versus male leadership. I guess that to start with, the definition of leadership has been changed a lot, and that is in favor of the female leadership now. If I'm speaking about our skills or our trait, actually, female, they are have more tolerance. They are able, they change quickly, they adapt to change quicker. In the same time, actually, if we think about, for example, other skills like negotiation, female, they are thinking about win-and-win situation. Usually, we are looking about other team, and we are thinking about others. So, I'm not focusing on myself alone. I'm focusing on the whole team. We have more collaborative approach, which is really in need nowadays. Those are actually skills which is really in need for a successful leadership now.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Amal. If we could get your thoughts, the lovely Emily.
Absolutely. So I know that you were talking about adaptability, because as women we tend to have the ability to balance competing priorities, and especially like you were saying at the end, when you're a mother, this is something that just tends to come naturally to us, and so that can be, come across in the workforce as well. The other trait I would say is resiliency, and I know I mentioned it when I gave my speech for my award, and that just comes from years of women facing more challenges in those leadership roles, but it allows us to adapt very effectively to change and quickly to change, and also the emotional side of it is to bring along that team with those changes that we're talking about.
I think that's absolutely right. And if I could share my take on the situation. Now, I hate to bring a negative angle into it, but we kind of talked about generational trauma, and we talked about adaptability. But a lot of the reason I think women are more agile when it comes to emotional regulation, when it comes to negotiating, when it comes to reading people and reacting to them in a way that may from the outside seem timid. But the fact of the matter is, women for all of humanity have had to learn that if they react in the wrong way, it's not just a bad conversation, right? It's physical danger. When you're speaking to someone of the opposite race that is easily 10 times stronger than you, you have to realize that your survival depends on the way that you conduct yourself, and not just yourself, the way that you regulate the emotions of the person that you're speaking to. Does that give you an advantage over time? Yes, 100% it does. Is it a burden at the same time? 120%. Because I don't think that these things are often talked about in forums like this, and because of course everybody wants to focus on the positives, because we've made strides. We're in a place that definitely women in the workforce 20 years before were not in. But I think it's so important to realize the way we are, the way we show up every day, the way that we show up to our children, to our partners, to people we're in business with, to complete strangers on the street, has a lot to do with what our mothers and their mothers before them have sort of picked up in terms of survival. And I really do think that's why women lead in such a different way than men do. And I don't think that that's either a good or a bad thing. I think that it's an important and eminent thing, because if you don't bring two sides of the coin to the table, there's no dimensionality, right?
Can I add on to that?
Yes, please.
I love the two sides, because I sometimes want to skip to the end. I don't want to talk about all the hard things. Like we said, we already know. We know what's going on. I'm here for progress, and I'm here for pushing through, and I'm here to advance. So if we could just all stop talking in the back. A little quieter in the back. If we could all just put down the generational traumas, everything, recognize what doesn't suit you, what doesn't feel right, put it down, leave it there, and let all of that go with you. Don't pass it on. And I wish that we could do more of not hiring because we need a woman, right? let's hire for the best person for the job. Kind of like they did in, of old village mentality. It's how we survived for generations. Y'all are good hunters. You seem to do, you carry big things. You do that, or whatever. And then, and by the way, it wasn't all men carrying, but there are women
100%.
in the military. There are women doing all kinds of things. Can we just stop talking about this is a man's job? Can we stop teaching our girls that follow him because he's stronger? Can we just don't follow the one that's going to walk off the cliff? Male or female, just follow what feels inherent and believe that in every single individual, it doesn't need to be this cut and dry. This is a man's job. That's what, sir, you're going to do that. You're going to pick up those things, and you're going to clean it up. No, I've had it, and it's not advancing us any further. The ones who deserve the job, the ones who have the inherent skills, should have that job, male or female. And I want that for my son, too, by the way. Not just my girls.
That's wonderful. That's actually a really good segue into another thing that we were talking about, is how there's a lot of conversation about there are panels for female empowerment, right? And there's a conversation about when are we going to get to a place where that's not a thing that we need to do anymore. And it would be wonderful to get there, but I think so much a part of female empowerment is also taking the burden out of the stereotype of what being a man is as well.
Yeah.
That
he's like a little louder for the people in the back. We heard you.
Yeah, I think that in all walks of life, people should be doing, should be behaving, should be treated the way that they feel inherently comfortable with. People should be doing the jobs that they want to be doing. People should be reacting to the world in a way that they want to be. And I think that's why empowerment is so important, because it doesn't just take off the burden of repression in women. It takes off the burden of certain responsibilities in men that don't need to be there. We can all share the load. 100%. We're all just people. Shaila, did you want to cut in? You look like you had something to say.
Yeah, as a women empowerment enabler, I'm sitting here today and wondering, I'm talking about women empowerment. Why? Because there's a huge delta, right? When we talk about men in power, women in power, right? That's the reason we are sitting here and talking about women empowerment. Otherwise, we wouldn't do that. Have you seen any, set of men coming and sitting here and talking about men empowerment? No, right? So
they've had that for all of time.
Yeah, I think in the long run, it shouldn't be differentiated by any gender. It should be more to do with equality, or more so with equity, right? Equity. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think it'll take a lot of effort and a lot of time, a lot of energy as well to reach there. And we are working towards that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Another one of the things that we were talking about when it comes to the last panel, the last panel actually, is emotional intelligence. And we were having a conversation about how it can sometimes fall as a burden on the women in the room to sort of nurture and mother and regulate the emotions of not just ourselves, but other people, and specifically men. Dr. Amal, did you have anything to speak?
I think emotional intelligence is really, really very important. What I was keeping saying, that we are acting using the emotional intelligence before we know this term. So yes, it is really a new term for us, and we are teaching it now. But in reality, when we go back, all the women who lead before, they did that, but they don't know the term itself. So all of us, if you hear from any leader, any female leader, she will tell you that I have to be aware of myself. I need to be aware of the culture. I need to be aware about the situation. I need to have a clear and nice communication, which is the definition of the emotional intelligence. So we don't have the term before, but we did it. And nowadays, I think it should be more easier for us, because we know that there is an emotional intelligence and we need to use it. And actually, it will help us maybe more in developing a good network. Because what we're missing now, maybe as a female leader, is the network. And that's, again, not because of our skills, but because as a female, we are really busy with a lot of stuff. I'm a leader in the home, I'm a leader in the work, I'm a leader in with my family, so we need it
Absolutely.
actually to use it as a tool to be better and better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that sometimes we can fall into the trap of thinking that there can only be one leader, right? But there's so many different forms of leadership and so many opportunities to show up in life, not just in one particular sector, and not just that one person has to take the lead, right? You can both be leaders. You can all be leaders. You can show up your best self in any situation. I'm sorry, I might have cut you off. Did you want to say something?
No, I was just going to add to that and the conversation about emotional intelligence, only because I was on that panel as well, and that whole philosophy or idea that it's primarily women and we're being overly accommodating. And I just wanted to add to that the complexity that if you're at a level in your career like I am, and so you're an executive, you're often the only female in the room. And when you're trying to bring that emotional intelligence awareness and the importance of it from the top down, not just in your departments that you're running, but from the top down, and the rest of the room is male, sometimes that can be an added challenge when you're trying to do that.
100%.
And I don't want to have to do, can I just add to that? When you said that earlier, I didn't get to, do you know what I do? And it kind of, it's like not my favorite thing, but it works. It's more efficient because we're here for efficiency. We're here to get out. I have a male assistant, so I'll text him under the table. Can you please repeat what I just said? I'm not kidding you guys. Everyone's like, wow, that's a great idea. Because like I don't need the glory. I'm here for solutions and quick, and yeah, like I don't need that, but I just want you to hear me when I say, so if I need Sean, and I look at him, I go, with the face, look at your phone. And then he'll repeat exactly what I said, and they're like, wow.
Yeah, I honestly, that's exactly where my brain was at. That's exactly where my brain was at.
Fine. We're going to move past this, but let's be here for, is it totally fine? No. But
it's not great.
But it's not the best. But whatever. The awareness is key.
Yeah.
For literally everyone. Just so we have this conversation, we have it out.
And it's going to take the time that it takes, right?
Yeah.
But we're on that path. That's what counts, is that there's forward movement.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's absolutely the same, where I think sometimes the easiest way to convince a room of men is to allow them to believe that they came up with the idea that you told them 5 minutes ago, and then just enthusiastically agree that's a great idea. I think that would be so transformative. And I don't only mean that in a room full of men. I think it's equally true with women as well. I think as people sometimes.
It is a people.
As people sometimes I think we get so stuck in the way that we're used to doing things, that when there is certain disruption, it's not the fact that the disruption won't take place or that it won't be accepted. It's just the time, right? It's the learning curve.
It's the way that we have to repeat it.
Yeah, absolutely. So honestly, to everybody in the room, if you have an idea that you believe in and you feel like you're not being listened to, say it again. Say it again.
Maybe use someone else to say it for you.
Yeah. Sure, absolutely. Yep.
So there are few things we have to see. Now the trend has come for the women empowerment, security and all.
Yeah, look closer. I want to hear it. Just hold it closer.
I love that the audience is participating so much, by the way.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please go on.
So we have to respect each other's space. I don't know about the other. I can tell about the India. If any marriage going to happen, the woman's family used to see male how much they are earning, not the woman. Please understand the practicality. So means men need to work and earn a good amount so that the bride can be, the father of the bride can agree to do the marriage. That is one aspect. Now second is that about the thinking of a male, for female or thinking of female about the male. You cannot change the mind of other person. You cannot regulate, you cannot control. It's about the culture, how it has been developed since the childhood. How you are developing your kid. Like how you have been developed by your parents. So the culture has to be there so that each of the gender respect each other. If you don't teach them to respect each other, you cannot, how much you tell about the women empowerment or male empowerment, it is not going to affect. What I am thinking about him, you cannot control me. Unless I have been given proper education. Education means not the college, the cultural education.
Personal education.
Yeah. So if you ignore the religious factor, it is nothing to do with religious. I'd request people should read Bhagavad Gita. If you go through, you start respecting each and every human being in the earth, or even animal also, irrespective of color, religion, language, anything. Then you can change the shift in the society.
Right. So if I could just cut in, I totally understand where you're coming from. The thing is, I think that it's, and somebody with a background in psychology, that's what I did my bachelor's in, I think that it's a little bit lazy for us to believe that after the age of 25, that your brain is fully developed. Learning can happen at any stage in life, any age in life. And I don't think that there is a ceiling to how much change a person can achieve. I think everybody in this room has grown significantly over the past year. And I think that every year we are at these conferences, we're having these conversations with other people in different paths of life, from different religions, from different backgrounds, from different countries. And we continue to grow because we're putting ourselves into these uncomfortable positions and having these hard discussions. Because the only way to change is to have the hard discussions. Because it's so easy to be nice.
Add something to that.
Yeah,
because,
absolutely, Shana.
I come from the same part of the world, sir. I'm from India as well. But currently I'm based out of Germany. So I'm a single mom, right? I also come up with the same culture, the same upbringing. But I'm bringing up my boy. That's my boy there. He's 13. So I think we need to move beyond culture. It's more to do with values. And these values can be inculcated at any point of time in life, right? It starts from childhood. It starts, you can do that a bit later during their college times, or maybe as adults, or maybe when they are old, right? So I think it's more to do with values. And once we get there, and like she mentioned, it's all about unlearning and relearning every now and then as to what is okay and what is not okay.
So as I was telling, if you go through Bhagavad Gita, it is nothing to do with religion, and it will make you shift in the thinking. That has to happen from the childhood. You can do at the later stage also, but if you more early you brought into this culture, I'm sure the cultural shift at any generation would happen. And
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We have other people that want to comment.
Very
but
good. I want to know the name of that book. He's going to share it with everyone. What do you got, Tish?
So I wanted to comment on that because the reality from my perspective, we have different perspectives. From my eyes, many cultures are misogynistic. Many cultures do not respect the female as an equal. Many cultures, not every woman wants to be married. Not every woman needs to know about the amount that that person is making to be taken care of. Some woman just wants to take care of herself. So if I am able to study, if I am able to get a PhD, if I am able to make income to provide my mortgage, my car, and everything like that, I should get paid the same as a male. So we're talking about equality. We're talking about respect. We've been having a panel discussion. We had to ask our moderator to ask some gentlemen to respect the fact that we are here live and we are having a panel discussion. So there is a lack of respect for the female species. That's a fact. It is a fact that needs to be acknowledged. And until we're able to acknowledge that fact, of the inequity of the female, we will continue to have these discussions with no solutions. So we need to instead of, I think it's awesome that we're providing solutions in terms of the book to read, but if we can look down in history and look at, I mean, there's so many statistics, so many examples of how women have just been attacked. We have not had equal opportunities. I mean, you had to fight to vote in America. There are just so many reasons. I mean, to the point where, as an executive, I mean, just poor words, calling women by the B's. I have been in the C-suite and I've seen it all. And so my prayer is that one day we shall overcome and not have to deal with this again.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you for that.
Very well said. Very well said.
Absolutely. So along those lines, I think it's so important, I think, for everyone to have a voice, and I do believe that. But I think there are certain forums, right? Certain discussions, certain sit-downs that are tailored specifically for discussion of certain voices. When minorities speak, when women speak, as much as male voices are important too, I think this forum specifically, and I don't mean to single anybody out or take their space, but this stage was put together for this time to listen to women's perspectives because they're not heard, and unfortunately that just is true. This is not an everyday occurrence for every seat on the stage to be taken by a woman and for women to have the space and the time to speak openly.
But
And
also taking into consideration multicultural environments and other, like the tiptoeing. Right.
Yeah, yeah.
We're trying to also be considerate, and we're trying to have a conversation that advances.
A hard conversation in this region. We got to be sensitive where
Honestly,
we are.
anywhere,
but particularly Middle East.
Yeah.
Middle East, ladies. You
Yes,
know,
absolutely.
we're lucky we're even having this conversation right now. That's how amazing we've come a long way, and it's going to be uncomfortable, and it's going to stir some emotions and trigger us. I'm sure you're boiling at the boys talking. You know, how can you not? Right? It's not happening when they're on stage, but we're also in a place we got to play by the rules of the region. And I just want to say I applaud you each for being here and speaking up and sharing your stories. You lead, you succeed, and you're doing an incredible job and really inspiration to all women all over the world, and specifically in this region that needs to see women like you take a stand. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks. Give them all a round of applause. Nice way to end day 3, no doubt. Is there anything else you want to close with?
Yeah, so I would just like to go around and tell you guys the best way to get in touch with us.
Awesome.
And if any women are out there looking for mentorship or opportunities, these are the women to speak to. So shall we start with you, Emily?
Yeah, I can be reached on LinkedIn. My bio, of course, is in the app for this conference. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm looking for my next opportunity. So call me.
Me too. You can reach me on LinkedIn, and I'm really very helpful in coaching, in research, and in medical academia.
I'm available on LinkedIn as well or other social media platforms, but do connect with me anytime you need support or you just want to be heard. I'm here for you.
That's what I was just going to say. So I'm on LinkedIn. You know, I won't check the messages. Not going to lie to you. Yikes. On Instagram, I'd rather you email me, but moreover, I want to share your stories. This podcast thing, I didn't really want to do it, but if these conversations, they're so important. Every perspective is so important, and I'm open to hearing it, and I want to share it. Because, yeah, okay, maybe we're all uncomfortable, but we got somewhere today. And I'm the one, I'm the one just dumb enough to, like, just let's go. Please reach out, and I want to get to know you.
Awesome. I
All
love that. We
right.
got one question from Paul. Bring it home. Bring it home.
I have a comment. I heard you say if you want to be reach out to the women to be mentored, I would ask you to extend that to the men to be mentored.
I would be more than honored.
Actually, I do that.
Absolutely. Anybody that wants to reach out, that has any conversation, that has to do with bettering myself and them, because mentorship is not a one-way streak, right? It never is. No conversation is a one-way streak. Everyone grows from conversation. And I'm also available on LinkedIn, Tabassum Mustafa, TABASSUM, MOSTAFA. Please reach out, and to the ladies, thank you so much. And to CXO, thank you so much for hosting us.
Have a great evening, everyone.
You're very welcome. All their names are behind you. As she mentioned, they're in the book as well if you didn't remember or take a picture. But now it's time for a group shot. Let's bring all these people that are left with us on day 3 up to the stage. I want to get a group shot with you. You participated. You were an amazing audience member, speaker, panelist, expert, award winner. Don't forget it. So come on up. We're going to take a picture with the ladies as we go out with a bang on our day 3 at CXO. Always a pleasure to have you here. Let's take a picture together and remember it forever, because you know it's posted in history on LinkedIn and the world to see. Yep, you're going up there too. Cool. She's got excited about that. Awesome. We're going to get you all together. Yeah. Look at that. Everybody's coming up with the ladies. Come on, all the ladies, all the men. Let's make it fun. You guys want to come in? Yes, you want to join the party. I know you do. One big picture from the CXO. We're wrapping up, ready to go, and you have been incredible. So I want to thank you with all of my heart, the amazing panelists, everyone for sharing and sharing insight and sparking meaningful conversation. It's been awesome. We got to get you in a shot. Look at this. Look who sticks around to the end. You know, that's all right. We want a piece of you up here. We delved into the latest business strategies, cutting-edge leadership. Thank you so much for coming up. Let's get cozy over here. There's some space on the other side, too. Everybody get in there. We tackled pressing, oh yeah, we can't go without Tish, girl. All right, we tackled pressing issues, no doubt, shaping the reality of where we are today, leaders today, the challenges of today, the problems of tomorrow. Try to address them in the best way. Come on over here, purple girl, sparkles. All right, can I get one? All right. The photographers are directing. We're streaming live on YouTube. We're going to be able to get this. Who else needs to join me over here? Anyone? You got everybody? Oh, yeah, Paul. Get in there. All right, everyone. Look at those pearly whites. Everyone's smiling. On the count of 3, are you ready? We're going to say CXO. Give me a 1. Give me a 2. Give me a 3. CXO 2.0. That's where we are here in Dubai, doing it in Vegas and doing it in Riyadh very soon. We'll see you next year. 2024 is coming to a close. It's so great to go out at the end of the year with a spectacular group of people here. Woo! Thank you so much for being amazing, amazing participants to this event. You guys are awesome. I hope you make lifelong friends and all these connections, you know, and we inspire each other. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys all, oh, awesome. Where are you going to take it?
Connect with you.
Please do. It'd be a pleasure, okay? Good, okay. I can't wait. I want to come. When am I coming? You're inviting me to your house? Yes, I'm coming. Okay. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. I want to come. April next year. Cool? You like this? I'm ready for Riyadh. I know. I got the colors. How are you? Nice to see you. We came last year, yeah? 2 years ago. I remember you. Nice to see you. You remember? Live here. Look at this fun way. Well, I'm just going to say, ladies and gentlemen, it's an incredible journey. We've talked. We continue to talk. We continue to network, and we are still streaming live. So I just want to thank everyone at home that has joined us for the last 3 days of 2.0 CXO here in Dubai. A huge thank you for our silver sponsors and Summer Coaching, our bronze sponsors with Fatah Ibra, Avella Global, All Your BI, and Theo SimCorp. Your support makes all the difference. We love having you here. We love making these events, networking at its prime. We've talked about so many things. I hope we drive and incentivize your life to be better and be a leader of tomorrow. You feeling good? Connecting more? A big, big round of applause and thank you to the beautiful sound team, CXO team, the organizers, Pragi back there for coordinating all of this. Amazing logistics for such a spectacular event. I want to just say thank you to each and every one of you. If you haven't connected, Rachel Muleman, the Biz Advisors on LinkedIn, and I can't wait to see you again soon. See you online. Have a great evening, everyone, and enjoy one of the best places on the planet, Dubai. Mwah.
I think we need to give a huge round of applause to Rachel. She was wonderful, wonderful. I enjoyed every bit of it, Rachel. Thank you so much.